Chapter 2201. Why aren't you sending a message talisman? Cui Hongshan said coldly, if you can stay, perhaps Master's mood will be better. Why should I send a message talisman? Xiao Hua said coldly, I'm not a spineless person who is afraid of sword cultivators. I also want to let Master know that Myriad Thunder Valley disciples are not afraid of being schemed against. Myriad Thunder Valley disciples can live well under other people's schemes. Even if Xiao Hua had the intention to send a message talisman, seeing Master's helpless expression, he would never send it out. Humph, you only know how to make Master angry. Cui Hongshan rebuked angrily, what else can you do? What spineless person, if spineless Master can? At this moment, another message talisman flew in and landed in Cui Hongshan's hand. Cui Hongshan's expression changed greatly, and when he finished reading the message talisman, he looked as if he had lost his parents. What's wrong? Junior brother Cui. Yan Qinglian said anxiously, is it Qimeng? And, Cui Hongshan said with a gloomy face, Qimeng, she, was also sent out. 4 of them have been chosen. Alas, Yan Qinglian sighed, feeling bitter in her heart. She knew that Dui Qimeng had encountered the same situation as Cui Hongshan. Then what about your dual cultivation? Yan Qinglian probed again. Qimeng already said in the Jade Slip that from today onwards, all disciples of the Thunder Palace can't go into seclusion and can't do anything unrelated to preparation. Cui Hongshan said bitterly, the dual cultivation ceremony can't be held either. Shouldn't you at least give a betrothal gift first? Xiang Yang suggested. Alas, senior brother. Why talk about betrothal gifts at this time? Wait until we come back alive. Cui Hongshan clapped his hands, took out 2 jade boxes, and handed them to Xiang Yang. Senior brother, you should keep this thunder pill. When we go out, I'm afraid we will die. It's safer to leave this thing in Myriad Thunder Valley. Then, he looked at Xiao Hua, obviously wanting Xiao Hua to take out the thunder pill. However, Xiao Hua didn't even spare him a glance. His gaze was fixed on the outside of the cave. Xiang Yang also looked at Xiao Hua. Seeing that Xiao Hua didn't move, he hurriedly blocked with his hand and said, Junior brother Cui, this is your thing. You should take it with you. What if you can take the inner core during this period? Wouldn't that be an additional life-saving asset? How is that possible? Cui Hongshan shook his head and said, I know myself well, unlike some people. I've only just reached the early stage of foundation establishment, so I won't be able to step into the middle stage of foundation establishment in a short period of time. Even if I do, I won't be able to take such a strong inner core. Leaving this thing with me will only benefit a sword cultivator. It's better to leave it to a descendant of the Myriad Thunder Valley. Seeing that Cui Hongshan's attitude was extremely firm, Xiang Yang was also helpless. He took it and said with a forced smile, this. I'll take it for the time being. Let's wait for Master to come back first. I won't take it anymore. Cui Hongshan sighed and quickly walked out of the cave. Seeing that there was no one in the cave, Xiang Yang glanced at Yan Qinglian, as if asking for her opinion. Yan Qinglian nodded slightly, and Xiang Yang waved his hand, and a silencing restriction appeared. Eldest senior brother, what are you doing? Xiao Hua was releasing his Buddhist sense and quietly looking into the distance. Helplessly, he sat on a pine tree and looked at the dark clouds in the distance with extreme helplessness. Zhua Minghui accompanied him like a little bird, leaning her head on helplessly's shoulder. Seeing Xiang Yang like this, he couldn't help but feel surprised. Junior brother Xiao. Now that things have come to this, I have no choice but to ask you. Xiang Yang said in a low voice, you have to tell me honestly, your cultivation, what level has it reached? You can't tell Master, but you can tell me. Don't worry, I definitely won't leak it to you. Even if Master asks, I won't say. Ha! Xiao Hua laughed and waved his hand, using the heaven and earth in the sleeve to easily break the silencing restriction. He also walked out of the cave. Is this very important? Junior brother Xiao, wait. Xiang Yang hurriedly chased after Xiao Hua and shouted, of course this is very important. I don't think so. As Xiao Hua spoke, his figure had already left the cave, and he didn't intend to look back. How could he not know what Xiangyang was thinking? Since the two disciples of the myriad Thunder Valley went out together, one of them had to protect the other. Needless to say, Xiangyang wanted him to protect Cui Hongshan. Xiao Hua just didn't like Cui Hongshan, so how could he agree to this? Husband. Yan Qinglian hurriedly pulled Xiangyang's sleeve and said, "Don't chase after him." What? Xiangyang was a bit anxious. Xiao Hua is too insensible. Even now, he still hasn't explained his background to us clearly. Alas, husband. You're really too anxious. Yan Qinglian stretched out her hand and used the silencing restriction, saying, "Why don't you break this concubine's restriction? How can your husband?" Xiangyang frowned and reprimanded her, but then he came to a realization and said, "Wife, you mean, nonsense." Yan Qinglian felt exasperated at her husband's failure to live up to her expectations. She lowered her voice and said, "Husband, junior martial brother Xiao was able to fight against 3 early-stage Foundation establishment cultivators before he even built his foundation, and even killed one of them. After he built his foundation, he became even more powerful. He even broke the lightning beast's blood seal. How can you and I not know how strong he is? Why do you have to make him admit it?" Moreover, he didn't even worry about Xue Xue when he met a nascent soul cultivator in Gue He. Naturally, he has confidence in Xiao Hua's strength. What do you think Xiao Hua's current strength is? No. It can't be. Xiangyang didn't dare to voice out his doubts at this time. Xiao Hua's cultivation can't be comparable to a nascent soul cultivator, right? That's impossible. Yan Qinglian shook her head. But as for Xiao Hua's cultivation, you and I already talked about it before. There's no point in talking about it now. You don't have to say anything, especially about Xiao Hua's cultivation. Now go to Xiao Hua's cave and tell him about junior brother Cui. Don't worry, although Xiao Hua is angry with junior brother Cui, if it really reaches the point of life and death, Xiao Hua definitely won't stand by and watch. So you're saying that your husband doesn't even need to go? Xiangyang rolled his eyes. You're the eldest senior brother. You have to treat everyone equally. Words still need to be said, and things still need to be done. Yan Qinglian said with a smile. All right. Xiangyang nodded helplessly. You should open the restriction. Your husband isn't Xiao Hua. How can I casually open this restriction? Pfft, Yan Qinglian covered her mouth and laughed. She punched Xiangyang's shoulder and said, "Why aren't you going?" Hearing Xiangyang's persuasion, Xiao Hua didn't respond. He said indifferently, "Ever since little brother Cui Hongshan built his foundation, I've already called him senior. His life and death has nothing to do with little brother." Chapter 2202. Junior brother Xiao. Just as Xiangyang was about to earnestly advise him, Xiao Hua raised his head and said, "Master has already gone back. Eldest senior brother should also hurry back. See if master has anything else to say. Little brother is also vexed right now and wants some peace and quiet." Alas, all right. Xiangyang looked at his little junior brother who had always been obedient in front of him. He didn't know why Xiao Hua lost his obedience when Cui Hongshan was mentioned. With a sigh, he solemnly placed the 2 jade boxes on the jade table and left with his head lowered. Big. Xiao Hua raised his hand to stop Xiangyang, but when he saw Xiangyang's frown, he retracted his hand. Looking at Xiangyang's back gradually disappearing, he also frowned. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Hua still flicked his sleeves and kept the 2 jade boxes in his space. Immediately after, he sent out the 2 messaging talismans. However, just as the 2 messaging talismans flew out, another messaging talisman came. Xiao Hua took the messaging talisman and looked at it. It was from Sun Shu, asking if he was selected to be sent to fight with sword cultivators. A trace of hesitation appeared in Xiao Hua's eyes. After thinking for a moment, he honestly said it and sent out the other messaging talisman. In less than half a day, Sun Shu and Qian Diheng once again rushed over. As soon as Qian Diheng saw Xiao Hua, he shouted, "Junior Marshal Brother Xiao, this is really unreasonable. Your myriad Thunder Valley only has 3 disciples, how could you be chosen? Besides, you just built your foundation." "Humph, not only me." Xiao Hua sneered, Cui Hongshan was also selected. "Damn it." Qian Diheng laughed and slapped his forehead. "I'm afraid someone is scheming against your myriad Thunder Valley." That's right." Xiao Hua nodded. "Fortunately, eldest senior brother wasn't selected." "That's very fortunate. It's impossible for senior brother Xiang to be selected." Qian Diheng shook his head. "I heard that senior brother Xiang's son is very talented. Senior brother Xiang's husband is noble because of his son. He definitely won't be sent out." "Both of you weren't selected?" Xiao Hua asked curiously. "Alas, junior brother Xiao knows." Sun Shu sighed. "None of Master's disciples were selected. Junior sister Shui is in seclusion and won't be selected." "Don't worry. It's really unfair." Xiao Hua shook his head again. "Fair?" Qian Diheng sneered. "Where is the fairness in this world? If there was fairness, Kun Fian's matter would have been exposed long ago." "Humph, of course." Sun Shu also sneered. "There are only 3 disciples in the myriad Thunder Valley. Now, 2 disciples who have just built their foundation have been kicked out. Where is the fairness? Junior brother Xiao." Qian Diheng once again spoke in a sincere and heartfelt manner. "This father had allowed you to enter my heavenly Thunder Palace in the past, but look at you now. I can't stop you even if I want to. It is said that Thunder Meng Daoist has already sealed himself in his palace and will not meet anyone. You have to go. It's not just Reverend Lei Meng, all the palace masters are in seclusion, and even the sect masters are not showing their faces." Sun Shu said with a wry smile, "It seems that all the seniors have their own difficulties. I don't have anything good to give you." Qian Diheng passes a storage pouch to Xiao Hua. "Take these first. There's still half a year left. This elder brother will help you take a look, to see if there's anything else." "Half a year?" Xiao Hua was slightly startled. "Why is there still half a year left?" We're only selecting disciples now. There's still half a year before we head to the border with Han country. Our Dao sect has already started a war with Han country's sword cultivators, but Meng country, Lian country, and other countries are also participating. They and the sects in the north of Shi country have already sent their disciples over. Our Imperial Thunder sect can join the war after half a year." Sun Shu explained and also handed over a storage pouch, smiling apologetically. "This concubine can't compare to junior brother Qian. This is also concubine's daily accumulation. Junior brother, please keep it. In another half a year, this concubine will also have these." Xiao Hua hesitated for a moment before accepting it. This is Sun Shu's kind intention, he can't reject it no matter what. Xiao Hua looked at Qian Diheng again and didn't accept it. Instead, he said, "You'd better help me find those pills. The things in this storage pouch, I don't think this little brother will be interested in them." "You?" Qian Diheng's eyes rolled, somewhat astonished, but he tactfully shut his mouth and nodded. "This elder brother understands. This elder brother will go and collect them. There's still half a year left. At that time, I'll give you some more things." Xiao Hua nodded. "Good." Qian Diheng turned around and left without hesitation. Sun Shu listened to the two of them talking about things she didn't understand, but she didn't seem to be angry. Her pair of beautiful eyes only looked at Xiao Hua. After Qian Diheng left, Sun Shu said in a soft voice, "Xiao Hua, actually, there are some words this concubine shouldn't say. But, if I don't say it, I'm afraid I won't have the chance to say it." Xiao Hua acted as if he didn't hear it and said, "By the way, senior sister Sun, when will Shui come out of seclusion?" Hearing this, Sun Shu secretly sighed in her heart. Knowing that Xiao Hua didn't give her a chance to speak, she could only say, "At least 1 year, at most 4 years." "Good." Xiao Hua nodded and said word by word, "This Xiao won't leave her any message talisman, but I ask senior sister Sun to tell her that this Xiao will definitely return safely. Sun Shu nodded sadly and said, okay, junior brother Xiao trusts this concubine so much. How can this concubine dare not to obey? And, since that's the case, this Xiao also needs to make some preparations. Xiao Hua stood up and said. Sun Shu knew that Xiao Hua wanted to see them off, so she also said with a smile, this concubine will go back now. When you leave the Imperial Thunder sect, this concubine will come to see you off. Good. Xiao Hua smiled and nodded. After a day, he helplessly called Xiao Hua and Cui Hongshan to his cave residence and handed them 2 storage pouches. He said with a forced smile, this is what Master can give you. You can keep it. I'm afraid that the Thunder Palace's reward will only be given when you go to war. Many thanks, Master. At this time, Cui Hongshan seemed to have thought it through and calmly received it. Xiao Hua took the storage pouch and tied it to his waist without even looking at it. He asked, Master, there's still more than half a year before we go to Huan country. Can we leave the Imperial Thunder sect? What do you want to do? Xiao Hua frowned helplessly. This disciple knows that this trip is dangerous and wants to take advantage of the time before we leave the Imperial Thunder sect to go somewhere else to do some things. In addition, I also want to make some preparations and go to the auction to find some medicinal pills. Xiao Hua said without hiding anything. You want to use this as an excuse to escape. Cui Hongshan didn't hold back his disdain and said coldly, loose cultivators are loose cultivators. Junior brother Cui. Xiangyang was shocked. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to speak, he immediately scolded, Xiao Hua is your senior brother from the same sect. How can you say that to him? Humph, he clearly knows that all the selected disciples are grounded and can't even go into seclusion, but he still wants to leave the Imperial Thunder sect. If he's not running away, what else can he do? Cui Hongshan didn't understand why Xiangyang suddenly scolded him and defended himself. You shut up. Xiangyang said anxiously, how can I not know what kind of person Xiao Hua is? If he says he has something to do, then he must have something to do. Yes, Cui Hongshan saw that Xiangyang was so angry. Although he felt disdain in his heart, he didn't dare to talk back in front of Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua ignored the two and stared at Xiao Hua for a long time. Then, he said word by word, Xiao Hua, tell me, where are you going and what are you going to do? Xiao Hua raised his head. His eyes were bright and he didn't seem to be afraid. He said word by word, this is disciple's secret. It's not convenient to tell Master. Ah. Cui Hongshan saw this and almost wanted to stomp his feet again. But when he saw Xiangyang looking at him from the side, he clenched his teeth and his cheeks bulged. In the end, he didn't say anything. He looked at Xiao Hua helplessly. It seemed that he was trying to distinguish whether Xiao Hua was telling the truth or not. But just from Xiao Hua's eyes, he couldn't see anything. Zhuo Minghui also hesitated on the side, not knowing how to explain. Forget it. Suddenly, Xiao Hua seemed to have made a decision. He seemed to have aged a few years. He clapped his hands and took out a keepsake. He handed it to Xiao Hua and said, Xiao Hua. When you entered this old man's sect, this old man almost didn't give you any pointers. The few things I taught you were taught by your senior brother on behalf of this old man. You have always been biting off more than you can chew. The things your senior brother taught you may not be worthy of your attention. You are indeed wronged under this old man's sect. Moreover, you have just reported to the Jade Archive Hall. According to the usual practice, you will definitely not be selected. This is also this old man's fault for implicating you. This old man will bear this responsibility. This is this old man's keepsake. You can use this to enter and leave the Imperial Thunder sect. You can go now. Master. Cui Hongshan shouted anxiously, disciple has already heard from Qi Meng that all the selected disciples can't enter or leave the Imperial Thunder sect. If there is a special situation and they can't go out, then the disciple must use the teacher's keepsake to go out. The teacher who gave the disciple the keepsake must bear the responsibility. If the disciple doesn't know how to do it, then half a year later, when all the disciples go out, it will be when the disciples' teacher dies. Hearing that there was such a rule, even Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian, who were very confident in Xiaohua, were shocked. They both looked at Xiaohua. Go. As if he didn't hear Cui Hongshan's words, he said to Xiaohua in a low voice, if you have something to do, then go quickly. The sooner you go, the sooner you can come back. Yes, disciple understands. Xiaohua didn't stand on ceremony. He took the keepsake, turned around, and left the cave. He didn't even return to his own cave and went straight to Sky Thunder Peak. Master. Seeing that Xiaohua didn't even return to his cave, Cui Hongshan became even angrier and shouted, Xiaohua clearly has the intention to leave. Alas, the sky wants to rain, the mother wants to marry. Let him be. Xiaohua sat on the jade chair. His eyes were a little blank as he looked at the place where Xiaohua disappeared inside. Alas, Cui Hongshan stomped his feet and walked out with the storage pouch in his hand. His face was full of anger. Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian wanted to say something, but they didn't know where to start. They waved their hands helplessly. You two can go back too. Master wants some peace and quiet. Yes, disciple understands. Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian took their leave. Just as they took a few steps, a helpless voice came from behind. Xiang Yang, you have to remember, only when your fist is hard will it be the truth. You and Qinglian still have to cultivate properly. You two also have to take care of him. It must be like what you said. My myriad Thunder Valley must produce a spirit-severing cultivator. Chapter 2203. Disciple. Disciple understands. Xiang Yang's heart ached, and he almost shed tears. Helplessly, these words seemed to have a hint of his last words. Helplessness, he actually still didn't have confidence in Xiaohua. Xiaohua didn't even return to his immortal's cave. He activated his flying technique and went straight to Sky Thunder Peak. Sure enough, as Cui Hongshan said, the entire Sky Thunder Peak was already guarded by Imperial Thunder Sect disciples. On the mountain path, in the air, several foundation building disciples were standing guard, and dozens of aura refining disciples were constantly patrolling. They didn't have the freedom they had before. Seeing Xiaohua fly over, a late-stage foundation building old man scanned with his divine sense and flew over. He scolded, which Thunder Palace disciple is this? Where are you going on business? Do you have a token from Thunder Palace? Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He stopped in midair and respectfully took out his token and helplessness's token. He handed them over and said with an apologetic smile, Disciple is Xiaohua from Thunder Palace. I have an urgent matter to attend to and have to leave the sect. Senior Marshal Brother, please check. The old man took the two items and scanned them with his divine sense. He asked curiously, your token? Immediately, the old man seemed to realize something and shouted, Senior Marshal Brother Qian, please come here. Junior Marshal Brother Can, what's the matter? A thin old man about the same age as the old man flew over. Please use the discrimination chime. Junior Marshal Brother Can said with a smile. Oh. This disciple was selected? Senior Marshal Brother Qian was surprised. He clapped his hand and took out a magic tool that looked like a chime jar. Senior Marshal Brother Qian activated his magic power, and a cyan flame shot out from the chime jar. It was 3 feet tall. Junior Marshal Brother Can threw Xiaohua's command tablet into the magic tool. With a thunderous boom, a purple lightning bolt flashed out of the jar and struck Xiaohua's command tablet out of the jar. As expected, Senior Marshal Brother Qian's eyes flashed with a strange light. He looked at Xiaohua and said, this disciple was selected to go to Huan country. This is his master's token. Junior Marshal Brother Can waved helplessness's token in front of Senior Marshal Brother Qian and also threw it into the magic tool. Unlike Xiaohua's token, helplessness's token didn't have any abnormalities. Senior Marshal Brother Qian waved his hand and took out helplessness's token. He scanned it with his divine perception and said in a low voice, "Oh, deafening Thunder Palace and myriad Thunder Valley." With a wave of his hand, Junior Martial Brother Can sent out a message talisman. "Why did you leave the Imperial Thunder Sect?" Junior Brother Can turned his head and asked Xiaohua. Xiaohua didn't want to deceive the two of them. He said, "Disciple met an alchemist in Jianghu City last time. Disciple gave him spirit stones and ordered some early-stage foundation establishment pills. If I don't go now, the spirit stones will be wasted." Hee. Senior Brother Qian laughed and glanced at Junior Brother Kansas. "Junior Brother Can, how many times have you heard these words today? If not 1,000, then at least 800. Junior Brother Can said with a smile, "There are even more bizarre reasons than this." Xiaohua's expression didn't change, he just stood there quietly. He didn't reply. "What? You look quite calm." Senior Martial Brother Qian pointed at him and said, "You're a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect. You're a member of the Imperial Thunder Sect in life and a ghost of the Imperial Thunder Sect in death. My Imperial Thunder Sect nurtured you from the first level of the aura refining realm to the early stage of the foundation establishment realm. We've never mistreated you with spiritual pills, spirit stones, and so on. Now that my Imperial Thunder Sect has a use for you, you actually want to run away. Do you think you're worthy of my Imperial Thunder Sect?" Although Xiaohua frowned slightly, he was already impatient. He was pressed for time and had no choice but to delay here and be humiliated. However, after thinking for a moment, Xiaohua boasted that he didn't dare to oppose the Imperial Thunder Sect. He bowed and said, "Senior Martial Brothers, you're overthinking. Since I have the Master's token in my hand, I'll definitely take the Master's safety to heart. How can I be as unbearable as you two say? Alas, you can't judge a book by its cover." Junior Martial Brother Can look distressed. "If that's really the case, you should obediently stay in Myriad Thunder Valley. Wait for half a year before setting off. At that time, it won't be too late for you to go to Jianghu City. Why are you in such a hurry?" "But, this Xiao only has a little more than a month left," Xiaohua said with a bitter smile. "It's only a few spirit stones. If you don't go, your master will compensate you." Senior Martial Brother Qian said again, still unwilling to let Xiaohua go. Xiaohua became impatient and said with a smile, "Does this Xiao meet the requirements of leaving the sect?" Senior Martial Brother Qian glanced at Junior Martial Brother Can and nodded helplessly. "You do. Very good." Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, "Many thanks." After saying that, he was about to fly away. "Wait!" Senior Martial Brother Qian shouted, "Xiaohua, this old man still has one last thing to say to you. It's true that you meet the requirements of leaving the sect, and you're also the first disciple to leave the sect. Although your master trusts you, this old man and the others don't. This old man advises you, don't take half a step out of Sky Thunder Peak with evil intentions." "I know." Xiaohua was about to leave again. "Did this old man and the others allow you to leave?" Junior Martial Brother Can coldly shouted. Xiaohua was very helpless as he turned around and asked, "What else do you two senior martial brothers want? Wait until your master's life is confirmed, then you can leave." "All right." Xiaohua understood what kind of summoning talisman Junior Brother Can sent out just now. Sure enough, in the time it took to smoke a cigarette, a communication talisman flew back. Junior Martial Brother Can looked at it and nodded. Jade Archive Hall replied, "Myriad Thunder Valley's helpless life tablet is fine. Go." Senior Martial Brother Qian looked at Xiaohua meaningfully and waved his hand. Xiaohua's token was thrown to Xiaohua, but Helpless' token was left behind. "This old man will leave Helpless' token. When you return to the sect, you can ask this old man for it." Otherwise, Xiaohua took the token. This time, he didn't cup his hands. Instead, he activated his magic power and flew towards the mountain path of Sky Thunder Peak. When his figure landed, he hurriedly flew down, this Helpless. Senior Martial Brother Qian looked at the token in his hand and threw it into the jar with a wave of his hand. He sighed and said, I'm afraid it bodes ill rather than well. Humph, who can you blame? It's just that his ears are soft. Junior Marshal Brotherkin sneered. This Kin really didn't expect that there would actually be a master who would put his own life in the hands of his own disciple. Xiao Hua flew down the mountain. When he could fly, he immediately flew into the air and swept out his Buddhist awareness. When he saw that there was no one nearby, he immediately activated the bright thunder escape. True essence flowed around his body and the two invisible dots in his dantian faintly emitted crackling lightning. The rumbling sound of thunder came from Xiao Hua's magic power. His figure was extremely fast to the limit of the bright thunder escape. I'll take advantage of this opportunity to see if I can master the Imperial Thunder Escape. Xiao Hua's eyes slightly flashed as he looked towards the direction of Yellow Flower Ridge. Chapter 2204. This young master originally wanted to wait until after the core condensation stage before going to 100 Herbs sect. However, since there's a battle with sword cultivators, this young master is not afraid, but senior brother is right. It's better to be safe than sorry. If this young master were to have an accident in the battle with the sword cultivators, then wouldn't my master's revenge be impossible? Now that this young master's cultivation is close to the middle stage of gold core, there's absolutely no problem for me to face Jiang Jiantong alone. However, I'm afraid of being surrounded by the disciples of 100 Herbs sect and the formation of Yellow Flower Ridge. 100 Herbs sect has been in my Shang Huaming's hands for dozens of years. I'm afraid that they have already changed their formation. Previously, Shang Huaming's formation could not even be broken by a foundation establishment cultivator in the hands of 3 Qi refining disciples. With the reinforcement of 100 Herbs sect and the support of a foundation establishment cultivator, this young master is afraid that this young master will not be able to easily break in. This way, killing Jiang Jiantong will be a bit difficult. As Xiao Hua flew, he secretly pondered, actually, this young master is most troubled by senior sister. This is probably one of the reasons why this young master has not dared to face 100 Herbs sect. AI, senior sister, I wonder how you're doing in 100 Herbs sect? Now that you're in foundation establishment, you shouldn't be too patient. After this young brother kills Jiang Jiantong and Jiang Fan and avenges my master, I'll hand Shang Huaming over to you. Let Shang Huaming revive once again and let Shang Huaming's name shake the Dawn Rain continent. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua unconsciously felt his blood boil. The lightning around his body became more rapid, and the bright thunder escape faintly felt that it had transformed from thunder calm to thunder movement. Not to mention Xiao Hua rushing to Yellow Flower Ridge, in the endless hills in the north of the country of Xi, there was also a rainbow-like ray of light streaking across the sky, shooting into the distance. Its speed did not seem to be any slower than Xiao Hua's. Oh! At this moment, the ray of light suddenly stopped, and the figures of 2 female cultivators appeared. The one in front was the graceful and luxurious 10,000 Demon Realm Empress, and the one in her hand was the lovely Empress, why did you stop? Dyer lowered her head and looked at the lifeless hills that looked exactly the same. She said strangely, there's no trace of human habitation here. The Empress didn't answer. Instead, she just stood there. The hurricane in the air blew past, but it couldn't move the light protecting her body in the slightest. Her furrowed brows didn't lose out to her peerless beauty. Instead, it made people frown and feel pity for her. Unfortunately, it was so desolate, how could anyone have seen it? There seems to be some aura here. The Empress slowly spoke as her figure slowly descended. Her divine sense was scanning the area 100 miles in front of her. Oh, did you find it? Dyer's face was filled with joy. Her small hands were slightly clasped together, and she appeared to be both excited and nervous. I don't know either. The Empress frowned slightly and spread out her divine sense to search the area inch by inch. After searching for more than half a day, the Empress raised her eyebrows and her eyes lit up. She pointed with her hand and said, there seems to be some reaction there. But, it's different from what I thought. Is it true or not? Dyer said anxiously, the Empress has been searching for dozens of years and has spent a lot of magic power. But there's no progress at all. I didn't expect to find it here. I'm afraid it's the same as before. It's an empty joy. The Empress smiled and touched Dyer's forehead with her hand. She said, "Didn't you feel it a few times before? But after searching carefully, it's just some remains of the 10,000 demon realm. How can it be what I'm looking for?" "Hee, Empress, if this lowly servant says it's better to go to the west. Isn't there the strong aura of the 10,000 demon realm that Empress said? Maybe he's there." Dyer's big eyes were wide open, and her long eyelashes fluttered like the wings of a butterfly. Sigh. He likes to be quiet and doesn't like to move. The Million Meng Mountains in the Xiaoyu continent have the aura of the 10,000 demon realm. Maybe there are traces of him, but I believe he will never stay there. The Empress sighed. Moreover, I have used the secret technique of my phone clan. The Million Meng Mountains are our nemesis. If we go there rashly, I'm afraid our lives will be in danger. Ah. Nemesis? Dyer stuck out her tongue and looked scared. What's that? Even Empress is afraid of it? Didn't Empress say it before? The cultivators on the Xiaoyu continent are different from our 10,000 demon realm. Even if Empress's strength can't defeat them, it's absolutely no problem for you to escape, right? You little girl. There's nothing absolute in this world. The Empress looked disappointed. She looked up 100 miles away and said, "Back then, I also believed in my own determination. I believed that this heaven and earth were decorations that I wanted to conquer. I believed that my fate was in my own hands. What a pity. Don't talk about the heaven, don't talk about the earth, even people. I can't force them. Even if it's me. I can't control my body and heart." The willows return to the pond, the mandarin ducks leave the pond. The green duckweed breaks the lotus boat's path. The bees and butterflies fall in love with the fragrance, and the red dress gets rid of the bitterness of the heart. The sunset welcomes the tide, and the clouds carry the rain. The gentle and coquettish words. Back then, I refused to marry the spring breeze, but for no reason, I was wronged by the autumn wind. Dyer blurted out and said, "Empress, is it this inexplicable poem?" The Empress's face flushed red. She pretended to be angry and said, "Dyer, how can you say this word so casually?" "Yes, Empress, this servant knows her mistake." Dyer stuck out her tongue and said anxiously, "This servant won't dare to do it again." The Empress nodded. "I'll only listen to it this time. If there's a next time, I'll make sure your soul scatters." Yes. Dyer was so scared that her face turned green. "Let's go." "I'll wait." The Empress put away her cold face and quickly descended. However, there were hundreds of thoughts in her heart. The poem, "Back then, I refused to marry the spring breeze, but for no reason, I was wronged by the autumn wind," indeed flashed in her mind for no reason. Who is it? Suddenly, a wisp of light green smoke flashed high up in the sky and disappeared. How could this be hidden from the Empress? She scolded softly and her spiritual sense quickly scanned the place where the smoke was. However, the light green smoke disappeared without a trace like a spring dream. How could she find it? "Let's go." The Empress saw this and suddenly stopped. Without hesitation, she rushed to the sky. However, at this moment, about 10 feet above the Empress's body, a light green brilliance like a fishing net suddenly appeared. It was as if it had been there for a long time. Pang! The Empress's protective brilliance touched the brilliance and immediately broke the brilliance. The Empress's body only paused for a moment before she rushed up again. Swish! There was a faint sound. About 10 feet away, another light green fishing net appeared and blocked the Empress's head. At this time, the Empress had already released her spiritual sense. She already understood that the light green color of the fishing net was not a simple luster. It was formed by many small talismans. She was also very familiar with these talismans. They were the green seal script of the 10,000 demon realm. Break! The Empress pointed her hand. On her finger, a spot of pure white light appeared and turned into a light pillar that rushed up to the brilliance. Sure enough, the light green brilliance dissipated upon contact and broke a large hole. The Empress's body flew out of the hole casually. The brilliance that was broken through also disappeared immediately. However, it was also at this time that another light green brilliance appeared about 10 feet above her head. Not only that, when the Empress stretched out her finger again, layer after layer of light green net that seemed to have been hidden in space long ago gradually revealed itself like layers upon layers of pavilions. They densely covered an area of several thousand feet above the Empress' head. Moreover, these light green brilliances were extremely large. The Empress's spiritual sense could tell that they were more than 100 miles long. Humph. Seeing this, the Empress was not nervous at all. Her stretched-out finger trembled slightly and a fist-sized white brilliance appeared. It turned into a palm-sized feather and shot straight into the sky like an arrow. Pang, pang, pang. A series of sounds rang out. Rays of light were torn apart and the Empress' body flew up along with the feather. Only after flying up 1,000 feet did the feather finally run out of energy and slowly disappear into the air. Go! The Empress did not hesitate and pointed her finger again. The same brilliance appeared and attacked again. However, this time, the feather only flew for a few hundred feet before it disappeared. Obviously, the strength of the light green brilliance was more than twice as strong. Empress's eyes narrowed and her face showed a dignified expression. Once again, she stretched out her snow-white hand and patted her forehead. Once again, a palm-sized pure white feather grew out. This feather shone with a holy brilliance, and within it, there was a faint jade-like brilliance that was rotating. Go! The Empress did not hesitate to open her cherry lips. A hurricane was formed and the feather whistled in the whirlwind and rushed into the layers of light green nets in the sky. Bang bang bang. The impact this time was clearly not comparable to the previous one. However, this feather only traveled a distance of 1,000 feet compared to the first one before it let out a wail and disappeared in midair. However, after the mournful wail, hundreds and thousands of light nets were born in the sky. Slowly, they pressed down like snowflakes falling from the sky. Empress. Who was holding the Empress's hand, was a little anxious. Finally, she could not help but whisper, "Hurry up and fly away. Don't worry about this servant." Shut up. The Empress snorted coldly and her body suddenly descended. This world was very strange. As long as the Empress flew downwards, the light green brilliance did not seem to obstruct her. In fact, it did not even appear. When the Empress flew down and was about 100 feet away, the brilliance immediately flashed and blocked the Empress's head. Wang, a huge gust of wind blew. The Empress's body was like the eye of the wind. Countless amounts of heaven and earth spiritual qi were sucked into her body. However, as the heaven and earth spiritual qi was sucked in, the Empress's body gradually shrank. In just a few breaths, all the heaven and earth spiritual qi within 100 miles was sucked into the Empress's body. However, the heaven and earth spiritual qi outside 100 miles was blocked by the light green brilliance and could not penetrate at all. Chapter 2205. The instant the spiritual energy of heaven and earth came to a standstill, the Empress figure suddenly turned faint. The faint figure twisted within the hurricane, and a layer of faint figure appeared. The Empress seemed to want to merge with the wind, and floated to the edge of the green brilliance. Unfortunately, no matter how the Empress cast the spell, her figure could only turn faint, and could not disappear. This couldn't help but cause a trace of surprise to flash through the Empress' calm eyes. This was naturally the wind escape technique that the Empress gave to Xiao Hua. At this moment, when the Empress used it, it was an earth-shattering difference. In just the blink of an eye, the Empress flew more than 10 li away. In just a few breaths of time, the Empress had already flown to the edge of the green net. However, at this moment, the Empress figure could no longer maintain the previous state of invisibility. After a series of ripples, her figure gradually became visible, and her face that was originally white as snow became even whiter. And her eyes were filled with doubt and regret. It seemed that the wind escape technique's speed and effect were far from what she had expected. Rumble. With a series of earth-shaking rumbles, dark green pillars of light that were as thick as bowls appeared in front of the Empress like heavenly pillars that could shake the heavens and earth. They shot up from the ground and pierced straight into the sky, fusing together with the light green brilliance. The Empress knew that this was a crucial moment, and didn't dare to hesitate any longer. She tossed her hand, and a fist-sized jade seagull appeared in her hand. She spat out a mouthful of blood, and the jade seagull immediately became alive. It flapped its wings, and those scissor-like wings streaked across the sky, leaving behind traces of cracks. Transform as the jade seagull flew in front of her, the Empress figure floated up again. The jade seagull cut through hundreds of light pillars, and the Empress also flew more than 100 zhang. Like the net of light, the light pillars became more and more solid as they approached the outer layer. That jade seagull that could tear space finally crashed into a light pillar and stopped. It let out a mournful cry like a feather, and its brilliance faded away. It retreated back into a magic treasure and fell into the Empress' hand. Rise. A cold glint flashed through the Empress' eyes. She pointed her finger again, and a burst of pure white light flashed from her body. Two illusory figures emerged from the Empress' back. They were actually a pair of wings that were over 100 feet in size. Whoosh! The wings on the Empress' back flapped, and the Empress flew up once more. With a series of loud bangs, she broke through the dozen or so light pillars in front of her once more. However, the Empress' protective brilliance flickered repeatedly. Clearly, it couldn't hold on any longer. When the pillars of light collapsed, the Empress stopped in midair. She looked at the sparse pillars of light in front of her. Her eyes widened slightly, and the black pupils in her eyes almost covered her entire eyes. Go! The Empress scolded softly and shook her left hand. The jade seagull floated in the air. The Empress threw it with her right hand and Daoist's body involuntarily fell into the jade seagull. Then, another figure separated from the Empress and landed in the jade seagull. The jade seagull instantly emitted an extremely brilliant brilliance and disappeared on the spot. Ha ha ha! A hoarse voice echoed in the air. A dark green brilliance quickly appeared and hit the pillars of light. Ripples appeared in the gaps between the pillars of light, and then a pitch-black spatial crack appeared. The pure white jade seagull's body was faintly discernible. It only appeared for a moment before the jade seagull disappeared again. With a strange sound, fellow cultivator Dong Shan appeared in the void wearing a cloak. A strange sound came from within the cloak. It was the strange green seal text. Suddenly, it seemed to be pulled by a mysterious hand. At the end of the pillar of light, the void rapidly swelled like boiling water. Bubbles rushed out one after another. Rather than saying that the jade seagull came out with the bubbles, it was more accurate to say that it was squeezed out. However, at the same time the jade seagull appeared, the Empress figure also broke free from the jade seagull. She also formed a seal and the jade seagull rushed into the distance again. Ha ha ha, Xian, you even left your avatar behind. You still want to let the little girl escape. The strange green seal text was emitted once again, but the light pillars near the Empress avatar collapsed and came crashing down. The Empress avatar did not dare to be careless, and at the same time the light exploded, her figure suddenly flew downwards. With a loud bang, several pillars of light hit the jade seagull first. The sturdy jade seagull actually cracked and stopped in midair. Then, the pillars of light smashed towards the Empress avatar. It seemed to want to separate the avatar from the Empress. But how could the Empress dare to let fellow cultivator Dong Shan's plan succeed? She closed her eyes and slowly emitted a milky white brilliance, gradually filling the entire sky. The Empress avatar quickly dodged the pillars of light and used the 5 elements escape technique to rush underground. You want to take back your avatar? Xian, your imagination is too wonderful. Fellow cultivator Dong Shan's hoarse voice sounded again. This seat set up the array for a long time. Not only did it isolate the world's spiritual energy, but it also restricted magic power and divine sense. But it still let you break through here. Your Wind Clan's divine ability is indeed powerful. The Empress didn't answer. Her beautiful, slender neck slightly bent, and her phoenix eyes closed even more. Her long eyelashes trembled, and the milky white brilliance on her body became even more flourishing. Fellow cultivator Dong Shan naturally knew that the Empress was accumulating power. The hands hidden in his Daoist robes stretched out, and a light green brilliance flashed in his black, hairy palms. Pillars of light formed between the Empress avatar and her main body. At this moment, the light green brilliance in the air like a fishing net also fell, surrounding the Empress like an inescapable net. Wang wang wang. A rumbling sound came from the ground beneath the Empress' feet. With a loud bang, it was as if the world was collapsing. Countless ink-green brilliance splashed everywhere like ink. The Empress avatar rushed out from the ground and without any suspense, rushed into the Empress' main body. At the same time the avatar rushed into the main body, the milky white brilliance around the Empress was as brilliant as the sun. It suddenly expanded, and a pure white swan that was over 1,000 feet in length stretched out its beautiful body in the sun. As the swan straightened her slender neck, her wings also spread open. The halo of her wings was actually over 100 feet white. At this moment, the flapping of her wings wasn't an ordinary hurricane, but a mysterious fluctuation. Following the fluctuation, the surrounding green brilliance began to revolve. From time to time, it would collapse, and a black and white pattern would strangely appear in the air. With a sound, the swan stretched out her neck and let out a long cry. Her graceful body rushed into the black and white pattern. The swan's brilliance gradually disappeared, and her body also disappeared into the black and white. Go! Fellow Daoist East Mountain, who had been motionless all this time, suddenly moved. An equally mysterious ripple surged around him, and the ripple seemed to cause the surrounding space to collapse. Fellow Daoist East Mountain's cloak also disappeared, and a huge black wolf appeared in midair. Chapter 2206. The black wolf raised its head and howled. At this time, the moon was already high up in the sky. As the black wolf howled, countless rays of moonlight poured into the black wolf's body. Woo! A strange sound accompanied the dark green seal text rushing into the black and white lines where the swan was. Clearly, there was a layer of restriction around the swan's light. The fluctuations were easily blocked. However, the green seal text was like a worm. It first stuck to the surface, then burrowed into it. Once the green seal text burrowed in, the black wolf standing in midair immediately stopped howling. It actually raised its head, its black eyes flashing with cruelty and calmness. Sure enough, the swan's light was still dim, but the pure white body within the light began to tremble. At first, it was like an itch, then like a ripple, and finally, it trembled violently. The swan that had disappeared long ago reappeared in the black and white lines. Immediately, the black and white lines began to tremble as well. Black and white were no longer clearly separated, but gradually blurred and turned gray. Pung! Another loud sound rang out from afar. Oh! He Lang raised his head in confusion, only to see the jade gull that was previously suspended in midair suddenly explode. Dyer, who was inside the jade gull, rushed out of the dark green light pillar like an arrow under the protection of a pure white brilliance. Hee, do you think you can escape? The black wolf spoke in human language, but his voice was still hoarse. He slightly opened his mouth, and a dark green pillar of light suddenly appeared in midair, piercing through the pure white light. Ah! With a scream, Dyer could no longer maintain her human form. A pale yellow, duck-like demon beast appeared, and a fist-sized bloody hole appeared in her neck. However, the pure white light was not over yet. It continued to fly forward. Just as the black wolf was about to attack again, a clear cry rang out. The swan's body had completely retreated into the black wolf's formation. But following the swan's cry, an extremely pure white light appeared and shot straight at the black wolf. Ha ha ha! The black wolf looked up to the sky and laughed. Xian Wan, you're a cornered beast. You've been hit by the heavenly heart erosion. Can your innate holy light last? As expected, the white light was pure and holy when it first appeared around the swan, but after flying a few feet, it immediately turned into a pitch-black spot. As it flew further away, the pitch-black spot continued to expand. By the time it reached the black wolf, most of it was pitch black. The black wolf howled at the black and white radiance, and all of the radiance dissipated. Ah, a heavenly sound rose from the swan. The swan's body shook a little, and very elegantly stretched its neck, gradually transforming into a human form. However, this human form was several times taller than the previous queen's body, and had a pair of pure white wings on its back. Of course, there were now some pitch-black spots of light on his wings. Dongshan Yi. You've chased me from the demon realm all the way to Xiaoyu continent. In the end, I still fell into your trap. Xianwan, 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 dang, Xianwan, dang. Xianwan. The black wolf named Dongshan Yi roared, as if he was very unhappy with Xianwan's safety. At this time, he was also in human form, but different from Xianwan. He was about the same height as Xianwan, but his head was that of a black wolf. However, from the looks of it, he was also a female. Seeing Dongshan Yi so angry, Xianwan was still calm. Dongshan Yi, do you have any questions? Why did you imprison me? You finally asked. Dongshan Yi sneered, I thought you were always high up, always indifferent to everything. You're always looking up. Xianwan's eyes were like water, looking at Dongshan Yi pitifully, as if she was the ruler of the scene. You're not running anymore? Dongshan Yi was very dissatisfied with Xianwan's reaction and mocked. Why should I run? Xianwan laughed, now, there's only you from the demon realm in Xiaoyu continent. If I go, who will you talk to? You can really run. Dongshan Yi was still mocking, isn't your Feng clan born with the ability to travel through the void? Why don't you try again? Since I've failed once, why try again? Xianwan actually used her hand to comb her ink-black hair and said with a smile. Xianwan, are you always so calm? Did you not get angry when you found out you were trapped? Did you not have any doubts when you found out about the array of the demon realm? Did you find that you can't escape, that you're in danger of your body being destroyed, that your primordial spirit dissipating, that you can't enter reincarnation? You didn't panic? Dongshan Yi's voice was stern. I did. Xianwan continued unhurriedly, however, this matter is not under this consort's control, so what can this consort do? You. Dongshan Yi's eyes flashed with malice, don't worry, since you've fallen into my hands, I will make you beg for death. That's your idea. Xianwan stretched, as if she was relieved. But it has nothing to do with me. Dongshan Yi opened her mouth and a strange sound came out. Hundreds of thin green threads were born from the array and wrapped around Xianwan. Xianwan was not nervous at all. The wings on her back spread out slightly and white light pierced the air like flying swords. She completely blocked the green threads 10 feet away. Unfortunately, it was only for a moment. Black spots like rust and mold appeared on the light swords and quickly spread throughout the light swords. The light swords then collapsed and disappeared into nothingness. Then, all the green threads fell on Xianwan's body and gradually disappeared. A painful expression appeared on Xianwan's slightly raised lips. A kind of pitiful pain appeared on her eyebrows. Seeing Xianwan's incomparable elegance, Dongshan Yi's anger could not help but burn. Her body began to tremble. Layers of small green seal text appeared from her mouth and followed the path of the green threads into Xianwan's body. Ouch! Xianwan could not help but moan. Her body trembled and fell down. Her pure white wings trembled and protected her body. How is it? The pain of the heart is not something that anyone can endure. Do you still want to endure in front of me? Dongshan Yi smiled coldly. Her body also began to tremble because of the frequent use of green seal text. However, this trembling was far from the jealousy in her heart. It was also far from the pleasure of seeing Xianwan moan. Unfortunately, Xianwan did not care at all. Her entire body continued to tremble. The pure white brilliance flickered several times, just like her trembling eyelashes. Ha ha ha, Xianwan, what else do you have to say? Do you think you're stronger than me? Dong Shan laughed again. Her ferocious wolf head was especially ugly under the moonlight. How did you come to the Dawn Rain continent? A faint, still elegant voice that was obviously enduring pain sounded. My 10,000 demon realms demon race cannot come to the Dawn Rain continent with their true bodies. How did you do it? GGA. Dong Shan laughed proudly. I thought you were the ice lotus on the ice mountain, proud and aloof for 10,000 years. It turns out you have curiosity too. I just want to hear it. If you don't want to say it, you don't have to. Xianwan still replied indifferently. Humph, if your true body can come, why can't I? Dong Shan sneered. Ah. You were following me? Xianwan was stunned. You also noticed that short space crack. Why didn't I see your aura? More than just following? Dong Shan laughed. Don't tell me you haven't heard of the dream-changing waters ability? Oh, since you used the lizard race's secret treasure, it's normal that I couldn't find it. Xianwan's indifferent tone made Dong Shan's anger rise again. Don't you want to know how you were hit by my heavenly heart erosion? Dong Shan sneered. Yes, I am indeed surprised. It seems like my holy light has always been protecting my body. How did your heavenly heart erosion get in? Hee, do you still need to say it? Naturally, it's time for your avatar to come out. Dong Shan pointed proudly and laughed. Why don't you take a look? Isn't your holy light corroded enough here? Xiaoyu's eyes widened. Sure enough, where her body touched the ground, the pure white brilliance began to shrink. The black spots on the brilliance began to emit fine lines that extended towards the ground. It was clear that the ground was covered in heavenly heart erosion. Dong Shan, you've really been scheming. Xianwan sighed. You set up arrays in the air and all around to prevent me from escaping. There were also faint magic power fluctuations on the ground that seemed to be even stronger than the ones in the air. You made it so that I didn't dare to rashly fly down. When my avatar came out and wanted to forcibly escape, I deliberately left it with a chance of survival. Then, you prevented it from merging with my true body. However, my avatar was already tainted with a trace of heavenly heart erosion the moment it entered the ground. If my avatar didn't merge, your heavenly heart erosion wouldn't have been able to invade my holy light, right? So much so that you were certain you could kill this queen's avatar? Keek, Dong Shan laughed. Exactly. Although your avatar is powerful, this is not the 10,000 demon realm. It's already good that you can use 10% of your magic power. My formation is also used to restrict your divine ability, so it's not difficult for me to kill your divine incarnation. If you discover the heavenly heart erosion, I will naturally kill your avatar. Xianwan without her avatar is even less of a match for me. If I'm hit by the heavenly heart erosion, won't I fall into your trap? Xianwan sighed. You. What do you want to do? My Wind clan and your Dongshan clan don't seem to have any deep hatred. I've only met you a few times. There are many demon clans in the 10,000 demon realm. Which demon clan doesn't have hatred between them? Although the Wind clan is a higher clan, they're not friends with my Dongshan clan. Dongshan sneered. I have my own plans for capturing you. I just don't know if you'll cooperate. If you like this work, you're welcome to vote for it at Chidian. Calm. Chapter 2207. How do you want me to cooperate? Xianwan asked. If I agree, will you let me go? Dong Shanyi's eyes were filled with joy as he laughed strangely. Xianwan, this doesn't seem to be your style. You're actually proposing conditions to me? There's a saying in Dawn Rain Continent, how can a person not bow under the eaves? Xianwan said softly, since I'm here, I naturally have to seek survival. If you have anything to say, just say it. Good, straightforward. Dong Shani nodded. As long as you agree to my request, I'll make a blood oath to let you go. Well, say it, I don't need you to make a blood oath. In Dawn Rain Continent, your blood oath might not be useful. You have to answer 3 questions. Dong Shan said impatiently. Oh. Hearing Dong Shan Yi's question, Xianwan's trembling eyelashes suddenly rose. revealing a pair of beautiful eyes. The pupils in these beautiful eyes were actually slightly yellow. A kind of pure gold color. The first question is, why did you come to Dawn Rain Continent alone? Dongshan Yi asked. I saw you step into the space crack without hesitation, and your face seemed to be filled with joy. I'm here for a private matter. I'm afraid I can't tell you. Xian Wan shook her head. This matter has nothing to do with you, so don't ask. Good. Dongshan Yi nodded. This is not what I wanted to ask, but since you answered so honestly, I'm satisfied. What about the second question? The second question is naturally the Heavenly Feather Sacred World. Dongshan Yi laughed. Where is the sacred object of your Wind Clan, the Heavenly Pure Feather? You. Why are you coveting my Heavenly Feather Sacred World? Xian Wan was shocked and asked curiously. That's a place only people of my upper clan can go. Why are you going there? You don't need to ask where I'm going. You just need to tell me where the Heavenly Pure Feather is. Dongshan Yi grinned. Xian Wan shook her head. Although I'm the previous saintess of the Wind Clan, after marrying Mo Sa, I lost the qualification of saintess. I don't know where this Heavenly Pure Feather is. Don't think that I don't know anything. Dongshan Yi sneered. The Heavenly Pure Feather is the Wind Clan saintess' natal spiritual feather. You were the previous saintess, how could you not know where it is? Since you know the origin of the pure sky feather, you naturally know the purity of the pure sky feather. How do you explain this? Why must you force this consort to answer? The smile on Xian Wan's face was like 100 flowers blooming. Why would I ask you if I knew? Dongshan Yi spat out the strange green seal script syllables again. Xian Wan frowned in pain again. His shy smile was gone, and all that was left was pain. Dongshan Yi, the Heavenly Pure Feather is the saintess' holy purity. As long as Yang Qi enters the body, the Heavenly Pure Feather will immediately be tainted and lose the qualifications to enter the Heavenly Feather Sacred World. Xiang smiled bitterly. I've been in Qin Shui Palace for many years, so how can I still have the Heavenly Pure Feather? Otherwise, wouldn't my Wind Clan have many Heavenly Pure Feathers? So that's how it is. Dongshan Yi suddenly understood, but a look of regret appeared on his face. Oh, I understand. Xian Wan seemed to have only just realized. You risked your body to cultivate the green seal script to this level. You want to go to the Heavenly Feather Sacred World. That's right. Dongshan Yi laughed. Don't you think the green seal script is very powerful? Whether it's the 10,000 demon realm or the Dawn Rain Continent, there are unfathomable powerful beings. If I go to the Heavenly Feather Sacred World and eliminate the hidden dangers of the green seal script, wouldn't I be able to dominate the 10,000 demon realm? Difficult. Xian Wan shook her head again. Although I've never been to the Heavenly Feather Sacred World, I know that the green seal script is listed as a forbidden technique in the 10,000 demon realm. Even powerful beings don't dare to try it. Even if you go to the Heavenly Feather Sacred World, I'm afraid you won't succeed. Then what about Demon King Mo Sa's Void Sea Primordial Water? Dongshan Yi asked immediately. Xian Wan laughed when she heard this. It was a rare laugh. I finally know your plan. I also know why you're so scheming. That's right, that's my plan. Dongshan Yi answered without hesitation. Since you know, you'd better answer honestly. But Xian Wan stopped laughing and covered her heaving chest with her hand. She shook her head and said, the Void Sea Primordial Water is naturally in the Mo Sa Palace's treasury. This consort will naturally be able to answer you. Don't try to play tricks with me. Dongshan Yi sneered. Anyone who has eyes and ears in the 10,000 demon realm knows about Demon King Mo Sa's Mo Sa Palace. But who knows where the treasury is and how to enter it? As Demon King Mo Sa's most beloved concubine, you should know this secret. Of course I know. Xian Wan nodded. But why should I tell you? If Mo Sa knows that I revealed the secret of the treasury, do you think I'll be better off than this? Not necessarily. Dongshan Yi tempted. Who knows if it was you who leaked it? I only need a drop of primordial water. You're daydreaming. Xianwan shook her head again. It's not like you don't know Mo Sa's methods. Hee, wouldn't it be fine if I just search your soul? Yes, if you can search my soul, why are you wasting time with me? Xianwan answered indifferently. Sai Dongshan shook her head. Looks like you won't tell me even if I break my mouth. Then I can only tell you the truth. Tell me what? Xianwan raised her eyebrows. I know about the dark flower. And I know it's in the Dawn Rain continent. Dongshan Yi's eyes were bright as she stared at Xianwan. Xianwan couldn't help but exclaim. How do you know? There's no such thing as an airtight wall in this world. No news can be hidden from others. Even if Demon King Mo Sa doesn't know, others might know. Dongshan clearly knew what Xianwan wanted to ask. She said proudly, if there are only a few people who know about you and the dark flower, I'm one of them. What? If you tell me the location of the treasure trove, and even give me the primordial water, I'll tell you about the dark flower. Xianwan's eyes moved, but they were hazy like water for a moment. She immediately shook her head and said, now is now, and then is then. I have a clear conscience. Even if Mo Sa knows, I'm not afraid. Why should I be afraid of your coercion? Who is the dark flower? If he's in the Dawn Rain continent, how could he let you know? Yes. Dongshan nodded. You're indeed an ice beauty. Even someone as strong as the dark flower can't escape your beautiful eyes. You really can't be moved by this news. However, since I want you to have a clear understanding of what I'm doing, I'll tell you. I'll reveal a little to you. That dark flower founded a sect in the Dawn Rain continent. Chapter 2208. Founded. Ming. Xianwan said she didn't care, but she couldn't help but wonder, with the power of the dark flower, this sect was actually founded? Yes, indeed, this sect has been destroyed. Dongshan nodded. It was a very small sect, not many people on the Dawn Rain continent have heard of it. Xianwan nodded slightly. Dongshan laughed. The beloved concubine of the demon realm's demon king Mo Sa traveled the Dawn Rain continent for decades just to find the dark flower. If this were to spread, people would laugh their heads off. Xianwan didn't answer. Don't you want to know the name of that sect? Dongshan laughed. No. Xianwan shook her head, that has nothing to do with me. Alright, this information will be a gift. Dongshan laughed again, that sect is called Death Flower Ming. Sigh, what a strange name, I thought for a long time but still couldn't figure it out. Ha ha ha, Xianwan laughed happily, her bright wings trembling violently. What are you laughing at? Dongshan was stunned by Xianwan's incomparable happiness. I'm laughing at you. You don't have any information about the dark flower, you're just relying on the name of a destroyed sect. Xianwan exposed the truth. Dongshan was unmoved and coldly said, if you want to deceive me about the whereabouts of the dark flower, then you're underestimating me. Forget it, I'm not going to talk about this with you. I said that I'm just casually telling you because I want you to know that what I know and what I want to do is not something you can stop. I know, go ahead. A rare smile appeared on Xianwan's face. Dongshan Yi's eyes widened and she pointed, do you know what formation you're in now? Of course I didn't know, but I can see that you used a forbidden technique and vaguely know. This is probably some 8 desolation imprisonment formation, right? Xianwan said with a smile. That's right. You really are the holy maiden of the Wind Clan, Demon King Mo Sa's beloved concubine. Dongshan clapped, you even know about this ancient formation. I'm flattered. Xianwan said with a smile. It's a pity that it's too late, otherwise, there's no need to say anything else. Dongshan waved his hand, this seat knows of your Wind Clan's wind escape secret technique, I've long sealed off the wind here. As he spoke, he pointed his hand. Below the hill in the distance, a hazy green ring of light supported a yellow bead. Sigh, no wonder. You actually got the air-frozen bead of the mountain tribe. No wonder this queen couldn't fully display her wind escape technique. Xianwan exclaimed in realization, it seems you've been planning this for a long time. Not bad. Dongshan laughed coldly. I'm telling you all this because I want to tell you that this isn't all I have. This 8 desolate spirit imprisonment array is far from the 8 desolate spirit imprisonment array that you think it is. It's the Universal Spirit Exchange Array. Universe Spirit Exchange Array? Xianwan was a little confused. What's the difference? Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Dongshan laughed loudly, his body trembling. That strange mouth looked especially strange under the full moon. Strange. Xianwan shook his head slightly. Xianwan. Think about it, if your holy body had a filthy primordial spirit, the primordial spirit of a prostitute. The primordial spirit of a promiscuous woman, think about it, your pure white body being trampled on by the filthy dawn rain continent's lowly commoners. What are you thinking? Dongshan Yi's eyes flashed with a thoughtful cunningness, as well as the complacency of his scheme succeeding. You. Xianwan really didn't expect Dongshan Yi to have such a dark idea. He was truly shocked. His face also showed a panic that had never appeared before. How about it? Think about it, a body that Demon King Masa coveted was actually trampled on by a lowly commoner of the mortal realm. A pair of lips that even Dark Flower lost itself in, was actually tasted by a lowly commoner. What a joke that is. If Demon King Masa finds out about this, do you think your situation will be any worse than if he finds out that you leaked his treasury in order to preserve your loyalty to him? If you forced me to do this, even if you could return to Demon King Masa's side in the future, would you still have the face to live in this world? If that's the case, you might as well give me the Void Sea primordial water. Dongshan Yi's voice became more and more illusory, as if some faint green light was flying out. Ha ha ha. Only at this moment did Xianwan begin to laugh. A holy brilliance emerged from her body and quickly spread out from her body. The sound of wind and thunder suddenly filled the air. Following the sound of wind and thunder, the light transformed into strands of light that quickly wrapped around Xianwan. Xian cocoon. Dongshan Yi was shocked. Demon King Masa actually gave this to you? You actually don't care about the price? Do you not want to live anymore? Sure and coquettish language. Back then, I refused to marry the spring wind, but for no reason, I was misunderstood by the autumn wind. A murmured song came out of Xianwan's mouth. Her holy wings slowly retracted, wrapping around her body. Then, the cocoon of light returned to her body. Xianwan's eyes carried a look of unflinching death and a bit of attachment. The golden light in her eyes gradually dimmed, but in the dimness, it hid a scene from an unknown time ago. A figure as handsome as jade, standing between the heavens and earth. From afar, it looked abnormally shy, and its wings were like a frightened person. That small person's face was as red as the sun, and a low voice came. This concubine's nickname is Shang, only this concubine's deceased parents know. You are the only one in this world who knows, Xianwan scolded Dongshan, saying that Shang Huaming was just a fabrication by Dongshan, but her heart was filled with sweetness. It was as if every breath she took revealed her longing for that person, that demon, in that pure and holy light. Want to die? Not so easy. Dongshan sneered, and the strange rhythm of the green seal script came out of her mouth again. The entire formation began to tremble, and threads of dark green light appeared out of thin air, embedding themselves into Xianwan's body, blocking the light of the cocoon. However, at that moment, Dongshan Yi's body trembled violently, and an even darker green mist seeped out of her body. Roar! Incomparable pain, unbearable pain of the soul, arose from the depths of Dongshan Yi's body. Dongshan Yi couldn't help but raise her head and howl. That howl seemed to tear the space of the formation apart. Taking advantage of this gap, the cocoon quickly shrank, wrapping around Xian Wan into a large cocoon of light. The light of the cocoon of light gradually faded, and gradually became colorless. However, streaks of green light were faintly discernible within it, making it appear even more bizarre. Half of the night had passed, and the full moon had already set. An extremely bright star was twinkling in the sky as the first rays of dawn approached. Dong Shan-yi had returned to her original cloaked appearance. Looking at the cocoon of light on the ground, Dong Shan-yi's eyes narrowed, and she said coldly, "Xian Wan, you think you can seal yourself with a cocoon? If I want to do something, no one can stop me." As Dong Shan-yi pointed with his finger, the green light seemed to come alive and slowly flowed. It was actually made up of tiny green seal characters. Woo! In the void, the green net that had disappeared long ago reappeared, falling layer by layer on top of the cocoon of light. The surrounding light pillars also fell, and also smashed onto the green net. The cocoon of light gradually shrank into the ground, and not long after, there were no traces of last night's fierce battle, not even a trace of strange fluctuation. Even if Xian Wan passed by here again, she still couldn't detect the strangeness. Xiaoyu continent. It's still not the 10,000 demon realm. Dong Shani sighed. No wonder the demons can't pass through the spatial crack with their bodies. The spiritual energy here is very thin. As she spoke, her figure gradually disappeared, like water being splashed. Dong Shani naturally didn't know if Shang Huaming was created by Minghua, but it was just as Xian Wan thought. But was Xian Wan's idea just a delusion? Or was she the same as Dong Shan-yi, who did business because of culture? Even Xian Wan herself couldn't explain it clearly. As for Shang Huaming, the two guests from the 10,000 demon realm were worried about, just as Dong Shan-yi said, he disappeared in a flash among the thousands of cultivation sects on the Xiaoyu continent. However, Yellow Flower Ridge was still there, and the legend of immortals was still there. The charming white fog was still there. However, today, under the scorching noon sun, a gust of wind blew through the mountain forest where the white fog was. A passage appeared in the white fog that never dissipated all year round. A beautiful middle-aged female cultivator floated out of the white fog. If it wasn't for the worried expression on her face and her brows furrowed, she would definitely look like an elegant fairy. This person was none other than Xiao Xianrui, who was at the early stage of foundation establishment. Xiao Xianrui left Yellow Flower Ridge and released her divine sense. After looking for a moment, she took out a communication talisman and a jade slip from her storage bag. After looking through them with her divine sense, she flew towards the back mountain of Yellow Flower Ridge. It was the place where Xiao Hua hid when he first escaped from Yellow Flower Ridge. In the other direction of Yellow Flower Ridge, a communication talisman was secretly sent out, just like Xiao Hua. Xiao Xianrui's figure landed in the wilderness. However, Xiao Xianrui didn't look for it with her eyes, but with her divine sense. After waiting for a moment, Xiao Xianrui's eyes lit up and she flew towards a cliff. She saw that this cliff was very steep, and there was a huge rock outside the protruding cliff. On top of the huge rock, there was a small green robe. Xiao Xianrui flew onto the huge rock and stretched out her hand. She held the green robe in her hand, but her eyes looked at the dark cave in front of her and hesitated. Then she gritted her teeth and slowly walked in. The inside of the cave was quite big, wide enough for several people. After walking for a while, it suddenly opened up, and a space like an immortal's cave was revealed. And this immortal's cave was very obvious, it should have just been opened. "Yu Tsong, I am here, you can show yourself." Xiao Xianrui slowly walked to the center of the immortal's cave, looked around, and coldly called out. However, her voice only floated within 3 feet of the immortal's cave and didn't spread out at all. Xiao Xianrui seemed to be a little flustered and didn't notice at all. "Ha ha ha, Sister Xiao, you finally came, you made me wait for so long." A burly cultivator who looked like a farmer suddenly appeared from a corner. Xiao Xianrui actually didn't see what kind of magic he used. Chapter 2209. Yu Tsong, Xiao Xianrui's eyes flashed with a trace of disgust, and she sneered, "I am Jiang Fan's wife, and Jiang and sister-in-law. You can call I sister-in-law, or you can call me fellow Taoist. This big sister is still irrelevant. He, Sister Xiao, isn't sister-in-law the sister? Why do you ask when you already know the answer? Yutsong's eyes showed a lascivious smile, and he rubbed his thick palms hard. Xiao Xianrui felt a chill run down her spine. I have come. You should give Lu to I. Xiao Xianrui asked helplessly. He, sister, don't you think that I called you here just to see you and say a few words to you? How about I call you sister? Yutsong's eyes were full of laughter, but his face was serious, as if he was saying something different. You. Xiao Xianrui's face flushed. What do you want? Do you still need to say it? Yutsong stretched out his hand, as if to hug her, and shrugged. Don't you know what a man wants? Haven't you done it with Jiang Fan? Is Jiang Luer someone else's child? Yutsong. Xiao Xianrui's face was even redder, but her eyes were about to spit fire. You harassed I again and again. I thought that you were Jiang An's husband, so I tolerated you again and again. But you, why don't you give up your evil intentions? Jiang An is 100 times more beautiful than I. Why don't you be satisfied with her as your dual cultivation partner? Today, you did something that angered both men and gods, and took my Jiang Luer away. If my husband and Jiang Luer's grandfather knew about this, do you still have a way to live? Sister. How can you not know? Since I saw you, I was bewitched by you. Every day when I was dual cultivation with Jiang'an, I only saw you. Besides, although Jiang'an is beautiful, who doesn't get tired of it after a long time? You face Jiang Fan every day and night, don't you get tired of it? Don't you want to try someone else? Yutsong looked innocent. This man is right in front of you. You only need to take a few steps forward and you can hold him in your arms. Don't you want that? Bah! Xiao Xianrui was ashamed and angry. She spat and said, I am not such a shameless female cultivator. You are wrong. Is that so? Sister Xiao, it seems that you don't care about Jiang Luer at all. As Yutsong spoke, she actually took 2 steps back and pointed at her. Could it be that Jiang Luer isn't your boy? Could it be that you've already forgotten about Jiang Fan who's on the sickbed? You. What exactly do you want? Where is my Jiang Luer? Xiao Xianrui gritted her teeth. Yutsong shook his head slightly and said with a bitter expression, if you don't come over and hug me, I definitely won't say a single word. Moreover, I am a person who has tender feelings for the fairer sex, not a benevolent person. If I am not satisfied after this moment, then Jiang Luer's life. Fine. Xiao Xianrui gritted her teeth again and said, you, only want I to hug you? Yutsong shook his head vigorously again and took half a step back. This little one naturally doesn't have such simple thoughts. However, this little one still wants Big Sister to be completely willing. If Big Sister is willing to undress right now, this little one is also willing. Don't even think about it. Xiao Xianrui flatly refused. Sister can refuse, but you have to look at the green robe in your hand. Yutsong said coldly, if you don't want Jiang Luer to die, you have to listen to me. Then, Yutsong crossed his arms and said, aren't you going to come over quickly? Okay. Xiao Xianrui's eyes widened and her face was filled with helplessness. She could only walk slowly to Yutsong step by step. She hesitantly stretched out her arms as if she wanted to hug Yutsong. But just as she stretched out her arms, Xiao Xianrui waved her hands and hit Yutsong with a confinement spell. On the other hand, Yutsong did not resist at all. Instead, there was a trace of a sinister smile in his eyes. Why is that? Xiao Xianrui absolutely did not expect that she would succeed so easily. A few of her later plans were completely useless. Tell me, where is Jiang Luer? Xiao Xianrui stretched out her hand and grabbed Yutsong's throat, asking coldly. Save me. Save me. Yutsong suddenly cried out, seeing that Yutsong was actually shouting. Xiao Xianrui gritted her teeth and said, Yutsong, you definitely did not expect this day to come. If you call I boy out, However, before Xiao Xianrui, who was still flustered and exasperated, could finish her words, dozens of ice thorns emerged from the edge of the cave and shot towards the silent restriction spell that Yu Tsong had set up earlier. Walala, like raindrops falling on banana leaves, a burst of brilliance was annihilated, and the restriction spell in the cave disappeared. At the place where the ice thorns emerged, Jiang En's figure gradually appeared, her eyes about to spit fire. However, what was faster than Jiang En's figure was Jiang En's scolding voice, "Bitch! I knew it. You are coveting my Langjun. Just now, you lied to me, saying that you were going to Jinghua City to avoid my eyes and ears. Who knew, you were actually meeting him here? Wife. I'm innocent." Yu Tsong's voice sounded, "When did you come? Didn't you see? I was forced by her, how could I leave you to meet someone else? You still have the nerve to say that." Jiang En's figure had already flown to Xiao Xinrui and Yu Tsong sighed as she spoke, and she shouted, "Just now, you were sneaking around, did you think I didn't know anything? I saw that you were doing something that you didn't want to see me do, so I secretly followed you." Slap! As Jiang En spoke, she turned her hand and slapped Xiao Xianrui's face. Jiang En was also in Foundation establishment at this time, but unfortunately, she was still no match for Xiao Xianrui, who raised her hand to block it. Xiao Xianrui's face was also extremely red, and she hurriedly said, "Sister, listen to sister-in-law's explanation." "Bitch, what's there to explain?" Jiang En clapped her hands, and several yellow talismans were taken out, and she was about to cast them with her magic power. "You are having an affair behind my brother's back, how dare you explain it to me? If you want to explain it to my brother. I'll take you down now, you shameless bitch." Then, the yellow talismans in Jiang An's hand were thrown out, and all of them were thrown at Xiao Xianrui, and Yukong. Xiao Xianrui gritted her teeth, grabbed Yu Tsong with her left hand, and hurriedly retreated. With a wave of her right hand, a light flashed, and a round shield blocked in front of the yellow talismans. The ice thorns, fireballs, and other objects all hit the light and were gradually annihilated. Chapter 22:10. Bitch! How dare you say you have no affair with Yu Tsong? Jiang En said angrily, "If you have no affair with him, why are you protecting him? Let me kill him as well." How could Xiao Xianrui let Yu Tsong die? She still wanted to save her boy from Yu Tsong. "Sister! This is all a misunderstanding." Xiao Xianrui explained again, "There is nothing between sister-in-law and Yu Tsong. Sister-in-law has no choice but to come here to see him because Lu is in Yu Tsong's hands." Nonsense. Jiang Yan clapped her hands again. This time, she was clearly anxious. It was actually a ring-shaped Dharma artifact. It emitted a faint green light, and under the activation of her transcendence energy, it suddenly enlarged. "I saw it clearly just now. You forced Yu Tsong to retreat step by step. If it wasn't for the fact that you have something on him, how could he possibly have a private meeting with you again?" "What?" Xiao Xianrui was shocked. At this time, she recalled again and suddenly realized that everything that Yu Tsong had done before was premeditated. If there was a mute restriction, others couldn't hear anything. Wouldn't it be a misunderstanding? Would he treat her as a prostitute? Immediately, Xiao Xianrui's face flushed red. At this time, Jiang En's magic weapon had been activated. It turned into a 5-foot circle of light, flying at the top of the cave, and was about to fall on Xiao Xianrui. Xiao Xianrui looked at Yu Tsong's pale face and anxious expression, and said angrily, "Yu Tsong, I ask you, where is Jiang Lu? If you don't answer, I will immediately kill you." "Sister-in-law, don't force me. I've said it 10,000 times. I only love my wife in this life. I will never have an affair with you." Yu Tsong was anxious. "You threatened to hurt my wife's life to trick me here. Why are you slandering me for Lu's matter now?" Hearing Yu Tsong's words, how could Xiao Xianrui not know that she had fallen into Yu Tsong's trap? However, she didn't care whether she had fallen into his trap or not. She just activated her magic power and said coldly, "I will ask you again, where is Jiang Lu? He. Yu Tsong's face flushed red, looking anxious. This you really doesn't know. Even if you kill me, I won't know. You. Xiao Xianrui didn't expect that Yu Tsong wouldn't relent even at this moment. She would rather pinch him to death. However, could he really crush him to death? With a buzzing sound, Jiang An's ritual implement had already landed and covered Xiao Xianrui completely. Xiao Xianrui's magic tool had been shattered by Xiao Hua's magic hammer in Weeping Moon City. After returning to Yellow Flower Ridge, due to various reasons, she had never obtained another magic tool. At this time, seeing the halo falling, Xiao Xianrui had no choice but to cast a spell and retreat again. Unfortunately, this time, her defensive halo was instantly shattered by Jiang Lian's magic tool. The halo only paused for a moment before hitting Xiao Xianrui's right arm. Hiss! Xiao Xianrui sucked in a breath of cold air and felt a sharp pain. Her right arm had been broken. Blood seeped out of his Daoist robe. Good, good, good. Jiang'an was so angry that she laughed. I don't know how my husband attracted you. You would rather hurt yourself than let him go. I didn't believe it at first. But now, I have to believe it. As she spoke, Jiang'an pointed her finger and surged her magic power again, urging the ritual implement to hit Xiao Xianrui. Xiao Xianrui had no choice but to kick Yu Tsong's thigh. Yu Tsong's thigh flashed, and with a cracking sound, Yu Tsong's thigh was also broken. Yu Tsong couldn't help but scream. Yu Tsong, quickly tell me where Jiang Luer is. Otherwise, I will definitely make you wish you were dead. Xiao Xianrui's face was also ferocious. Bitch! How dare you! Without waiting for Yu Tsong to speak, Jiang'an said angrily, how dare you kill my husband in front of me? I'll kill you. The ritual implement was covered in green light, and it smashed toward Xiao Xianrui again. Since you don't want to say it, you can go to hell. Xiao Xianrui's eyes flashed coldly, and she lifted Yu Tsong's body to block in front of the ritual implement. Humph, I'll kill this guy first, then I'll take your life. Jiang'an didn't hesitate, and she didn't withdraw her ritual implement at all, directly attacking Yukong. Xiao Xianrui hated Yu Tsong, so of course, she wouldn't tolerate it. Yu Tsong was about to be killed by Jiang An's ritual implement. Stop. Don't you think you've caused enough trouble? Do you still want to wash your dirty linen in public? A slightly old voice sounded, and a sharp magic power came. Jiang An's ritual implement was immediately pulled back by the magic power, and it jumped in the air, the green light dimming. Seeing that the ritual implement was stopped, Xiao Xianrui's face suddenly turned pale, and she looked up at the cave entrance. Although Yu Tsong's back was facing the cave entrance, his face was pale, but he was obviously relaxed. After a trace of a smile flashed in his eyes, he actually landed on Xiao Xianrui's twin peaks. Father. Jiang'an heard the familiar voice and couldn't help but feel sad. She cried and said, didn't you see that bitch of the Xiao family seducing my husband? How will my face be? How will your face be? How will my face be? Cough, cough. Before Jiang An's voice fell, a weak voice full of hatred sounded, and a somewhat trembling figure appeared beside Jiang Jiantong, who was standing at the cave entrance. It was Xiao Xianrui's husband, Jiang Fan. Husband. You, why did you come out? Xiao Xianrui's face was as white as paper, and she didn't know what to do with Yu Tsong in her hand. If I didn't come out, how would I know what you've done? How would I know that you're so shameless? Jiang Fan said coldly. Husband, you've misunderstood. Xiao Xianrui hurriedly threw Yu Tsong to the ground and said, I didn't see Jiang Luer today, and I received a message from this guy, saying that he brought Jiang Luer here. He asked me to come here alone, and I can't tell anyone, or he'll kill Jiang Luer. If he says I can't talk about it, then I can't. Jiang Fan said coldly, although I'm sick, I'm not dead. Jiang Luer is your boy. Isn't he my boy? Why didn't you tell me? Husband, what's your illness like? How would I dare to tell you? Xiao Xianrui said anxiously. Fan is sick. You don't have to tell me, but what about me? Jiang Jiantong said coldly, I'm the leader of the 100 Herbs Gate. Can't you tell me? Father. Xiao Xianrui defended herself. Yutsong said clearly on the message charm that if I tell anyone, he'll kill Jiang Luer. I don't dare to take the risk. Hee, you only remember that Jiang Luer is your boy, but you forget that he has a father. Xiao Xianrui, do you think that I'm not his father? Jiang Fan suddenly sneered. Husband, what do you mean? Xiao Xianrui was stunned. However, Jiang Fan didn't say anything. Jiang Jiantong walked in front of Yutsong, pointed his finger, and released Yutsong's confinement technique. He said coldly, Yutsong, tell me the cause of this matter. Yes. Yutsong struggled to stand and said, Father-in-law, I have never dared to tell father-in-law. Sister-in-law, she has always been flirting with me. I know what she's thinking, but I don't dare to tell father-in-law, and I don't even dare to tell my wife. I know that my wife is outspoken. Once I tell her, she'll definitely find sister-in-law. If she makes a fuss, Brother Fan will definitely know. With his current illness, it will definitely cause a big problem. Tell me about today. Jiang Jiantong saw Jiang Fan's face gradually change and asked lightly. Yes, I received a message talisman today. It was from my sister-in-law. She said that she has something to discuss with me, and that it's related to Brother Fan's illness. She didn't let me tell anyone. Yutsong said again, I didn't want to come. But since it's related to Brother Fan's illness, if sister-in-law has something to ask of my 10,000 Flower Valley, she would be embarrassed to say it in front of others, so she wanted to say it behind their backs, so I came. However, after I came, I didn't see sister-in-law. After waiting for a long time, she came over. After she came, she immediately used a silent restriction spell and talked to me crazily, saying something about Brother Fan's illness and that she couldn't bear it. Sigh, in short, I found it hard to talk about it, and then she actually wanted to hug me. Of course, this son-in-law couldn't accept it and backed down again and again. Who knew that when she walked in front of this son-in-law, she suddenly used a confinement technique and restrained this son-in-law? Yutsong said. Father-in-law also knows that ever since sister-in-law built her foundation, her cultivation has improved greatly. Although I'm as strong as her, how could I fight her in such a short time? I was restrained by her in an instant. Then my wife appeared. Xiao Xianrui, is what Yutsong said true? Jiang Jiantong said coldly. Xiao Xianrui's face was pale. She didn't answer Jiang Jiantong's question, but looked at Yutsong and asked word by word, where is Jiang Luer? Sister-in-law. Your question is strange. Yutsong shook his head and said, how would I know where Jiang Luer is? Jiang Luer went to Medicine Farmer Peak with Lai Hong. They will return in the afternoon. Jiang Jiantong said indifferently. Jiang Luer was playing at Lone Staff Peak. When she saw Lai Hong go out, she clamored to go with him. Lai Hong had no choice but to send me a message talisman. Oh, Xiao Xianrui heard and immediately heaved a sigh of relief. She looked at Jiang Fan and said, Husband, I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, you can see Yutsong's message talisman. With that, Xiao Xianrui took out a red message talisman and handed it to Jiang Jiantong. Jiang Jiantong took it with a cold face. He scanned it with his divine sense and threw it to Xiao Xianrui, saying angrily, This is the message talisman you were talking about? Ah. Xiao Xianrui was stunned. She picked up the message talisman from the ground and scanned it with her divine sense. Her face turned pale immediately. There was no magic power in the message talisman, and there was no sound at all. This. Xiao Xianrui stared at Yukong, sister-in-law, now that things have come to this, I have no choice but to take out the message talisman. Yutsong smiled bitterly. He clapped his hands, took out a message talisman, and handed it to Jiang Jiantong. Jiang Jiantong scanned it with his divine sense and activated his magic power. Xiao Xianrui's voice sounded. It matched what Yutsong said. Chapter 22:11. No. Xiao Xianrui panicked. It's not from me. It was from half a year ago, when Yutsong was talking to me about my husband's illness. Shut up. Jiang Fan scolded. Bitch. How dare you defend yourself? Why can't you find someone else? How dare you find him? You're humiliating me. Brother, what's wrong with Yutsong? Although Yutsong looks dull, she's a foundation establishment cultivator after all. She's much better than you, bitch. Jiang'an argued. I saw it clearly just now. It was this bitch who took the initiative. My husband kept retreating. If you're angry, you should ask her how she built her foundation and where she got the talisman. Is this Jiang Luo really your own flesh and blood? Shut up. Jiang Fan glared at Jiang'an. He was about to speak, but then his face turned red. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Husband. Xiao Xianrui was shocked and hurried to his side. Go back. Jiang Jiantong was faster. He flew to Jiang Fan's side and supported him. He waved his sleeve and sent Xiao Xianrui flying. Jiang Jiantong was already in the late stage of foundation establishment. How could Xiao Xianrui get close to him? She kept arguing and didn't take the pill. The blood on her arm was even thicker. Humph. Bitch. Jiang'an carefully took out the pill and handed it to Yukong. Although her face was cold, her movements were gentle. When she walked past Xiao Xianrui with Yutsong, she couldn't help but spit on Xiao Xianrui's face and cursed. Xiao Xianrui looked wronged, but her eyes were unyielding. However, thinking of her boy, she tried to hide her unyielding look. She lowered her head and wiped Jiang and spit off her delicate face. She didn't say anything. Then, Xiao Xianrui looked at the empty cave and sighed. She took out a pill from her storage bag and swallowed it. When the pill dissolved, she got up and flew toward Yellow Flower Ridge. The fog of Yellow Flower Ridge was still easily opened by Xiao Xianrui. However, as soon as she passed through the fog and arrived at the welcoming pavilion, she was stopped by two elders in the early stage of Zhuji realm. The person in front was Lai Hong. Lai Hong cupped his hands with a cold expression and said, Young madam. My clan master has ordered you to pack up your things immediately. Take out all the items of my 100 Herbs Gate and leave Yellow Flower Ridge immediately. Elder Lai. Xiao Xianrui ignored Lai Hong's cold face and asked anxiously, Where is Jiang Luo? Didn't he go to Medicine Farmer Peak with you? Why didn't you go? Where's Jiang Luo? Lai Hong hesitated for a moment before saying, Young madam, don't be anxious. Jiang Luo wanted to go to Medicine Farmer Peak with this old man, but this old man received a message from the sect and rushed back. Jiang Luo is now with the sect leader. All right. Xiao Xianrui heaved a huge sigh of relief and prepared to fly in the direction of Minci Peak. But before she could fly, Lai Hong blocked her and said, Young madam, don't make things difficult for me. The sect leader has ordered you to pack up and leave Yellow Flower Ridge immediately. Elder Lai. Xiao Xianrui begged, I can leave Yellow Flower Ridge, but I must see Jiang Luo first. That's my flesh and blood. Besides, without Jiang Luo, where can I go? I beg of Elder Lai, I only want to see Jiang Luo and the sect leader wants to explain the matter clearly. It's all a misunderstanding. Lai Hong was in a difficult position. Looking at the other elder with a thin face, he said hesitantly, Elder Huang Ri, you see, How can this old man dare to disobey the sect leader's orders? Young madam, you'd better leave Yellow Flower Ridge quickly. As for whether it's a misunderstanding or not, it has nothing to do with us. Huang Ri said coldly, although you're also an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator with profound dermic powers, you're still no match for Elder Lai and I. Don't force us to make a move here, it's not good for either of us. Swoosh, Xiao Xianrui suddenly took action. A large number of yellow talismans flew out, and dozens of fireball talismans enveloped Lai Hong and Huang Ri while she hurriedly flew towards Minci Peak. This old man knew you had this idea. Huang Ri did not panic. With a clap of his hand, he took out a wooden staff-like magic tool. With a slight shake of his hand, a green vortex appeared, sucking in all the fireballs. A muffled rumbling sound could be heard. Rays of green brilliance splashed in all directions, annihilating all the fireballs. "Young madam, stay here." Huang Ri raised his hand, and the wooden staff was like a green vine that rapidly extended and chased after Xiao Xinrui. It was about to strike Xiao Xinrui's bloodied right arm. With a light pang, Xiao Xinrui did not even turn around to resist. She only raised her right arm and blocked the wooden staff, while her left hand struck out several confinement spells. Huang Ri did not expect that Xiao Xinrui would rather injure herself to block his pursuit. Naturally, Lai Hong was also surprised, and he hurriedly struck out a spell to block in front of him. Their pursuit was blocked, but Huang Ri's wooden staff struck Xiao Xinrui's right arm. With a flash of light, the defensive yellow talisman was instantly shattered. Xiao Xinrui's right arm was instantly lacerated, and blood splattered everywhere. "Humph!" Xiao Xinrui gritted her teeth and snorted coldly. She did not care about her injuries and hurriedly flew towards Mincy Peak. "How dare you!" Huang Ri was enraged. He activated his dermic powers, and the wooden staff was like a green wooden snake that chased after Xiao Xinrui. However, Lai Hong tugged at his sleeve and said, "Elder Huang, where it is possible to let people off, one should spare them. Moreover, this is the young madam. If we can spare her, we should spare her." "Elder Lai, you are wrong." Huang Ri flicked his sleeve and blocked Lai Hong, saying, "In my eyes, the sect master's words are the heavens. I don't care about the young madam or young master. As long as the sect master says to let her go, then she must go." Hee hee. Hearing Huang Ri's words, Lai Hong retracted his hand and only smiled coldly. However, a trace of mockery flashed in his eyes. However, he did not dare to be negligent. He flew behind Huang Ri and chased after Xiao Xinrui. Although Xiao Xinrui had built her foundation later, she had received the soul accumulation talisman from Xiao Hua in Weeping Moon City. After building her foundation, her dermic powers and cultivation were not inferior to Lai Hong and Huang Ri's. She might not be able to compete with the two of them in a fight, but when she flew, she actually gained an advantage. Not long after, Xiao Xinrui flew up to Mincy Peak. She saw Jiang Jiantong in front of the guest hall, carrying a 3 or 4-year-old child in his arms. He was about to walk in. Beside him, there were 100 Herbs clan disciples crowding around the already awakened Jiang Fan. "Jiang Luer." Xiao Xinrui could not help but call out loudly, "Mother." When the child heard this, he was overjoyed. He reached out his chubby little hand and grabbed at Xiao Xinrui. Chapter 22:12. "Humph." Jiang Jiantong turned his head and snorted, "Useless thing." However, since Xiao Xinrui had already flown to Mingli Peak, Jiang Jiantong could only wave his sleeve, and a surge of magic power gushed out, blocking Xiao Xinrui from approaching. "Xiao Xinrui, what else do you want?" Jiang Jiantong said coldly, "This old man has given you enough face by allowing you to leave quietly. Could it be that you want this old man to announce your scandal to the public?" "Father." Xiao Xinrui landed on the ground and pleaded, "I've been wronged. I really didn't do anything to let Brother Fan down. I'm not your father." Jiang Jiantong said coldly, "Your father is Xiao Hongyue, and he was buried in Yellow Flower Ridge long ago. Don't call me father in the future. As for whether you were wronged, or whether you did it yourself, I'm not blind. I can see everything clearly, so I don't need you to explain." "Okay." Xiao Xinrui looked at Jiang Fan and pleaded, "Brother Fan, I've been with you for so many years, don't you know how I treat you? Don't tell me you don't trust me. I did want to believe you." Jiang Fan said through gritted teeth, "But how can you make me believe you? You know that guy is a pervert, but you still keep in touch with him and stay alone with him. Isn't it just that you don't trust me?" Today, Jiang Hong saw everything and caught the two of you on the spot. What can you quibble about? Since you have this idea, I'll help you. Why do you have to be entangled here? Brother Fan. Xiao Xianrui still didn't want to give up and said, today's matter is obviously Yu Tsong's trap. How could Jiang Hong lie in the caves so early, and how could my husband and father arrive at that time? Isn't this very strange? Don't call me father, I have nothing to do with you. Jiang Jiantong said coldly again, I don't know why Fan was there. But I went out with Fan. But when I saw you sneaking out of the maze of Yellow Flower Ridge, I became suspicious and went to check it out. Xiao Xianrui's heart was as cold as ice. Looking at Jiang Jiantong, she understood something. Maybe Jiang Jiantong didn't mean it, or maybe he did it on purpose. It was a piece of cake for him. Let's not talk about what happened today. Jiang said coldly, where's the jasper saber I gave you? When I was here, you couldn't build your foundation, but when I left, you immediately did it? Or did he build his foundation when all the disciples were sacrificed and no one was around? How did you get the talisman? Sighed Brother Fan. Xiao Xianrui sighed and said, didn't I already say it? It was a cultivator dressed in camouflage robes who smashed my jasper saber with a demonic hammer. The moment he killed me, I involuntarily entered Foundation establishment. That's when that cultivator gave me the talisman. Ha ha ha. Jiang Fan laughed until tears rolled down his cheeks. He raised his hand with difficulty and said, are you trying to fool a 3-year-old boy? A demonic weapon. Who else could have a demonic weapon except for a demonic cultivator from the Heavenly Demon Sect? And what kind of cultivators are those from the Heavenly Demon Sect? What yin and yang dual cultivation? What female babies? What kind of dirty cultivation methods don't they have? You built your foundation under the hands of a demonic cultivator from the Heavenly Demon Sect. How could I not be suspicious? And why did the cultivator from the Thunder Control Sect give you a peacock doll? Why do you like peacock dolls so much? Do I need to say more? What's the talisman? It's something that even my father didn't get. My 100 Herbs sect can't even exchange for the talisman, but that cultivator gave it to you so easily. You think you're his disciple? If you didn't have an affair with him, he wouldn't have given you such an important thing. Xiao Xianrui's face turned pale. She was speechless. What she said was the truth, and it really happened. But in the eyes of others, there were so many flaws. There were thousands of pieces of evidence to prove her infidelity. Things in this world really couldn't stand up to scrutiny. Especially in the eyes of those who wanted to see it. Do you want me to say more? Jiang Fan said coldly, do you want to tear apart the last bit of face? Since you want to tear it apart, then let's tear it apart. Xiao Xianrui clenched her teeth and said, I'd like to see how shameless I can be. Good. Jiang Fan pointed at Jiang Luer and said, tell me what's wrong with Jiang Luer. Humph. Xiao Xianrui said coldly, so you've always been suspicious of Jiang Luer's identity? That's right. Jiang Fan said with a hideous smile, there was a problem with my body when I built my foundation. Originally, I couldn't have children. But I didn't expect that 3 years ago, you would get pregnant. Ha ha ha. Isn't this a bit too much of a coincidence? Thinking back to that day, I'm afraid you've already planned it. Yes, that's right. I planned it. Xiao Xianrui nodded and said, Jiang Luer is not your son. Give him back to me, and I'll leave Yellow Flower Ridge immediately. Ha ha ha, bitch, you finally admit it. Jiang Fan said with a hideous smile, in that case, what happened today was not a coincidence, and what we saw was not a misunderstanding. If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. Xiao Xianrui said coldly, but I was forced to be with such a vulgar person, which really slandered me. But it doesn't matter now. You can say whatever you want. As long as you give Jiang Luer to me, I'll take all the responsibility. You want to take Jiang Luer away? You're really delusional. Jiang Jiantong sneered and said, Luer is the next leader of the 100 Herbs faction. If you take him away, won't my years of hard work be in vain? Father. Leader Jiang. Xiao Xianrui said anxiously, I'll promise you anything. I'll accept all the dirty water, but, since Jiang Luer is not your son, why can't you give him back to me? Do I need to tell you the reason? Jiang Jiantong glared at Xiao Xianrui and said, go. For Jiang Luer's sake, I won't take your life. But you want to take Jiang Luer away? That's absolutely impossible. Then Jiang Jiantong waved his hand and said, are you all stupid? Drive this bitch out of Yellow Flower Ridge. As for himself, he was about to walk into the reception hall with Jiang Luer in his arms. Luer. Xiao Xianrui called out anxiously. Mother. Jiang Luer didn't understand what they were saying, but he listened obediently and didn't disturb the adults. But at this time, when he saw Xiao Xianrui's anxiety, he suddenly understood what his mother was thinking, so he hurriedly called out. That's not your mother. Your mother died a long time ago. Jiang Jiantong said with a smile, the mother in front of you is just the mother Grandpa found to feed you. No, my mother is Luer's mother. Jiang Luer didn't fall for the trick and struggled in Jiang Jiantong's arms. Luer. Xiao Xianrui flew out and rushed to Jiang Jiantong. Get lost. Jiang Jiantong waved his sleeve and a huge force surged out, shaking Xiao Xianrui more than 10 feet away. Xiao Xianrui fell down, and her injured right arm oozed blood again. Xiao Xianrui took a breath of cold air, got up and crawled to the ground, crying, Leader Jiang. I beg you. Give Jiang Luer back to me. I can't live without Jiang Luer, and Jiang Luer can't live without his mother. Get lost. Jiang Jiantong still said only one word. Brother Fan, please do me a favor. Xiao Xianrui knelt on the ground again and said to Jiang Fan, who was surrounded by people, you know, I didn't have a mother since I was young, and I know the loneliness of not having a mother since I was young. When I gave birth to Jiang Luer, I secretly swore that I would never let him live without a mother again, and I would never let him repeat my mistakes. If I wasn't by his side, Jiang Luer would definitely cry. Please do me a favor and let me take Jiang Luer away. What does this have to do with me? Jiang Fan sneered, Jiang Luer is not my flesh and blood. What happens to him in the future has nothing to do with me. Mother. Jiang Luer seemed to understand something. He cried in a hoarse voice and stretched out his little hand with all his strength. Unfortunately, in Jiang Jiantong's hands, Jiang Luer was even less than a chicken. There was no chance for him to struggle at all. Xiao Xianrui felt like her heart was being twisted by a knife, and her whole body was being torn apart. The pain in her right arm was nothing at all at this time. Don't worry. Jiang Jiantong laughed, it's just a few days. Jiang Luer still has you in his heart. Tomorrow, this old man will find him a beautiful mother, and he will soon forget about you. He will never have a day without a mother. Moreover, Jiang Luer will be the young lord of our 100 Herbs Gate in the future. What glory, wealth, mental cultivation methods, and panaceas can he not have? How can he compare with you and Xiao Yuehong? Thinking of Yu Tsong's trick, Xiao Xianrui's face suddenly changed. She kowtowed and said, Leader Jiang, please let Jiang Luer go. He is still young and is not a chess piece in your game. If Jiang Luer follows me, he can live a few more years. If he stays in Yellow Flower Ridge, I'm afraid, bah. Bitch. Jiang Jiantong was furious and scolded, you know so much. Get out of here. Leader Jiang. At this time, Xiao Xianrui no longer had the demeanor of a cultivator in the early stage of foundation establishment. She only had the painstaking efforts of a loving mother and the love of holding a child in her arms. She had long forgotten about her cultivation and hoped that her pleading could move Jiang Jiantong. I won't leave even if I die. I want to stay by Jiang Luer's side. You won't leave? Jiang Jiantong rolled his eyes and nodded. You only need to agree to 3 of my conditions, and I will agree to them. Father. Jiang Fan said angrily, why do you want to keep such a shameless bitch? Don't you think this boy has lost a lot of face? Okay. Xiao Xianrui was afraid that Jiang Jiantong would go back on his word, so she quickly said, there is no need to say 3. I will agree to thousands of conditions, as long as I can stay by Jiang Luer's side. Jiang Jiantong ignored Jiang Fan and said with a smile, Xiao Xianrui, these 3 conditions are very simple. First, you can stay by Jiang Luer's side, but you can't say that you are his mother. You can only be his nanny. Chapter 22:13. Okay. Xiao Xianrui agreed without hesitation. The second condition is to destroy your cultivation. I don't feel at ease leaving an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator in the 100 Herbs Gate. Okay. Xiao Xianrui agreed without hesitation. To her, her child was far more important than her cultivation. The third condition? You're going to ruin your own face. You should know that the reason you ended up like this is because of your face. Okay. Xiao Xianrui didn't even think and agreed without hesitation. What was her face? The flesh and blood that fell from her body was far more important than her appearance. Even Jiang Jiantong didn't expect that his harsh conditions were simply to make things difficult for Xiao Xianrui. However, Xiao Xianrui agreed without hesitation. Jiang Jiantong's jaw dropped in shock. Jiang Jiantong had underestimated the love of mothers for their children. Okay. Jiang Jiantong clapped his hands and said, in that case, I have nothing else to say. If you fulfill these 3 conditions now, I will let you stay. Okay. Xiao Xianrui stood up shakily, her lips trembling. She looked at Jiang Luer and said, Luer, take a good look at your mother and look at my face. Mother can't accompany you in the future. I hope you can remember this face of mine. Mother. Jiang Luer's tears wet her little face. Gate leader Jiang, please take Luer away. I'm afraid that destroying my face will frighten the child. When I recover from my injuries, I will immediately change my appearance and become his nanny. Xiao Xianrui looked at Jiang Luer again and said to Jiang Jiantong with a determined look in her eyes. Okay. Jiang Jiantong smiled and nodded. It was time to leave. Rumble, an earth-shattering sound rang out, and the entire yellow flower ridge shook. Jiang Jiantong and the others were still fine. Their bodies swayed slightly and flew into the air. Xiao Xianrui, on the other hand, lost her balance and fell to the ground. She was mentally and physically exhausted and had lost a lot of blood. She actually fainted. Many of the aura refining disciples also staggered and almost fell down. What's going on? Jiang Jiantong was furious. Rumble. Then there was another series of tremors. Even the air began to ripple. Someone is attacking our 100 Herbs Gates formation. Jiang Jiantong came to a realization and hurriedly said to Lai Hong and Huang Ri, elders, quickly bring this disciple over to take a look. Once this old man is done with this matter, I will head over immediately. Yes. Lai Hong had wanted to leave long ago. When he heard Jiang Jiantong's instructions, he immediately pulled Huang Ri's sleeve and flew out of mindless worship peak. Humph, slut, you actually dare to act in front of this old man. Seeing that Xiao Xianrui had fainted, Jiang Jiantong sneered, how could a cultivator in the early stage of foundation building faint so easily? Men, go and see what's going on. Quickly settle this matter. Truly unlucky. If I had known earlier, I would have. An aura-refining female disciple flew over. After taking a look, she hastily reporting to Sect Master, young madam has indeed fainted. Slap him. What young mistress? There's no such thing as a young mistress in my 100 Herbs Gate. Jiang Fan cursed. Yes, disciple knows her mistake. The female disciple was afraid and hurriedly admitted her mistake. Why aren't you waking her up? Jiang Jiantong scolded. Rumble. Another earth-shaking tremor shook the earth. Jiang Jiantong frowned and handed Jiang Luer to a disciple beside him. He raised his head and looked into the distance, saying curiously, who's coveting my yellow flower ridge again? It seems like no one has come to provoke us for a long time. The female disciple took out a small gourd, pulled out the cork, and placed it in front of Xiao Xianrui's nose. Xiao Xianrui's nose twitched a few times, and her eyes began to move. She slowly woke up. Reporting to Sect Master, Young, she's awake. Before Jiang Jiantong could take out the jade tablet that controlled the array to examine the situation outside, he heard the female disciple's report. Jiang Jiantong didn't care and said coldly, Xiao Xianrui, hurry up. If you want to leave, you can leave now. If you want to stay, quickly cripple your cultivation. I know. Xiao Xianrui woke up and sighed slightly. She looked down at her right arm. It was a bloody mess, and even her bones were exposed. She couldn't help but plead, I'm seriously injured. Can you let me rest for a few days? In your dreams. Jiang Jiantong said coldly, don't try to delay. Then, you have to let me take the elixir, right? Xiao Xianrui said with a bitter smile, now that I've crippled my cultivation, I'm afraid I can't even keep my life. Then you'd better go. Jiang Jiantong said impatiently, what does your life have to do with me? Okay. Xiao Xianrui gritted her teeth. Just as she was about to practice, a voice came, Father-in-law, why do you have to do this? What's wrong with letting her take the elixir? I saw that outside the array, there seemed to be someone who didn't want to live coming to provoke us. Why don't we let this person live? Although she slandered us, we can't not treat her well. Jiang Jiantong looked over and saw that it was Yu Tsong, who had just retreated. Obviously, he was also awakened by the movement outside the array. Okay. Since my good son-in-law has interceded, I'll let you take the elixir. Jiang Jiantong wanted to refuse, but when he thought of the sect outside the array, he gritted his teeth and nodded. Xiao Xianrui looked coldly at Yu Tsong and Jiang Yan, who was gritting his teeth behind Yukong. She clapped her hands and took out a healing elixir. But before she took it, her heart moved slightly, and she inexplicably took another elixir made by Xiao Hua. Xiao Xianrui had never used this elixir before. This was the first time. A warm current gushed out from her body, and the elixir rushed to her right arm. A numb and itchy feeling came from the wound. The magical elixir repaired the wound. Although new granulation was not visible to the naked eye, it was clearly seen by divine sense that it was rapidly growing. Oh! What kind of elixir is this? Yu Tsong noticed it, and Jiang Jiantong was also slightly stunned. But at that moment, a communication talisman flew over with a whistle. Jiang Jiantong raised his hand and grabbed the communication talisman. He activated his dermic powers and crushed the communication talisman. Lai Hong's anxious voice came from it. Reporting to Sect Master, the incoming person is very fierce. He's an early-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. We are no match for him. Elder Huang Ri was killed by the incoming person with a Dharma treasure in just one move. Now, the incoming person is using true Samadhi fire to burn the array. At the same time, he's using another Dharma treasure to attack the array. That Dharma treasure is extremely powerful. Sect Master, please hurry and help. Otherwise, it will be broken in a short while. Ah! Jiang Jiantong and Yu Tsong were shocked. They were very clear about Huang Ri's cultivation. He was a cultivator who had reached Foundation establishment long ago. How could he be killed in just one move? Right, how many people are there? Who are they? What do they look like? Yu Tsong asked. Chapter 22:14. I don't know either. Jiang Jiantong glanced at the resting Xiao Xianrui and flew up with a smile. Son-in-law, can you fight the enemy with me? Ha ha ha. That's what I should do. Yu Tsong flew into the air with a smile. Now that 1,000-Flower Valley and 100-Herb Gate are won, how can I not help father-in-law? Jiang Jiantong pulled 1,000-Flower Valley's Yu Tsong to fight the enemy, and the person who came was Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua used the bright thunder escape that he cultivated to the limit in a place with no one around, and with the help of the teleportation array, he arrived at Yellow Flower Ridge in the shortest time possible. His divine sense swept across Yellow Flower Ridge, and Xiao Hua had mixed feelings. There was the humiliation of being forced to leave Yellow Flower Ridge, and also the hatred of Shang Huaming's death. Xiao Hua used the bright thunder escape to fly to Yellow Flower Ridge, and in the meantime, he had already put on the bewilderment mask. When he arrived at Yellow Flower Ridge and saw the familiar fog, Xiao Hua did not hesitate to use the cloud-suppressing seal. He activated his magic power, and the cloud-suppressing seal flew out with a rumble. Like millions of trembling ants, it flew into the air and gradually enlarged until it was like a small mountain dozens of meters in size. Go! Xiao Hua was extremely satisfied. This cloud-suppressing seal was not as good as the soaring dragon shears as a magic treasure, but it was just right to attack the array of Yellow Flower Ridge. Boom! With a loud sound, the cloud-suppressing seal smashed into the fog. Light flashed on the fog, and the entire fog fluctuated like a wave, and the entire mountain peak and ground shook, undulating. Ha ha ha! Xiao Hua laughed out loud. He waved his hand again, and a wall of true samadhi flame that was several dozen feet tall was sent out at the same time, surrounding the mist of Yellow Flower Ridge. The tongue of flame licked the mist as if it had a mind of its own, and the mist actually gradually disappeared within the tongue of flame. Oh! This fog is actually so powerful? Xiao Hua saw this and was not surprised. No one knew the power of his samadhi true fire better than him. He thought that once he ignited the samadhi true fire, this fog would definitely melt like snow, but he didn't expect it to be so difficult to deal with. Shang Huaming, actually have some foundation. Xiao Hua felt even more rueful, and his hatred for the spirit grass gate grew even more. He raised his cloud-suppressing seal again and struck at the fog array. Where did you come from? How dare you cause trouble for my 100 Herbs Gate all by yourself? Are you tired of living? Huang Ri also deserved this calamity. When this guy saw Xiao Hua come to challenge 100 Herbs Gate alone while dressed in a camouflage robe, and his transcendent artifact was also powerful, he had long been envious. Moreover, how many cultivators were capable of coming to the 100 Herbs Gate to cause trouble? In the past, weren't early Foundation establishment cultivators trying to take advantage of 100 Herbs Gate by relying on their numbers? Now that Xiao Hua had come alone, how could he attract Huang Ri's attention? Elder Huang. It was still Lai Hong who was attentive and hurriedly wanted to remind him. However, just as he spoke, Huang Ri had already activated his magic power and flew out. The wooden staff that had previously injured Xiao Xinrui also flew out. It drew a nimble arc in the air and attacked Xiao Hua. Huang Ri actually wanted to make the first move. Firstly, he could seize the initiative. Secondly, if he captured Xiao Hua, Lai Hong would not be able to snatch the cloud-suppressing seal from him. Xiao Hua originally did not want to use ruthless methods right from the start, but seeing Huang Ri's character, attacking without saying anything, just like the 100 Herbs Gate disciples he had encountered earlier, he was already furious. With a wave of his hand, the soaring dragon shears flew out. He said coldly, "This old man is just an unorthodox cultivator, and I'm tired of living." What's the matter? Fellow Daoist, are you tired of living too? The soaring dragon shears drew a golden arc in the air and slashed at the wooden staff. With a "ci" sound, the wooden staff was sliced apart by the soaring dragon shears. It did not seem to stop. Oh. Not good. Huang Ri excitedly flew out and was immediately doused with cold water by Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua actually used 2 transcendent artifacts. How could Huang Ri not panic? However, Xiao Hua was furious. Seeing him was like seeing Jiang Jiantong, and also like seeing Xiao Hongyue get killed. How could he let him go? Huang Ri's expression changed greatly. Before he could turn around and escape, Xiao Hua shook his hand again and used the heaven and earth sleeve technique. In an instant, the spiritual energy within 2 zhang of Huang Ri was sucked dry. Not only was Huang Ri's magic power stagnant, he was also unable to move. Xiao Hua's eyes flashed. The soaring dragon shears were like a dragon swinging its tail, slicing through Huang Ri's body. The defensive yellow talismans around Huang Ri were like paper. He did not even have time to scream before he was cut in half. His corpse fell into the air. Although Lai Hong did not underestimate Xiao Hua, the situation in front of him was still too too out of his expectations. He did not dare to delay and immediately flew back into the formation. He did not even have time to summon the Qi refinement disciples who followed him out. Humph! Xiao Hua's soaring dragon shears slashed a few times in the air before stopping. He coldly looked at the 100 Herbs Gate disciples who were scared witless as they fled into the formation. He pointed the cloud-suppressing seal, and the treasure whistled and smashed towards the place they were rushing in. Who? At this moment, Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat. He immediately turned his head and swept out with his divine sense. However, there was nothing out of the ordinary in the surrounding 300 meters or even a few kilometers. Strange. Xiao Hua was slightly surprised, but he did not care. He activated his magic power again and smashed the cloud-suppressing seal on the formation again and again. Yellow flower ridges never dispersing fog was gradually thinning. Buzz. The sound of a swarm of bees could be heard. Several unusually resplendent rays of light flew out from the fog like peach blossoms, spiraling and blocking the cloud-suppressing seal. Fellow Daoist, don't be anxious. I am Yutsong from the 10,000 Flowers Valley. Please show mercy. Yutsong did not come out, but his artifact was a step ahead of him. He even used the name of the 10,000 Flowers Valley. Immediately after, the bronze-colored Jianghu blossomed with rays of light. Along with the peach blossoms, it slowly spiraled and blocked the cloud-suppressing seal and the peach blossoms. Oh! 10,000 Flowers Valley? Xiao Hua pretended to be stunned and asked curiously, isn't this 100 Herbs Gate? Why did you come out of the 10,000 Flowers Valley? What does fellow Daoist have to do with 100 Herbs Gate? Xiao Hua's question had just landed when Jiang Jiantong and Yutsong, along with the elders and disciples of 100 Herbs Gate, flew out from the formation. Jiang Jiantong's face was full of anger, while Yutsong's face was smiling. Who are you, fellow Daoist? You dare to bully my 100 Herbs Gate? You killed an elder of my 100 Herbs Gate as soon as you saw him? Jiang Jiantong's divine sense swept across the cloud-suppressing seal and then looked at the true Samadhi fire. He knew that Xiao Hua was not easy to bully, but he could not lose face as the gate master, so he shouted coldly. Hee hee. What? This old man is so arrogant. What can your 100 Herbs Gate do to me? Xiao Hua saw Jiang Jiantong and saw his enemy. Although he already had a plan in mind, he could not help but be filled with anger. He pointed his finger, and the cloud-suppressing seal was raised high. It circled around a few peach blossoms and smashed directly at the Jianghu. Jiang Jiantong naturally could not back down. He also activated his magic power, and the Jianghu slowly flew up and also rushed up. With a loud rumble, the cloud-suppressing seal slightly rolled in the air. It was hit by the Jianghu and flew up more than 10 feet. As for the Jianghu, it also rolled and fell several feet from the air. He actually has the strength of a middle foundation establishment cultivator. Jiang Jiantong was slightly stunned. His divine sense could not see through Xiao Hua's bewilderment seal, so he could only tell from Xiao Hua's magic treasure. This magic treasure is so powerful. I don't know which sect this cultivator is from, but he actually has a secret technique to use 2 magic treasures. Although this magic treasure is not as good as this old man's medicine king cauldron, but, if the other magic treasure is used together, it will be difficult to deal with. It will be difficult to kill this bastard. If we injure him, we are also afraid of offending his sect. This kind of middle foundation establishment cultivator actually came to provoke our 100 Herbs Gate. He must have some connections. First, we have to find out where he came from. Jiang Jiantong instantly made a decision and gave Yutsong a look. Yutsong and Jiang Jiantong had done this kind of shady business many times, so he immediately understood Jiang Jiantong's meaning. He pointed his finger, and several peach blossoms flew up and blocked between the Medicine King cauldron and the cloud-suppressing seal. He himself flew up a few steps and cupped his hands, saying, Senior. I am Yutsong, a disciple of the 10,000 Flowers Valley. Didn't you ask me about my relationship with the 100 Herbs Gate? I am the son-in-law of the 100 Herbs Gate. I don't know why you came to the 100 Herbs Gate. Why don't you tell me first? If it is a big deal, I will be a witness. I will not let you come for nothing. Oh. So you are the son-in-law of sect leader Jiang. Xiaohua said with a smile. This old man came in a hurry and did not ask about this. Since you are a disciple of the 10,000 Flowers Valley, this old man can be considered to have some friendship with the 10,000 Flowers Valley. I will give you some face. Very good. Yutsong smiled proudly at Jiang Jiantong. Jiang Jiantong pointed his finger, and the Medicine King cauldron flew back. However, he did not put it away and blocked in front of him. Fellow Daoist, may I know your background? Has my 100 Herbs Gate offended you in any way? Jiang Jiantong sneered. Although my 100 Herbs Gate cannot be compared to the 10,000 Flowers Valley, the matter of you killing an elder of my 100 Herbs Gate cannot be easily erased. If you can't say anything, don't blame this old man for being merciless. Although Jiang Jiantong's voice was stern, there was still a trace of helplessness. If Xiao Hua's words were reasonable, then Huang Ri's death would be in vain. Humph. If this old man did not have any evidence or reason, why would I come to Yellow Flower Ridge to look for you? Xiao Hua also sneered. This old man is afraid that this matter will be spread and I will lose face. Oh. Senior. Yutsong smiled and said, since Senior is not willing to give your name, then tell me the matter. If the 100 Herbs Gate is wrong, Junior can make the decision and ask my father-in-law to give Senior a certain amount of compensation to quench Senior's anger. Xiaohua nodded slightly, seemingly hesitant. With a wave of his hand, the true Samadhi fire on the formation disappeared and said, I'm afraid this matter is a little difficult. However, this old man will still explain the matter. Otherwise, you will think this old man is unreasonable. Senior, please speak. Yutsong pretended to be gentle. Does your 100 Herbs Gate have a person called Xiao Xianrui? Xiaohua nodded and said, she seems to be the dual cultivation partner of Sect Master Zhang's beloved son. Chapter 22:15. Oh. Yutsong was surprised. He looked at Jiang Jiantong and nodded. There is indeed this female cultivator. She is my wife's sister-in-law. May I know why fellow Daoist is looking for her? Humph. Xiao Hua sneered. Of course I'm looking for her. Since there is such a woman, why don't you quickly call her out? Fellow Daoist, you're so strange. Jiang Jiantong looked at Xiao Hua and asked, Xiao Xianrui is a female member of my 100 Herbs Gate. If you don't explain the matter clearly, how can I let you see her? You are indeed jackals of the same tribe. Xiao Hua was angry, and the cloud-suppressing seal flew up again. Senior, don't be anxious. Senior, don't be anxious. Yutsong naturally cupped his hands and said, Senior, please explain clearly why you want to see Xiao Xianrui. Otherwise, it will make things difficult for us. Humph, you're making things difficult for us? Xiao Hua looked angry. I've lost all my face. I asked around for a long time before I found out that this slut is a female cultivator from Yellow Flower Ridge. That's why I hurried over. Sigh, Senior, can't you just say it directly? In any case, I don't know who you are. Yutsong smiled bitterly. All right. Xiao Hua nodded. Did Xiao Xianrui obtain a spirit accumulation talisman from Chiu's city? Yes, yes. Yutsong glanced at Jiang Jiantong. The two of them exchanged glances, and Yutsong nodded. Yes, that spirit accumulation talisman was something I obtained from my sect for my disciple. That slut actually used such a method to cheat this old man out of his hands. Not only did this old man lose face, but his disciple's cultivation was also delayed because of this. Tell me, how can this old man not look for her? Xiao Hua said with some hesitation. But Yutsong said curiously, Xiao Xianrui didn't say that. Moreover, with Senior's cultivation, how could she trick you? Shut up. Do you still need me to say this? Xiao Hua said angrily, how could this slut tell you the truth in front of you? Call this slut out, this old man. Xiao Hua hesitated again, as if he was hesitating because of 10,000 Flower Valley's involvement. I see. Yutsong sighed and said, Senior, you can't get the spirit-accumulating talisman from your sect anymore, which will delay your disciples' foundation establishment. It's really... Alas, how should I put it? Only Senior and Xiao Xinrui know about this. Junior can't judge anything from Senior's words. Humph, then call that bitch out. I'll ask her face to face. Xiao Hua said furiously. I'll say it again. Do you think you can meet the women of my 100 Herbs Gate just because you want to? Jiang Jiantong sneered. What you did was disgraceful. But it's also your own fault. There's no reason to blame my 100 Herbs Gate. Fellow Daoist, please go back. Ha ha ha. Xiao Hua laughed heartily. With a tap of his hand, the cloud-suppressing seal flew back into his hand. He said, the 100 Herbs Gate is actually so protective of their own. Then this old man doesn't care too much. This old man just wants to confront Xiao Xinrui face to face and see if this bitch is the one who deceived this old man that day. I want her to give this old man an explanation. Since sect leader Jiang wants to do this, then this old man will give up his face. Just you wait. This old man can't shake your 100 Herbs Gate alone, but this old man and his fellow disciples don't believe that we can't kill all of your 100 Herbs Gate. Then he cupped his hands towards Yutsong and said, Fellow Daoist, your 10,000 Flowers Valley's face ends here. When this old man comes again, I hope you won't appear here. As he spoke, Xiao Hua's figure flew up, and he actually wanted to go far away. Seeing that Xiao Hua was about to leave without saying anything, Jiang Jiantong hurriedly gave Yutsong a look. Yutsong hesitated again. He understood that Jiang Jiantong wanted him to keep Xiao Hua here, but the purpose of keeping Xiao Hua here was definitely to hand over Xiao Xinrui. He had schemed for so long, wasn't it just to get Xiao Xinrui? Xiao Xinrui had fallen into the hands of this unknown cultivator, and from his tone, he definitely wouldn't let her live. Wouldn't his efforts be in vain? However, if he didn't stop Xiao Hua, he would definitely not give up after hearing Xiao Hua's words. This guy was already so powerful. If he called a few more fellow disciples and found a few more helpers, even if the 100 Herbs Gate wasn't destroyed, its blood and qi would be greatly damaged. Fellow Daoist, wait. Yutsong hesitated, but Jiang Jiantong couldn't hesitate. He hurriedly called out. Oh. Sect leader Jiang, what, you still don't want this old man to leave? Xiao Hua stopped in the air and said coldly, this old man wants to see what means sect leader Jiang has to keep this old man here. Of course not. Jiang Jiantong smiled unusually brightly and cupped his hands, saying, Fellow Daoist, you misunderstood. What's there to misunderstand? Although Xiao Hua's voice was changed by the confusion, it was still full of doubts. Then, as if he suddenly realized something, he said, could it be? Sect leader Jiang, that's right. Jiang Jiantong said loudly, Xiao Xinrui was naturally the daughter-in-law of my 100 Herbs Gate. No matter where you come from, even if the sect leader of the magnificent sect came in person, this old man wouldn't call her out. Even if she did something wrong. What about now? Xiao Hua's heart sank, and he said anxiously. Now. Jiang Jiantong glanced at Yutsong, whose expression had changed, and said coldly, Xiao Xinrui is no longer the daughter-in-law of my 100 Herbs Gate. She's cut off all ties with my 100 Herbs Gate, so this old man naturally has no intention of protecting her. Even if fellow Daoist didn't come today, this old man would have driven her out of 100 Herbs Gate. Ha 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 ha, Xiao Hua laughed heartily. He was really happy. His whole body swayed in the air, and he said with a smile, if that's the case, then hurry up and hand that bitch over. This old man still wanted to confront that bitch, but now you've saved me the trouble. Sect leader Jiang's righteousness. This poor Daoist appreciates it. In the future, if there's a chance, I'll repay you well. No need. Jiang Jiantong cupped his hands and said, this old man has always convinced people with reason, and I'll correct any mistakes. Since Xiao Xinrui offended fellow Daoist many years ago, and she's no longer related to my 100 Herbs Gate, I'll naturally hand her over to fellow Daoist to deal with. Then, Zhang Jiantong clapped his hands and sent out a message talisman. Fellow Daoist, Zhang Jiantong waited for the message talisman to be sent out, then smiled apologetically and said, "Since the matter has been clarified, everything was done by that bitch, Xiao Xianrui, and it has nothing to do with my 100 Herbs Gate. Fellow Daoist, you don't have to hide your identity, right? If possible, my 100 Herbs Gate is very willing to form a good relationship with you. Fellow Daoist, please come to my 100 Herbs Gate's Yellow Flower Ridge for a chat." Ha ha ha, of course. Xiao Hua laughed. Since Xiao Xianrui is no longer related to your 100 Herbs Gate, I can rest assured. When Xiao Xianrui comes out, I will naturally give sect leader Jiang an explanation. Don't worry, sect leader Jiang, you're such a righteous person, how can I not give sect leader Jiang a pleasant surprise? Chapter 22:16. Ha ha ha. Zhang Jiantong stroked his beard, thinking how lucky he was. Fortunately, he drove Xiao Xianrui out of 100 Herbs Gate today, otherwise, it would have been really difficult. Xiao Hua's background was unknown, and his cultivation level was so high. Needless to say, he had a background, so it would be really unwise for 100 Herbs Gate to become enemies. A moment later, just as Xiao Hua's heart was burning with anxiety, fearing that an accident might happen, 2 female cultivators appeared from within the formation. One of them was Jiang Yan, who was at the early stage of foundation establishment, and the other one who was grabbed by the neck by Jiang Yan, was Xiao Xianrui, who was covered in blood and had her cultivation completely destroyed. At this time, not only was Xiao Xianrui's body covered in blood, but her Taoist robe was also covered in mud and dust. She looked no different from a beggar. Moss. Xiao Hua's heart trembled, and the whole world in front of him shook as if it had been turned upside down. Xiao Hua suddenly woke up, and his gaze was like a sharp sword as he looked in a direction. There was a throbbing in that place just now, and then it disappeared without a trace. There was no abnormality, and it was the same as Xiao Hua's perception at the beginning. Yes, it should be Zhang Jiantong's secret move. Xiao Hua understood, but he didn't remind him. He knew that this was a secret move that Zhang Jiantong had set up to prevent him. However, Xiao Hua's most important goal at this time was to capture Xiao Xianrui. As for the rest, even if it was to kill Zhang Jiantong, destroying 100 Herbs Gate was a small matter. Zhang Jiantong saw this and couldn't help but be stunned. He scolded in a low voice, "What's going on? When father left, didn't you say not to do anything?" "Huh, father." Jiang Yan chuckled. "Didn't this bitch want to destroy her cultivation and stay in 100 Herbs Gate? Your daughter just followed her wishes. What's wrong with that?" Zhang Jiantong naturally knew what Jiang Yan was thinking, so he didn't say anything more. He turned around and said, "Fellow Daoist, Xiao Xianrui made some fatal mistakes. In order to stay in my 100 Herbs Gate, she promised to destroy her cultivation. Now she's a secular person. However, I have already promised fellow Daoist that I'll give it to you. This way, I'm afraid you'll save a lot of trouble. MN sect leader Jiang, and Jiang family's young miss, you truly make this poor Daoist happy. You've truly exceeded this poor Daoist's expectations." Xiao Hua laughed from extreme anger. "Quickly hand this slut over to this poor Daoist, so this poor Daoist can give you an explanation." Zhang Jiantong was not in a hurry to hand over the person. Instead, he looked at Xiao Xianrui and said with a smile, "Xiao Xianrui, it's not that this old man is not merciless. It's not that this old man doesn't keep his word, but that you've sinned in the past. Now, retribution has come. This old man has no choice but to hand you over. I can't let you stay in my 100 Herbs Gate." Sect leader Jiang, Xiao Xianrui said sadly, "I really don't understand what sin I've committed. I only wanted to stay by my own boy's side. Now, I'm just short of ruining my face. Why are you going back on your words?" "Humph." Jiang Jiantong glanced at Xiao Hua and said coldly, "You should ask this fellow Daoist. You took away someone else's divine accumulation talisman and successfully built your foundation. Your strength is also higher than that of ordinary cultivators. However, when you cheated that day, you didn't think that even though you've built your foundation, you're doomed to destruction for doing evil. Now, retribution has come. Destroying your own cultivation base is also karma, isn't it? What? I cheated someone else's divine accumulation talisman? Xiao Xianrui looked at Xiao Hua in disbelief and said pitifully, Senior, when did I ever cheat you of your divine accumulation talisman? Who are you, Senior? I got this divine accumulation talisman from a strange person. I didn't cheat it from someone else. But then, Xiao Xianrui seemed to realize something. She looked at Jiang Jiantong and said angrily, Sect leader Jiang, could this be your doing? If you wanted to drive me away, that's fine. But why did you go back on your words after my cultivation was destroyed? Now that you don't want me to be with Jiang Luer, you should kill me. Enough. Jiang Jiantong didn't want to explain anything to Xiao Xianrui, nor did he want to blame his daughter. He waved his hand and said, Jiang Yi, hand this slut over to this senior. Wait. Jiang Yi waved his hand and said with a cold smile, Senior, you killed an elder of our 100 Herbs Gate and captured our young madam. Our 100 Herbs Gate seems to be very lenient towards you. Can't you tell us the truth and let us know who you are? Why did you let our 100 Herbs Gate suffer like this? Senior, don't you think you should give us an explanation? Jiang Yi, who was from the 10,000 Flowers Valley, dared to question Xiao Hua. However, he couldn't rule out the possibility that it was Jiang Jintong's order. Humph. Xiao Hua snorted coldly and said, Why would I let you know who I am? Since this slut has ended up like this, I'm already happy in my heart. Since you don't want to hand this slut over, let her stay here. I don't want her anymore. As he spoke, Xiao Hua turned around and seemed to intend to fly away. However, right at the instant he turned around, the soaring WYRM shears that had always been sitting cross-legged around him suddenly flashed with a dazzling brilliance, and it tore through the sky like a bolt of lightning. Ah! Jiang Yi screamed. The soaring dragon shears cut off Jiang Yi's right hand without any delay. Jiang Yi's protective yellow talisman didn't have any effect at all. Immediately after, Xiao Hua used the bright thunder escape and rushed towards Xiao Xianrui. What are you doing? Yu Tsong saw Xiao Hua's action and saw Jiang Yi's right hand fall off. He panicked and suddenly realized that Xiao Hua's target was Xiao Xianrui. He unconsciously waved his hand and threw a fireball talisman at Xiao Xianrui. You dare. Xiao Hua's speed was still not enough. He pushed his magic power without regard for his life, and the bright thunder escape technique instantly surpassed its limit. Rumble. With just half a thunderous sound, Xiao Hua broke through the sound barrier, and a series of explosions rang out. Xiao Hua's lightning escape technique broke through to the realm of controlling lightning. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Hua rushed to Xiao Xianrui's side. He flung his Taoist robe and the heaven and earth sleeve technique covered Xiao Xianrui. The fireball hit the light around Xiao Xianrui and couldn't penetrate it at all. Evil thief. Seeing Jiang Yi's screams and her broken arm, Jiang Jiantong also woke up. He roared in anger and had the same idea as Yukong. He waved his hand and the spiritual power in his body surged. A big palm print grabbed Xiao Xianrui, who had already been captured. Jiang Jiantong thought that his move would definitely break through Xiao Hua's spell and turn Xiao Xianrui into minced meat. After all, Xiao Hua's strength was only in the middle stage of foundation establishment. Who knew that with a pang sound, the palm fell on the light around Xiao Xianrui and was smashed into pieces. It seemed that it couldn't stop Xiao Xianrui's flying figure. Xiao Hua only wanted to save Xiao Xianrui and didn't have the mind to tangle with Jiang Jiantong and the others. Seeing Xiao Xianrui fly closer, he grabbed her waist and turned around to fly back to the place where he was just a few dozen feet away from 100 Herbs Gate. Seeing Xiao Hua's flying technique, Yu Tsong suddenly woke up and immediately thought of Xiao Hua from Weeping Moon City. He anxiously said, a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect? Fellow Daoist, what are you doing? Even if you are a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect, you can't bully me in front of my 100 Herbs Gate. Hearing that Xiao Hua might be a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect, Jiang Jintong's face changed greatly. 400 Herbs Gate, the Imperial Thunder sect was no less than a colossus, far from what he could afford to offend. Jiang Yi's hand and Huang Ri's death. I'm afraid there won't be any explanation. What puzzled Jiang Jiantong the most was why Xiao Hua had to capture Xiao Xinrui. But at this moment, Xiao Hua, who had turned around, suddenly pointed his finger. The Tingjiao scissors, which had already flown into the air, slid down again and rushed towards Jiang Yi's neck. Before the Tingjiao scissors could fall, an extremely fierce murderous aura enveloped Jiang Yi. The murderous aura scared Jiang Yi, who almost fainted from the pain, and he shouted, "Father, save me." Jiang Jiantong originally wanted to use the Medicine King Cauldron, but when he saw that Xiao Hua might be a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, he stopped and hesitated to ask. At this time, seeing that Jiang Yi's life was in danger, he didn't dare to hesitate. The Medicine King Cauldron emitted a bronze brilliance and blocked Xiao Hua's Tingjiao scissors. He roared angrily, "Who dares to hurt my boy?" Looking at Yutsong again, he also hesitated for a moment. He also activated his magical instrument, and several peach blossoms spun and rushed towards Xiao Hua. "Kill!" Xiao Hua roared, showing no mercy. A golden light flashed, and it was the Medicine King Cauldron. Dang! With a loud sound, golden light splashed on the Medicine King Cauldron, and a very obvious mark was left on it. The Tingjiao scissors were also knocked to the side. Hiss! This Medicine King Cauldron was Jiang Jintong's magical instrument, and it was not weaker than ordinary magical instruments. At this time, seeing that Xiao Hua actually injured the Medicine King Cauldron effortlessly, he was distressed and shocked. He was once again sure that Xiao Hua's cultivation was definitely not lower than the late stage of foundation establishment. However, what made him even more frightened was still behind. He had just sucked in a breath of cold air when Xiao Hua, whose magical instrument was knocked away, unexpectedly did not retreat, but instead flew towards him. How fast was Xiao Hua at this time? Jiang Jintong's eyes had just become filled with shock, and Xiao Hua had already flown to within 1 zhang. However, when Xiao Hua opened his mouth, a green and red brilliance flashed, and a kind of fear from the bottom of his heart was born, as if this brilliance was the end of his life. Flying sword. After all, Jiang Jiantong was a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, and he forcibly broke free from the boundless karma on the execution dream. With a wave of his hand, his defensive magical power was about to block the execution dream. Just as he activated his magical power, suddenly, there was a piercing pain in his divine sense, as if an awl had pierced into his body. Ah! Jiang Jiantong involuntarily cried out. How could he still use that technique? Woo! With a sound, the execution dream instantly flew to Jiang Jintong's throat, and with a burst of light, the flying sword pierced Jiang Jintong's throat. The moment the execution dream pierced Jiang Jintong's throat, Jiang Jintong's body suddenly swayed, and he actually strangely rose a little. The execution dream actually did not pierce his throat, but instead pierced under his throat, where the shoulder blade was. Ha ha ha, Yutsong, you really have good eyesight. When Xiao Hua saw that the execution dream had succeeded, he did not dare to see if he had pierced Jiang Jintong's vital parts, nor was he in a hurry to kill him. Instead, he turned around and flew away from the scene. He laughed loudly as he removed the mystic insect and shouted loudly, "Fuck you, look who I am." Chapter 22:17. Xiao Hua. When Jiang Jiantong saw Xiao Hua's slender figure, 2 slender eyebrows, and phoenix-like eyes, he couldn't help but cover his wounds with his hands and cry out in surprise. "That's right, Xiao Hua, you still remember me." Xiao Hua laughed, "Since you know it's me, you must know why I'm here. Isn't it normal for me to kill you? Little junior brother, is it really you?" Xiao Xinrui's eyes flashed with surprise. She looked up at the familiar face and felt a little dizzy. "That's right, senior sister, it's me." Xiao Hua said warmly, "Since I'm here, you can rest assured. Not to mention your injuries, even with your cultivation, I'm sure I can heal you. Just wait for me to kill this bastard who killed me, Shang Huaming, and chase away all the disciples of the 100 Herbs Gate. Then, I, Shang Huaming, will be able to return Yellow Blossom Ridge to myself. Then, Xiao Hua raised his voice. Xiao Hua, you've been plotting to kill me for decades. I've been thinking about this all the time. I've been thinking about avenging my master, eldest senior brother, and second senior brother. Previously, I still had some merciful thoughts. Since senior sister endured humiliation in 100 Herbs Gate, if she had any feelings for me, it would really make things difficult for me. But now, it seems that I've been thinking too much. Since you know the way of karma, I don't need to say more. That was just a warning. Killing you is as easy as lifting a finger. Come forward obediently and let yours truly kill you. I can also consider whether to release the 100 Herbs Gate's disciples. I'll let your 100 Herbs Gate have a chance to live, or I'll kill all your disciples today. You. Jiang Jintong's expression changed greatly. He knew that Xiao Hua's cultivation was not much inferior to his, but he still argued, shameless junior. Back then, I let you live, but now you're biting back like a wolf. You were able to leave Yellow Flower Ridge safely and cultivate to the early stage of foundation establishment. At that time, you were thinking of my kindness. How can you repay kindness with enmity? Ha ha ha, Xiao Hua laughed even more wildly. He looked sideways at Xiao Xinrui and said, how could I not know how I escaped from Yellow Flower Ridge that day? If it weren't for my senior sister enduring humiliation and cleverly dealing with him, how could I have escaped from Jiang Fan's hands? Look at my senior sister today, she was actually humiliated to such an extent by all of you. How can this young master show mercy to your 100 Herbs Gate? Furthermore, how could this young master forget the enmity of having his sect annihilated? Today is the day that I, Shang Huaming, am reborn, and also the day that your 100 Herbs Gate is destroyed. Little junior brother, don't try to be brave. I'm afraid your cultivation isn't as high as Jiang Jintong's. If you can take senior sister away, then leave now. We'll talk about it when we have the chance in the future. Xiao Xinrui had lost her cultivation, so she didn't know what Xiao Hua's cultivation was like. However, she knew what Xiao Hua's cultivation was like back then. In her heart, Xiao Hua's cultivation was definitely not higher than hers. The battle just now was like a white horse galloping through a crack. How would she know? Hee, senior sister, I'm afraid you've forgotten about the divine accumulation talisman, haven't you? Xiao Hua looked at Xiao Xinrui's pale face and said with heartache. However, his attention was still focused on the place where there was some movement just now. He was afraid that Jiang Jintong would suddenly attack. Ah. That cultivator was you? Xiao Xinrui suddenly understood why Xiao Hua had mentioned the divine accumulation talisman just now. Unconsciously, a glimmer of light appeared in her eyes, and the gratification in her eyes was more than the surprise. Family members were family members, and others couldn't compare to them. In their hearts, there was only gratification and happiness. Any surprise was secondary. Xiao Hua. Jiang Jintong glanced at Xiao Xinrui and said solemnly, I've already told you the truth about Xiao Xinrui. She made a mistake first. It's my right to punish her. If you want to kill me because of this, I won't make things too difficult for you. After all, you don't know much. It's understandable that you did it for your senior sister. You killed an elder of my 100 Herbs Gate, injured this old man's daughter, and even injured this old man. This is the price I have to pay for destroying Xiao Xinrui's cultivation. However, this is my bottom line. As for killing Shang Huaming, to tell you the truth, I don't know. If you hate my 100 Herbs Gate because of this, it's your fault. Ha ha ha, Xiao Hua looked at the already injured Jiang Jintong. He had a card up his sleeve and wasn't afraid of wasting time. He looked around and saw the several early foundation building elders of 100 Herbs Gate as well as Yu Tsong, whose face showed fear. He laughed and said, who doesn't know how to explain themselves? If it wasn't your 100 Herbs Gate who killed me, Shang Huaming? In order to seize my foundation, you killed my master and 2 senior brothers. You forced my master's only daughter to marry your 100 Herbs Gate's young master, so that you could seize my reputation. Now that you saw that my senior sister was useless, you immediately wanted to kill her. But you were afraid that the news would spread and ruin your reputation, so you fabricated some groundless charges to impose on her. Not only did you want to drive her out of Yellow Flower Ridge, but you also destroyed her cultivation. Do you think I can't see through such a sinister act? Forget it. I've already said what I need to say. Why should I dawdle with you? Xiaohua pointed at the soaring dragon scissors. The scissors once again emitted a golden brilliance, restless. Xiaohua. You're really wrong. At this point, Jiang Jiantong knew that it was useless to defend himself, but he still didn't want the crime of killing Shang Huaming to fall on his head. I really only wanted to marry Shang Huaming. Later on, I occupied Yellow Flower Ridge because I saw that Shang Huaming wasn't killed. Say no more. Xiaohua was too lazy to say more and was about to activate his magic power. Xiaohua, don't forget. Jiang Jiantong suddenly thought of something and hurriedly shouted, I'm not afraid of you. You have to think about Shang Huaming's mountain-protecting flood dragon. How could my 100 Herbs Gate kill it? Xiaohua hesitated slightly, looked at a place not far away, and sneered, you don't have the ability, but that doesn't mean you can't ask for help. Now that things have come to this, why bother explaining? Let me send you to your death. Humph, Jiang Jiantong sneered and released the hand that was covering his wound. The bloody hole from before was gradually closing up. This old man has already made it clear to you. If you insist on fighting, do you think this old man will be afraid of you? Yu Tsong, attack Xiao Xianrui. I want to see how many hands Xiaohua has. Wu. After Jiang Jiantong finished giving the order, he activated the magic power in his body. Jiang Jiantong let out a long howl, and his body swelled like a balloon. His figure gradually stretched, and his aura gradually increased. He actually had the strength close to the golden core stage. Haha, how interesting. Xiaohua wasn't afraid of him and said with a smile, what kind of cultivation method is this? Chapter 22:18. Junior brother. Xiao Xianrui said anxiously, this is my secret technique. It's something that father couldn't cultivate successfully. I'm afraid you're no match for him. Don't be afraid. Xiaohua said with a smile, when I kill him, I'll take back all my techniques. Junior brother, you can't kill him. Xiao Xianrui suddenly said. What? Xiaohua was stunned and looked at Xiao Xianrui in disbelief. Why? Xiao Xianrui said in a low voice, like you, I've always suspected that the 100 Herbs sect was behind this. But from Jiang Fanha's observations over the past few decades, I'm afraid that the 100 Herbs sect really has nothing to do with the extermination of my sect. And the most important thing is that Jiang Jiantong is Jiang Luer's grandfather. I don't want Jiang Luer to hate his mother. Xiaohua was in a difficult position. Looking at Jiang Jiantong and Yu Tsong, he was really unwilling, but he didn't want to make things difficult for Xiao Xianrui, so he hesitated and said, Senior sister, now that you've become like this, should we just let it go? Little brother is truly unwilling to accept this. Xiao Xianrui nodded and said, Junior brother is now a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, so you don't have to fear the 10,000 Flowers Valley. Then kill Yu Tsong. This thief is really hateful. Okay. Xiaohua's eyes flashed with a trace of fierceness. Also, if possible, take Jiang Luer away from Yellow Flower Ridge. I don't want to leave Jiang Luer here. Xiao Xianrui said again. Okay. Xiaohua nodded and said, Senior sister, stay by my side. Let's see how I'll vent your anger for you. After saying that, Xiaohua looked at Jiang Jiantong. At this time, Jiang Jiantong was about 3 meters tall, like a demon god. His body flashed with a light green brilliance, which seemed to be a kind of defense. Xiaohua. If you had directly killed me just now, I might have really died in your hands. But you actually gave me time to breathe. That's a big mistake. Jiang Jiantong smiled proudly, I'll show you Shang Huaming's unique skill and let you die on Yellow Flower Ridge. With that, Jiang Jiantong's figure swayed and flew toward Xiaohua. Humph. That's all you got? Xiaohua smiled faintly. His shoulders shook, and with a loud cry, the phoenix Dharma body flew out of his body. It flapped its wings that were several meters long and flew towards Jiang Jiantong. Phoenix Dharma body? Ha, so you're also a disciple of an aristocratic family. Jiang Jiantong laughed heartily. Before he could stop laughing, he clenched his fist and smashed it toward the embodiment like a meteor. Ka-cha-cha. A thunderous sound rang out. A bolt of lightning suddenly appeared between the claws of the phoenix Dharma body, and it swiftly struck at Jiang Jiantong's fist. At the same time, the phoenix celestial body flapped its wings, and dark clouds began to cover Yellow Flower Ridge. Thunder and lightning could be heard from the clouds. Wasn't it the thunder summoning technique that the Thunder Beast Dharma body displayed when Shui was building her foundation? Pa pa pa, the lightning struck Jiang Jiantong, and the purplish-red lightning destroyed the light-green brilliance, smashing Jiang Jiantong's fist into pieces. Jiang Jiantong was in pain and was sent flying backward. His body had shrunk somewhat. Isn't it too late to leave now? Xiaohua sneered. The phoenix Dharma body stirred again, and another bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking at Jiang Jiantong. What kind of cultivator is this? The 100 Herbs sect disciples present were all stunned. Lai Hong, who originally wanted to save Jiang Jiantong, didn't even dare to extend his hand. Jiang Jiantong's strength was already close to the Golden Core realm, but he wasn't a match for Xiaohua's thunder-controlling technique. If he went up, wouldn't he be courting death? Looking at Yutsong again, he had already used his Peach Blossom Dharma artifact. Seeing that Xiaohua didn't care about him and was attacking Jiang Jiantong ferociously, he was secretly delighted. He hurriedly protected himself and secretly thought about how to escape. But just as the phoenix Dharma body summoned the heavenly lightning to kill Jiang Jiantong, Yutsong suddenly saw Xiaohua, who was facing him from the side, suddenly turn his head and grin at him. He was shocked. But just as he thought of using his Dharma power again, he felt pain in his divine sense, and his Dharma power dissipated. A golden light flashed, and the soaring dragon scissors slashed down from the sky, splitting all the peach blossoms into two. Yutsong's physical body was also split into two. However, despite the sharpness of the soaring WYRM scissors, Yutsong's body merely fell flat without any abnormalities. It was only when Xiaohua waved his hand and picked up Yutsong's storage bag that the two pieces of the corpse were separated. Husband. Jiang Hong had already taken an elixir, and the bleeding on her right hand had stopped. Seeing that Yutsong was killed, she couldn't help but shout. Xiaohua squinted at Jiang Hong. He knew that Xiao Xianrui wouldn't let him kill this woman, so he couldn't be bothered with her. The heavenly lightning summoned by the phoenix Dharma body fell like raindrops, striking Jiang Jiantong into the air. His skin and flesh were lacerated, and he could no longer maintain his previous power. Not only was he beaten back to his original state, but he was also severely injured. Senior Xiao, please spare my life. Jiang Fan's voice came. He was the young master of the 100 Herbs sect. With such a big commotion in front of Yellow Flower Ridge, it was impossible for him not to come out. Seeing that Jiang Jiantong was severely injured, he hurriedly explained, Shang Huaming's annihilation has nothing to do with my 100 Herbs sect. Please forgive us, Senior Xiao. We will immediately withdraw from Yellow Flower Ridge and return it to you, Senior Xiao. Where is Jiang Luer? Xiaohua said coldly, bring him out. Yes, Jiang Luer is here. Jiang Fan turned around and said to a disciple of the 100 Herbs sect, quickly bring Jiang Luer over. Yes. The female disciple who was carrying Jiang Luer responded. She hurriedly activated the flying charm and flew toward Xiaohua, trembling with fear. But at this moment, Jiang Hong, who was not far away, suddenly moved. Her remaining hand grabbed at Jiang Luer like a claw, and she said fiercely, Xiao Xianrui, you killed my husband. I will kill your son. Luer. Xiao Xianrui was shocked. Humph. Xiaohua sneered. He opened his mouth and the dream-killing flying sword was about to fly out. However, Xiaohua frowned again. Xiaohua was confident that he could cut off Jiang Hong's other hand before she could touch Jiang Luer. However, he couldn't kill Jiang Hong because he was afraid that Jiang Hong would hurt Jiang Luer. Idiot. You are too soft-hearted again. A voice that Xiaohua was very familiar with rang out. Then, a black flame suddenly appeared on top of Jiang Hong's head and enveloped her. Ah! Jiang Hong only had time to scream. Her whole body was surrounded by the black flame, and in a moment, she was burned to ashes. Zhang Qingxiao. Sect leader Zhang. Xiaohua suddenly turned his head and looked coldly at the source of the voice. He said curiously, "You are really everywhere. Last time, I spared your life, but you didn't repent and still showed up in front of me. What are you doing here today? I don't need you to help me." Ha 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 ha. If I wasn't here, wouldn't you have hurt my nephew? Zhang Qingxiao's handsome face gradually appeared in midair. There was joy and heartache on his face. Nephew? Xiaohua was surprised. He pointed at Jiang Luer and said, How did he become your nephew? He is obviously the child of my senior sister. Qingxiao. You are Qingxiao? Xiao Xianrui didn't care who it was. She only trembled slightly when she heard Zhang Qingxiao's name. However, it wasn't until she took Jiang Luer from the terrified 100 Herbs Gate disciples that she turned to look at the handsome Zhang Qingxiao with an incredulous gaze. Senior sister, forget it. Second senior brother isn't so handsome. Xiaohua curled his lips. He had a kind of expectation in his heart. He knew that he could change his appearance. As the sect leader of Heavenly Demon Sect, how could Zhang Qingxiao not change his appearance? But the problem was, how did his eccentric second senior brother, who had already been killed, become the sect leader of Heavenly Demon Sect? Although his cultivation wasn't frighteningly high, his secret techniques were endless, far beyond his expectations. Speak. How did my senior sister's child become your nephew? Xiaohua scolded Zhang Qingxiao. Damn it, how do you call Jiang Luer? Zhang Qingxiao's face showed a trace of strangeness as he scolded again. This. Xiaohua scratched his head and whispered, Senior sister, how should I call Jiang Luer? Pfft. Xiao Xianrui finally smiled today. She lovingly looked at Jiang Luer who was in her arms and said, You naturally have to call him nephew. Oh, so that's how it is. Xiaohua's face was slightly embarrassed, but he raised his eyebrows and said, Sect leader Zhang, this nephew is exclusive to me. My senior brother and second senior brother both died. Don't claim to be relatives here for no reason. I don't have a full moon banquet for you to drink. Seeing that Xiaohua didn't recognize him, Zhang Qingxiao was flustered and exasperated. He pointed his finger and said, Damn it, I'm not dead yet. Being cursed by you like this, I'm afraid I'll lose a few more years of my life. Xiaohua's heart warmed. His eyes were somewhat blurry, but he still didn't dare to believe it. After all, there were too many unfathomable methods on Xiaoyu continent. Who knew if this Zhang Qingxiao was the same Zhang Qingxiao? You should let me see what my second senior brother looks like. Your captivating appearance is not my second senior brother's skin. Xiaohua's eyes were fixed on Zhang Qingxiao, but his magic power was surging. Motherfucker, I'm handsome to begin with. Now I'm even more charming. How can a beautiful appearance be so good? Zhang Qingxiao smugly touched her own face. Her expression was exactly the same as Zhang Qingxiao's from before. Then, Zhang Qingxiao's face gradually changed. Seeing Zhang Qingxiao's face that was so familiar to him that it was as if it was engraved in his mind, Xiaohua couldn't help but tear up. He knew in his heart that Zhang Qingxiao was just a minor character in Shanghuaming, and Shanghuaming was a small and unknown sect on the Dawn Rain continent. It was impossible for the sect master of a sect like the Heavenly Demons sect to know of Zhang Qingxiao. In particular, Heavenly Demons sect rose after Zhang Qingxiao's death. Even if this Zhang Qingxiao was different from the previous Zhang Qingxiao, there must be a connection. Senior sister, do you think this guy is second senior brother? Xiaohua asked in a low voice. Yes or no, what's the difference? Xiao Xianrui's eyes were also happy. I'm now a cripple. I only have Jiang Luer to rely on. What can others covet? Chapter 22:19. Good. Xiaohua nodded and said to Zhang Qingxiao, since senior sister has temporarily agreed, then I won't doubt you. However, I'm going to leave with senior sister. Do you want to follow? Do you want to explain to me why you were so ruthless to me? Damn it, you said I was ruthless. Zhang Qingxiao stomped his feet. I almost died in your hands last time. You still want to explain to me? Hee hee. You didn't die, did you? Xiaohua smiled sinisterly. Wait until you're dead. With that, Xiaohua grabbed Xiao Xianrui and flew away. But Zhang Qingxiao stood there quietly, not moving an inch. Oh? You're not coming? Xiaohua asked curiously. Zhang Qingxiao narrowed his eyes and looked at the people of 100 Herbs Gate in the distance. He smiled and said, This yellow flower ridge is my territory. The people of 100 Herbs Gate should leave. They've occupied the nest for so many years. It's time for them to scram. But, senior sister has some difficulties. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Senior sister doesn't allow us to fight. Ha ha ha. Zhang Qingxiao clapped his hand and grabbed the blood-red flag. He smiled and said, I'm Shang Huaming's second disciple and your second senior brother. I'm the leader here. I'm the one who's right. With that, the small flag in his hand shook. A gust of wind and clouds surged. Dozens of pitch-black lights flashed and attacked the people of 100 Herbs Gate in the air. Qingxiao, stop. They're all Jiang Luer's relatives. Xiao Xianrui was shocked, but how could Zhang Qingxiao listen? He could have met Xiao Xianrui long ago, but seeing that Xiao Xianrui was happy in 100 Herbs Gate and that Jiang Fan treated her sincerely, he also knew that 100 Herbs Gate was not the culprit who killed Shang Huaming, so he didn't bother to interfere. So he sent a disciple to sneak into 100 Herbs Gate and report all the abnormalities to him. When something happened to Xiao Xianrui, the disciple had already sent a message, and Zhang Qingxiao also rushed over immediately. He had concealed himself at the side and witnessed everything that Xiaohua had done. He knew that Xiaohua had actually come to avenge him, his eldest senior brother, and his master. Naturally, his suspicions towards Xiaohua had been completely dispelled. However, when he saw Xiao Xianrui in such a miserable state, no matter how profound his cultivation was, he still revealed his killing intent. Only then did Xiaohua discover it again. Now Xiao Xianrui actually asked him to hold back. How could he listen to Xiao Xianrui? He didn't care about Jiang Luer's relatives. It had nothing to do with Xiao Xianrui or Shang Huaming. The people of 100 Herbs Gate were in trouble. Previously, he had seen Xiaohua's bravery and invincibility, easily injuring Jiang Jiantong. He was already trembling with fear. But who would have thought that the most vicious and merciless was yet to come? The sect master of the heavenly demon sect, whose reputation had already spread far and wide, was actually Shang Huaming's Zhang Qingxiao. A single demonic flame had turned Jiang'an into ashes. Jiang'an was an early-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. The only thing left for everyone was their guts being torn apart. Just now, when they heard Xiaohua's words, they knew that he was worried about Xiao Xianrui's thoughts. But just as this joy was born, the demonic flame, which was as arrogant as a gust of wind, fell from the sky, accompanied by Zhang Qingxiao's incomparable anger. Everyone didn't dare to be negligent. They hurriedly used their magical powers, yellow talismans, and magic arts, trying to escape. Unfortunately, they were no match for Xiaohua, and it was even more difficult for them to enter Zhang Qingxiao's eyes. Together with the seriously injured Jiang Jiantong and Jiang Fan, they were all killed by Zhang Qingxiao without much resistance. Seeing the regret and horror on Jiang Fan's face, Xiao Xianrui was also very anxious. After all, he was Jiang Luer's biological father. She didn't know how to explain it to Jiang Luer when she grew up. However, just as Jiang Fan's body was ignited by the black flame, and he was turned into ashes with a few painful screams, Xiao Xianrui's heart suddenly relaxed, as if all the heavy burden and oppression had disappeared in an instant. Alas! A trace of helplessness flashed in Xiao Hua's eyes, and he thought to himself, if I had known this would happen, why did I do it in the first place? The 100 Herbs Gate schemed against me, Shang Huaming, and only occupied Yellow Flower Ridge for a few more decades. Their sphere of influence has increased a lot, but now? They have all fallen into my hands again. The 100 Herbs Gate. I'm afraid it will cease to exist from now on. Go. Kill all the disciples of the 100 Herbs Gate. Zhang Qingxiao ordered in a low voice after killing Jiang Jiantong and the others. The several cultivators at the middle stage of Foundation establishment who had received the order later all bowed and said, "We understand." Qingxiao. Xiao Xianrui said anxiously, "The ordinary disciples of the 100 Herbs Gate don't deserve to die. Let them live." Humph, how dare they trample on my Yellow Flower Ridge? These disciples deserve to die. Zhang Qingxiao was unmoved and ordered again, "Kill all the disciples of the 100 Herbs Gate on Medicine Gnome Peak." Yes. Qingxiao. Xiao Xianrui said anxiously, "I know you have great power now and can decide the life and death of thousands of people with a word. But you can't abuse it like this. The disciples of the 100 Herbs Gate on Medicine Gnome Peak are innocent. You can't kill all of them." Humph, I didn't intend to destroy the 100 Herbs Gate. Zhang Qingxiao looked at Xiao Xianrui and said, "However, since the 100 Herbs Gate dared to torture Junior Sister like this, I won't be able to calm my anger if I don't kill all of them. Besides, if I want to kill, I have to kill to the end. If you dilly-dally like Junior Brother, who knows what the remnants of the 100 Herbs Gate will do in the future? It won't be good for Junior Sister or Jiang Luer." Then, Zhang Qingxiao looked up at the bleeding Yellow Flower Ridge and said coldly, "The world can betray me, Zhang Qingxiao, and my heavenly demon sect. But they can't betray my junior sister, my senior brother, my master, and Shang Huaming. Those who hurt my loved ones, even if they are thousands of miles away, I will kill them all." Sigh. Xiao Hua knew that what Zhang Qingxiao said was the truth, and what he did was very satisfying. But he always felt that he was ruthless, and compassion grew in his heart. And since Zhang Qingxiao had made a move, he couldn't interfere. Forget it. If thousands of people do the same thing, I'm afraid there will be thousands of different ways. I'm afraid there will be thousands of thoughts. I have my own way of doing things. I have a clear conscience, and a clear conscience. I don't care about others. Xiao Hua understood. I'm afraid that second senior brother's way of doing things is also clear of his heart and clear of his world. This is the only way. He is the heavenly demon sect leader, and I am not. That. Xiao Hua, don't you feel tired standing in the air? After a while, Zhang Qingxiao looked at Xiao Hua and said, "Junior sister, why don't you let me support you for a while?" If it was the previous Zhang Qingxiao, Xiao Hua wouldn't say a word. But now, Xiao Hua really couldn't be at ease. Chapter 22:20. Hold Luer for a while. Jiang Luer was already tired and had fallen asleep in Xiao Xianrui's arms. He didn't know that all his family members had been killed except for his mother. Xiao Xianrui's injuries hadn't healed, so she felt weak holding him. "Okay." Zhang Qingxiao smacked her lips and flew over. She took Jiang Luer while Xiao Hua was slightly on guard. Poor Luer. Xiao Xianrui looked at Zhang Qingxiao, who was not very familiar with holding the child, and couldn't help but sigh. Half a day ago, his mother was about to be driven away, and he almost recognized someone else as his mother. Now his mother is safe, and his father and grandfather are gone. Tisk. Zhang Qingxiao sneered. Since he can pretend to be his mother, why can't he pretend to be his father and grandfather? Even if it's an aunt, we can find her again. Okay. Xiao Xianrui already understood Zhang Qingxiao's meaning. He showed his true identity in front of the disciples of the 100 Herbs sect, and revealed his true identity. Jiang Luer was still young, and his memory was not clear. It was very easy to find a few cultivators to be his family members. Wasn't that Jiang Jintong's plan? Anyway, his mother was still alive, so he had to confirm the truth himself. After a while, a disciple of the Heavenly Devil sect in the middle stage of Foundation establishment came back to report that all the disciples of the 100 Herbs sect in Yellow Flower Ridge had been killed. Well, have you cleaned it up? Zhang Qingxiao looked at the disciple and asked. Yes, sect master knows. There are no traces left, but please enter the mountain to take a look. Okay, you all go to the Medicine Farmer Peak. Zhang Qingxiao waved her hand and ordered. Yes, once the disciple received the order, he turned around and flew away without hesitation. Let's go. Zhang Qingxiao landed in front of the fog with Jiang Luer in her arms and said with a smile, I haven't been back to Yellow Flower Ridge for many years. Now I'm going back with junior sister and junior brother. Please lead the way. Okay. Xiao Xianrui's eyes reddened. She thought of the scene when she, Gong Mingwei, and Zhang Qingxiao returned from the trade fair in Jianghu City. However, when she slapped her storage bag, her heart ached. She looked up and said, Second senior brother, I don't have any cultivation. I'm afraid I can't lead the way. You should do it, second senior brother. Hee, junior sister, don't panic. I have already sent people to Xuanyan School. It is said that Xuanyan School has the legendary heaven-mending pill. This pill should be able to repair your dantian. Zhang Qingxiao smiled and comforted Xiao Xianrui. TCH, Xiaohua said disdainfully, second senior brother, you're only thinking of going to Xuanyan School to look for some heaven-mend pill now? Don't you have any divine abilities or methods? Doesn't the heavenly demon sect claim to have everything? Damn you. Zhang Qingxiao said angrily, you came first, I was one step later than you. Why didn't you protect your junior sister? Even if I didn't scold you, you would still be so smug. What kind of thing is that heavenly mending pill? How could I possibly carry it around with me? Haha. Xiaohua patted his storage pouch and took out a jade bottle. He handed it to Xiao Xianrui and said, Senior sister, look at you. Little brother already told you that cultivation is nothing. Little brother has a heaven-mending pill here. Senior sister, in a moment, find a time to take it. In a few days, your dantian will be restored. Ah. You really have a heaven-mending pill? Not to mention Xiao Xianrui, even Zhang Qingxiao was stunned. However, Zhang Qingxiao immediately came to his senses. He pointed at Xiaohua and said, Of course. I forgot that you know how to concoct pills. Back then, when Master taught me how to concoct pills, I noticed that you were abnormal. When Xiao Yueheng was mentioned, Zhang Qingxiao was a little sad. Yes, I do know how to concoct pills. This heaven-mending pill was also concocted by me. Xiaohua didn't hide it and answered frankly. Zhang Qingxiao reached out and took the jade bottle from Xiaohua. He opened it and looked. His face showed surprise, even a kind of shock. He glanced at Xiaohua, seemingly in disbelief. Xiaohua naturally knew Zhang Qingxiao's doubts. He waved his hand and said, Second senior brother, don't ask. I lost my memory. You ask too much. I don't know myself. Yes, I understand. Zhang Qingxiao nodded slightly and handed the jade bottle to Xiao Xianrui. He said, Junior sister, this pill is definitely a heaven-mending pill. Moreover, it is one of a kind in the Dawn Rain continent. It was concocted using ancient alchemy techniques. You only need to consume it, and you will recover your cultivation in less than 3 days. Moreover, your meridians and dantian will definitely be tougher than before. Your cultivation will increase in a matter of days. Thank you, junior brother. Xiao Xianrui was overjoyed. She took the jade bottle and said with a smile. Xiaohua waved his hand. Senior sister, don't thank me. If I had come a few days earlier, perhaps there wouldn't be so many things. Humph, of course. Zhang Qingxiao also scolded. Your cultivation was long enough to protect junior sister. Why didn't you come earlier? Alas, didn't I want to exterminate the 100 Herbs sect? My previous cultivation wasn't enough to eliminate Jiang Jiantong and the others, so I delayed until today. Xiao Hua said with a bitter smile. When I met you 3 years ago, you could already kill Jiang Jiantong. Zhang Qingxiao scolded. You only know how to show off in front of me. You didn't dare to come and exterminate the 100 Herbs sect. You're too cautious. Don't talk about me. Xiao Hua retorted. You're in charge of the entire Heavenly Demon sect. Although I don't know what the Heavenly Demon sect is like now, it should be easy to exterminate the 100 Herbs sect, right? Zhang Qingxiao was so angry that the veins on his head bulged, but he had nothing to say. His feelings for Xiao Xianrui were different from Xiao Hua's feelings for her. How could he easily disturb her happiness? Since you're here now, it's not too late. Let's not talk about each other anymore. Xiao Xianrui advised. You two are still the same as before, quarreling whenever you meet. However, I'm afraid Qingxiao can't casually bully Xiao Hua now. He wants to. Xiao Hua bared his teeth. Only I care about it. Zhang Qingxiao rolled his eyes. Then, Zhang Qingxiao asked again, by the way, do you still have the heavenly pill? Give me a few. Look, senior sister. You just said you won't bully me, but now you want to do the evil things of the past again. Xiao Hua looked innocent, as if he was complaining to Xiao Xianrui, but his hands were not slow. He patted his storage bag and took out 4 more pills. If you don't give them to me, who else can you give them to? Zhang Qingxiao took them happily. It's better to give them to a family member than to others. You. Seeing that Zhang Qingxiao was even more greedy than Chen Diheng, Xiao Hua was really speechless. Second senior brother. Xiao Xianrui said with a smile. Second senior brother, please open the restriction on my Shang Huaming. I also want to go home early. Okay. Hearing the words, I also want to go home early, Zhang Qingxiao's tears almost fell. This sentence awakened his memories that were difficult to erase. Zhang Qingxiao patted her storage bag, took out a jade tablet, and gently tapped it. A faint brilliance flashed, and a wave of magic power from the jade tablet shot into the fog. The fog seemed to be pushed aside by someone, and a passage flashed. Let's go, junior sister, junior brother. Zhang Qingxiao called out, and slowly flew in first. Her speed was no different from the 8th level of qi refinement. Xiao Hua also slowly flew into the fog with Xiao Xianrui. When Xiao Hua saw the welcome pavilion that had been repaired and looked even more luxurious, Xiao Hua's heart also ached. People often said that people were different, wasn't that true? Moreover, people were people of today, not people of the past. People were also not things of the past. But fortunately, everything on Yellow Flower Ridge showed the original state of Shang Huaming, and Xiao Hua could still think of the laughter from decades ago. The 3 of them were not in a hurry to fly to Minushi Peak. Instead, they flew as they walked. When they saw some familiar places, they stopped and looked again, unable to bear to leave. Although Xiao Xianrui had lived here for decades, she had never been like this before. She had never found her past memories in a place that she was familiar with. The entire Yellow Flower Ridge was quiet, and it was still the same as the small sect of 3.5 disciples from before. There were not many people. The dead were no longer here, the fugitives had returned, and the new people did not understand. It was as if the reincarnation of this world had come again. The sound of the pine trees, the night wind, and the 3 of them each had their own sincere feelings. Although they knew that the past was gone, they still cherished the memory. The journey that could be finished quickly took the 3 of them more than an hour. Not bad. Seeing that Mingli Peak was in sight, Xiao Hua couldn't help but praise, second senior brother, your subordinates have really benefited greatly. They've killed so many people, yet there's actually not a trace of blood left behind. This little brother actually looks the same as he did several decades ago. TSK. You can't even do such a small thing. How can you be my subordinate? Zhang Qingxiao said proudly, but, listening to your words, it seems a little ironic. No, I don't mean anything else this time. If you let the dirty blood of those people stain the rocks of my yellow flower ridge, I will be the first to not spare you. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Let's go. Xiao Xianrui also nodded and said, there is no big change here, but Minushi Peak and other places have been changed by the 100 Herbs sect. It is very different from before. Junior sister, don't worry. Zhang Qingxiao said, give me a few days. I will definitely restore it to its former appearance. Forget it, no need. Xiao Xianrui said sadly, it is already like this. What's the point of changing it again? Junior sister, don't be sad. Zhang Qingxiao waved his hand and said, Shang Huaming will start a sect from today. Senior sister will be the head, and Jiang Luer will be the young head. I will arrange for people to help Shang Huaming recruit disciples. Second senior brother, you don't want to take charge of Shang Huaming again, do you? Xiao Hua suddenly asked. Hee, don't worry. I already have the Heavenly Demon sect. Why would I want Shang Huaming? This Shang Huaming belongs to our master, junior sister, and Jiang Luer. I will never interfere in any of Shang Huaming's matters. Zhang Qingxiao, of course, knew what Xiao Hua meant and hurriedly explained. Chapter 22-21. Then, Xiao Hua and the others came to the guest hall. The huge guest hall had a completely new look. It was different from before, but now it was as cold as before. Entering the guest hall, Xiao Hua carefully helped Xiao Xianrui to the main seat. Xiao Xianrui glanced at Xiao Hua and Zhang Qingxiao and did not refuse. She was injured twice in a row. Although she had taken the Wu Xian pill refined by Xiao Hua, because she did not have true essence, it was impossible for her to recover in a short time. She could only lean on the chair. Hua Jiang Luer suddenly cried. Obviously, after waking up and seeing that the person holding her was not her mother, she started to make a fuss. Zhang Qingxiao hurriedly got up and quickly handed Jiang Luer to Xiao Xianrui. Once the child was in Xiao Xianrui's arms, she was peaceful. Her pair of energetic little eyes looked around and often fell on Xiao Hua and Zhang Qingxiao. I'll have to trouble you to rebuild Shang Huaming, second senior brother. Xiao Hua knew that his time was limited, and it was impossible for him to command so many disciples like Zhang Qingxiao. Yes, I'll do it. You don't have to worry. Zhang Qingxiao smiled and said, this has been my wish for many years. I believe that Shang Huaming will definitely not be a nameless small sect in the future. Good. Xiao Hua nodded and asked again, however, since you and I have recognized each other, I have to ask. You already knew my identity, so why did you repeatedly try to kill me? Damn it. Do you still need to say it? Zhang Qingxiao said coldly, what are you like in Shang Huaming? What are you like outside of Shang Huaming? Look at your current cultivation, you can easily kill Jiang Jiantong. If I didn't suspect you, if I didn't put you on the list of suspects to kill Shang Huaming, would I still be in charge of the Heavenly Demon sect? In fact, if you didn't take the initiative to come to Yellow Flower Ridge to take revenge today, I would still suspect you. Besides, didn't I let you go the first time? If I didn't show mercy, do you think you could escape the first time? Yin Meng is now the deputy sect leader of the Heavenly Demon sect. This guy is definitely a devil cultivator. Oh, right, what did you take from him? It seems to be a grand universe teleportation token. This. Xiao Hua patted his storage bag and took out the universal teleportation token. Yes, this is it. Zhang Qingxiao nodded and did not take it. She said, this item is very important. It should be related to the devil cultivators of the Cultivation Empire. They were playing a big game of chess, and this thing was the key. Keep this item well. I can't let that bastard get it for the time being. That guy still looks down on me, thinking that I'm just a country bumpkin. He wants to play with me. I want to see who will have the last laugh. N. Xiao Hua nodded and kept the Grand Universe teleportation token into his spatial ring. There was probably no place safer than his spatial ring on the Dawn Rain continent. Then, Xiao Hua asked, second martial brother. Since you can doubt this little brother, then this little brother also wants to ask you. Didn't you die at Yellow Flower Ridge that day? How did he come back to life? Zhang Qingxiao thought for a moment and smiled. The reason is very simple. I wasn't killed by that nascent soul cultivator that day. Ah? Nascent soul? Xiao Hua was stunned. How could he be a nascent soul cultivator? Why did he come to my Yellow Flower Ridge? It wasn't just one. Zhang Qingxiao said coldly. It was 3. It's just that I didn't see clearly which 3 nascent soul cultivators they were. As for why they came to my Yellow Flower Ridge, I still don't know. Oh, Xiao Hua suddenly thought of Little White and those 3 drops of white dragon blood. However, Zhang Qingxiao said again, that nascent soul cultivator's cultivation was really too high. When I came back from Medicine Farmer Peak with eldest martial brother, before I could see clearly, I fainted from the pain in my chest. When I woke up, it was another opportunity. However, this matter is a bit strange, so I can't tell you. Tisk. Xiao Hua sneered. Then are you still Zhang Qingxiao? Tisk, you're the one who's Tisk. Zhang Qingxiao said angrily. If you have the ability, then tell me your Buddhist cultivation. What's going on? This. Xiao Hua said embarrassedly, just pretend that I didn't say anything. Xiao Xianrui laughed. You're all my family. Even if you leave me aside, you're still fellow disciples. There's no need to talk about kinship. Even if there's some secret, as long as it doesn't affect others, there's no need to tell others. All right. Zhang Qingxiao nodded. There's no need to say more. I accidentally took control of a rogue cultivator organization called Heaven Forsaken and changed it to Heavenly Demon Sect. Your Heavenly Demon Sect is really powerful. Xiao Hua sneered. What yin-yang dual cultivation? What Dao of Acacia? What's wrong with that? Zhang Qingxiao retorted. Heavenly Demon Sect, Heavenly Demon Sect, it means that Heavenly Demon is demon. This Dao of Acacia is nothing. Second martial brother, your appearance, how did it become like this? Xiao Xianrui hurriedly changed the topic and asked another question. Oh, I got a mother-child spirit fruit at the auction in Yenyuan City. Zhang Qingxiao didn't hide it from Xiao Xianrui and said with a smile. Ah. That mysterious cultivator with the complete qi refinement technique is you? Xiao Hua said in surprise. Yeah. Could it be that you were also at the auction? Zhang Qingxiao was stunned and said with a smile, you can't be the one who got that technique, right? Looking at Zhang Qingxiao's smiling face, Xiao Hua understood. No wonder there was something similar to the blood shadow technique in that technique. It turned out that it was this guy's doing. Damn it. If it wasn't me, who else could it be? Xiao Hua said angrily. I was almost killed by your technique. Io, it's really you. Hearing this, Zhang Qingxiao hurriedly stood up and said, quick, let me take a look. You didn't really fall for it, did you? No need. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, I've already seen through that technique of yours. That's good, that's good. Zhang Qingxiao said embarrassedly. I only wanted to deceive others, but I didn't expect to deceive my own people. And, that technique is not bad. Do you have more? Xiao Hua's face was full of indignation. Quickly take it out and comfort my wounded heart. Of course, of course. Zhang Qingxiao hurriedly clapped his hands and took out a jade pendant. He was about to hand it over to Xiao Hua, but just as he handed it out halfway, he came to a realization. Damn it, you didn't seem to be hurt. Why would I give you this ancient cultivation technique? This heavenly law embodiment technique is an extremely powerful technique, I can't give it to you for free. Saying this, Zhang Qingxiao looked at Xiao Hua's storage bag with a smile. Damn, when you see wealth, you throw away your brotherhood. Xiao Hua covered his storage bag and said, I've already given you the heaven mending pill, what else do you want? Chapter 22. Of course, it's the mother-child spirit fruit. Zhang Qingxiao said, "This thing is quite beneficial to me and my confidant. Take out as many as you have, the more the better." "Okay." Xiao Hua reached out his hand and said, "Give me a storage pouch." Ah. Zhang Qingxiao was stunned, then immediately became overjoyed and hurriedly gave a small storage pouch to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua pretended to take something from the storage pouch and took out more than half of the mother-child spirit fruits that he had accumulated in the past few decades. So many. Seeing so many mother-child spirit fruits in the storage pouch, Zhang Qingxiao's eyes already turned green. "Alright, no need to say any more. Your father will be the vice sect master." Zhang Qingxiao handed the jade pendant to Xiao Hua and said, "With you as the vice sect master, I can nurture countless experts." TSK. Xiao Hua waved his hand, "I'm too lazy to go to that filthy place of yours. Besides, from your tone, the vice sect master position of Heavenly Demon Sect is just for sale. Anyone can go, but I'm even more unwilling to go. Come if you want." Zhang Qingxiao happily put away the mother-child spirit fruits and rolled his eyes at Xiao Hua. "I don't know how many cultivators in Xiaoyu continent want to come." "I don't care," Xiao Hua flatly refused. "Hee, you don't have to be the vice sect master. However, when I ask you for the mother-child spirit fruits, you still have to take them out," Zhang Qingxiao said without any trace of politeness. "Depends on the situation." Xiao Hua shook his head. "There aren't many mother-child spirit fruits left in that place, don't talk to me about this." Zhang Qingxiao said with a smile, "If you can get so many, you can definitely get even more. Deal." Xiao Hua also nodded. "However, you have to help me do something." Hee, you're starting to bargain with senior brother." Zhang Qingxiao nodded. "Say it." "There aren't many things that I can't do on Xiaoyu continent." When Xiao Hua took out a pile of rice seeds and handed it to Zhang Qingxiao, he explained the matter. Zhang Qingxiao was dumbfounded and asked incredulously, "What? What? You actually want my Heavenly Demon Sect disciple to do such a good thing? Are you sure?" "Of course I'm not mistaken." Xiao Hua nodded and said, "Now that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in our Xiaoyu continent has changed greatly, the cultivator's cultivation is merely restricted, but the common people's lives are in danger. My ability is limited, so I have no choice but to rely on second senior martial brother's Heavenly Demon Sect to do this." "Great." Xiao Xianrui also nodded and advised, "Second senior brother, this is the best thing in the world. If you can participate, it will also be a good deed." I don't care about merit. I only want to avenge eldest senior brother and master." Zhang Qingxiao took the storage bags and said coldly, "I was wondering why some people in the secular world of Meng Kingdom worship Chenren Shao. It turns out that it was you who did it. Don't worry, even if my Heavenly Demon Sect does this, we will not use the name of the Heavenly Demon Sect. We will still use your name. Motherfucker, wouldn't my Heavenly Demon Sect become a laughing stock if other people knew about this?" Xiao Hua's heart warmed, knowing that his second senior martial brother still had some kindness. He cupped his hands and said, "I thank second senior martial brother on behalf of the common people of the world." "What qualifications do you have to represent the common people of the world?" Zhang Qingxiao scolded, "What's the use of doing this kind of good deed every day? You might as well spend your time on cultivation and searching for the murderer who killed my Shang Huaming." Speaking of which. Xiao Hua laughed again and said, "I really do have some clues." "Tell me quickly," Zhang Qingxiao said anxiously. Thus, Xiao Hua briefly told her about the little white dragon and what he saw at the auction in Haoming City. Then, he concluded, "Didn't Zhang Jiantong say it before? My Shang Huaming's guardian divine beast is probably the little white dragon." The three nascent soul cultivators just happened to face the Shanghua sect, Xuanyan school, and Qiqiao sect. Their sect leaders are all nascent soul cultivators. Even if it wasn't them, I'm afraid they are related to the murderer. However, I don't know if the blood of the Shanghua sect's Qi Jianghai is the blood of the white dragon. I understand. Zhang Qingxiao nodded slowly. Things are gradually becoming clear, but it's not the time for the truth to come to light. Our cultivation is still too weak. When we reach the nascent soul realm, we will definitely find the murderer and kill him. Right, junior sister, speaking of which, I was a bit reckless just now. We can't use the name Shang Huaming for the time being to avoid attracting the murderer's attention. Let's use the name of the 100 Herbs sect for the time being. Okay, I'll listen to second senior brother's instructions. Xiao Xianrui nodded. Nascent soul? Alas, it seems too long ago. Xiao Hua thought of the battle between the Dao sect and the sword cultivators and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Although he improved rapidly, there was still a long way to go before he could kill a nascent soul cultivator. How about a nascent soul? Zhang Qingxiao said coldly, as long as you cultivate diligently, I will provide you with everything you want, whether it's pills, cultivation methods, or spiritual herbs. I haven't seen you for decades, and you can cultivate to the golden core realm. With my support, how slow can you be? Not to mention the nascent soul realm, you can even reach the spirit severing stage. What can you give me? Xiao Hua smiled. You even want me to give you the mother-child spirit fruit? Huh, what do you want? Zhang Qingxiao asked instead of answering. This. Xiao Hua scratched his head. He really didn't want anything for the time being, but at this moment, his eyes lit up and he said with a smile, Second senior brother, do you have the Demon Realms refining method? The Demon Realms refining method? Zhang Qingxiao was also stunned. What do you want that for? Of course it's for this. Xiao Hua clapped his hand and took out the Qiu Yinlu. He looked at Zhang Qingxiao with a smile. Zhang Qingxiao's gaze swept over it. How could she still sit still? With a big stride, she jumped from the chair on the left to the chair on the right where Xiao Hua was sitting and snatched the Qiu Yinlu for a closer look. Second senior brother, is there a need to do this? Xiao Hua said with a smile. This is my treasure, I never promised to give it to you. Good, it really is the Qiu Yinlu. Little junior brother, where did you get it? Zhang Qingxiao looked again and asked, do you know the value of this thing? I heard Empress say that this is the weapon of Demon Monarch Scarlet Maple. What else is strange about it? Xiao Hua was slightly stunned. Hee, it's not just that. Zhang Qingxiao looked as if she couldn't bear to part with it. This is a famous weapon from ancient times. Later, it flowed into the demon realm and was obtained by Demon Monarch Scarlet Maple. I won't say the specific process. In short, this thing is very important to me. You have to give it to me even if you don't want to. But then Zhang Qingxiao said curiously, however, this thing seemed to have been shattered in the war between immortals and demons. It was broken into several pieces. How did it become a hole in your hands? Oh. No, it's not completely refined. It's just connected together with a rare blood fusion method. I understand. Zhang Qingxiao looked at Xiao Hua in surprise. Don't tell me that you refined this thing. It's me. Xiao Hua nodded. However, I don't have the Demon Realm's refining method, so I can't do it fully. If second senior brother has it, I can help you refine it. It's nothing much. Little junior brother, you're really good. Zhang Qingxiao sighed with emotion. I thought I was incomparably powerful, but I didn't expect, compared to you, I'm really too far behind. No, the position of Heavenly Demon Sect's Vice Sect Master must be given to you. Go. Do you still want the ancient dragon Yinlu? Xiao Hua threatened. Yes. Zhang Qingxiao answered without hesitation. Then, she searched her storage bag for a long time and took out 2 magic slips. One of them is the Demon Realm's refining method, the other is the ancient dragon Yinlu's refining method. Can you read the magic slips? Yes. Xiao Hua reached out to take it and kept the ancient dragon Yinlu. You have the cultivation of a Buddhist sect. Naturally, you can read the magic slips. Zhang Qingxiao didn't find it strange. Oh right, also, where do you have the refining method of the 5 elements wishful heaven cudgel? Or a qi refinement technique that doesn't belong to the 5 elements? Or something with green seal script? Xiaohua asked one after another. No, no. Zhang Qingxiao's mind was hazy. She asked curiously, what are these things? I've never heard of them. I understand. Xiaohua waved his hand. He understood that although Zhang Qingxiao obtained the inheritance of a devil cultivator, she only knew about things from the demon realm. She probably didn't know much about green seal script or ancient things. After thinking for a while, Xiaohua took out a white bone and said, "It's this big white bone. If you see it, leave it for me." This thing. Good. I understand. Zhang Qingxiao nodded. Then, after thinking for a while, she took out a drop of blood and handed it to Xiaohua. This is a high-level cultivation method from the demon realm. It's called Blood Drop Paradise. You can refer to it. It should be useful for you to refine the ancient dragon Yinlu. Another cultivation method. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. He nodded and took it. I have too many cultivation methods here. You're really taking advantage of me. Zhang Qingxiao scolded, this is the cultivation method of Qi Feng Supreme. Who knows how many devil cultivators in the demon realm covet it? All right. Xiaohua said helplessly, it won't be too late to thank you when I succeed in this cultivation method. TSK, how can you succeed in cultivating it? You're not from the demon realm. Zhang Qingxiao snorted disdainfully, you just need to experience it and refine the ancient dragon Yinlu properly. Your brother's life is in your hands. Ah. Why is that? Xiaohua was shocked. He didn't expect the ancient dragon Yinlu to be so important to Zhang Qingxiao. You don't need to know this. You just need to refine it properly. Zhang Qingxiao laughed again, I'm just lying to you. Seeing that Zhang Qingxiao didn't say anything, Xiaohua didn't ask anymore. However, he understood that Zhang Qingxiao wouldn't say anything senseless. Following that, the two of them talked for a while. Xiaohua was coaxed by Zhang Qingxiao to give him a lot of spirit herbs. However, although Xiaohua didn't care about Zhang Qingxiao's position as the vice sect leader, he still wanted the Azure Spirit Pills pill formula. As for the essence flower pill that condensed true essence, Xiaohua didn't expect that Zhang Qingxiao didn't have it. However, Xiao Xianrui did. The essence flower pills pill formula was the secret inheritance of the 100 Herbs Gate. Chang Fian from Weeping Moon City was right. That day, Chang Fian did mention the 100 Herbs Gate. However, Xiaohua only focused on the 10,000 Flower Valley and directly ignored the 100 Herbs Gate. Chapter 22-23. Of course, this secret technique was placed in Shang Huaming's secret chamber. The three of them headed to Shang Huaming's ancestral hall. Seeing Zhang Qingxiao take out an old yellow talisman and paste it on the ground, and seeing a flash of light, Xiaohua couldn't help but think of the first time he came here with Gong Mingwei. Xiaohua's figure disappeared along with the clear light, and tears once again welled up in his eyes. The originally hidden memories were always stirred up by the old matters and things that always existed, and the originally gradually ice-cold emotions were once again stirred up. Humans, even cultivators, were generally like this. Unfortunately, when Xiaohua saw the inheritance hall that had been tidied up by the 100 Herbs Gate, he was faintly disappointed. Yes, it was originally cold and cheerless, but that was his own, Shang Huaming's. Now, the prosperity belonged to the 100 Herbs Gate, and it had nothing to do with Shang Huaming. Not bad. Zhang Qingxiao didn't think so, and with a sweep of his divine sense, he laughed. The 100 Herbs Gate is really generous, leaving a lot of things in my yellow flower ridge. Could it be that they moved everything here? More or less. Xiao Xianrui put down Jiang Luer, who was about to move, and brushed her hair. Her body was quite charming, and she laughed. My Shang Huaming's restriction is very strange, much more powerful than the 100 Herbs Gates. When Jiang Jiantong repaired the array, he put all of the 100 Herbs Gates inheritance here. Without Shang Huaming's yellow talisman, I'm afraid only nascent soul cultivators can break in, right? Yes, that's right, that's why it's so convenient for us. Zhang Qingxiao looked at Xiaohua and said, "How about it, little junior brother? I won't let you do it for nothing. Take a look, if there's anything you want, just take it." "TSK," Xiaohua snorted. "I'm also Shang Huaming's disciple, and these things are also mine. Why should I owe you a favor?" Hee. Xiao Xianrui quite enjoyed listening to the two bicker, and she covered her mouth with a smile. She pointed to a place and said, "Little junior brother, go over there. These are the 100 Herbs Gates pill recipes and refining methods. If you need them, you can take them. Don't let him take them, just copy them. These are all for Jianghu." Zhang Qingxiao immediately raised an objection. Xiaohua glared at him, "Am I that stupid?" As he spoke, he was about to leave when he suddenly thought of something and asked Xiao Xianrui, "Senior sister, are all the herbs of the 100 Herbs Gate planted in Yellow Flower Ridge?" Xiao Xianrui shook her head, "No. Yellow Flower Ridge doesn't have abundant spirit qi, so it's not suitable for planting spirit herbs. Most of the spiritual herbs of 100 Herbs Gate are in Medicine Farmer Peak. Only some of the most important ones have been transplanted here." "Oh." Xiaohua nodded, then turned to Zhang Qingxiao and said, "Second senior brother, have your subordinates give me 10 stalks of each of the 100 Herbs Gate's medicinal herbs, as well as 10 of their seeds. How can I allow my subordinates to be ordered around by you?" Zhang Qingxiao said, but he did not stop. He walked out of the Heritage Hall and sent out the transmission talisman. "What does little junior brother want the seeds for?" Xiao Xianrui asked curiously. She then pointed to a spot and said, "Many of the seeds of the 100 Herbs Gate are also placed here. Take a look for yourself." "Ha, great." Xiaohua clapped his hands and laughed, "Little junior brother naturally has his uses." Then, Xiaohua copied the pill formulas of the 100 Herbs Gate. Unfortunately, the 100 Herbs Gate could only refine the green spirit pill of the late Foundation establishment stage at most. They did not have a single pill formula for the Golden Core stage. The other pill formulas for the Foundation establishment and Qi refinement stages could also be counted on one hand. As for the seeds, there were quite a lot. Most of them had already been planted in Xiaohua's space. However, Xiaohua still took some of each. Zhang Qingxiao looked at Xiaohua's actions and seemed to be deep in thought. However, Xiaohua did not care at all. His space was really hidden. Even a nascent soul stage cultivator would not be able to discover it. Zhang Qingxiao could not possibly know the details. Moreover, with his space, Zhang Qingxiao could also benefit from it. With Zhang Qingxiao's intelligence, he would definitely not drain the pond to fish and burn the forest to hunt, blindly occupying it by force. Sure enough, after Xiaohua searched through everything in the Heritage Hall, took what he needed to take and copied what he needed to copy, Zhang Qingxiao asked in a low voice, "Little junior brother, were you responsible for planting spirit herbs in the Imperial Thunder sect?" "That's right." Xiaohua nodded. "Then, did you find a secret place in the Imperial Thunder sect when you were planting spirit herbs?" Zhang Qingxiao's eyes lit up as he asked anxiously. More or less." Xiaohua did not deny it. "Ha, I knew it." Zhang Qingxiao laughed loudly, "If you didn't find any secret place in the Imperial Thunder sect, where did you get the mother-child spirit fruit? What do you want these spirit herb seedlings and seeds for?" Zhang Qingxiao did not expect that when Xiaohua took out the mother-child spirit fruit at the auction in Yenyuan City, he had not yet entered the Imperial Thunder sect. Seeing Xiaohua somewhat stunned, Zhang Qingxiao laughed arrogantly and said, "I found a secret place in the Weimeng mountain range where I planted the mother-child spirit fruit. However, that mother-child spirit fruit is only a few hundred years old. You can take out 1,000-year-old one all of a sudden. If it is not the Imperial Thunder sect's secret place, where else can it be?" "Oh." Xiaohua was greatly surprised and muttered in his heart, Good, so that place is second senior brother's." However, he also could not explain, otherwise, his mother-child spirit fruit would have no source. Thus, Xiaohua pretended not to understand and said, "What's wrong? What does my Imperial Thunder sect's secret place have to do with you? Your huge heavenly demon sect can't even have spirit herbs, right?" You actually want to get them from little brother's hands? Although my heavenly demon sect is big, so big that you can't imagine. However, after all, the sect has only been established for a short time and does not have much accumulation. Cultivation methods, medicinal pills, and artifacts are still okay. Previously, Tian Qi already has it. I can just go to other sects and families and snatch it. However, spirit herbs are quite troublesome, especially now that the spirit qi of heaven and earth is gradually changing. The spirit herbs planted are also not growing in a special way. If little junior brother has the Imperial Thunder sect's secret place, wouldn't it be just right? I'm afraid only second senior brother would do something like stuffing your own pockets. Xiao Hua sneered. TCH, as long as I can get spirit herbs, I can do anything. Zhang Qingxiao did not care about Xiao Hua's sneer. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and nodded. Little brother can help you. However, you have to take out the same number of seedlings, otherwise, it will be easy to be exposed. Of course, I know this. Zhang Qingxiao nodded. However, what little brother wants is precisely the spirit herbs seedlings in your Imperial Thunder sect's secret place. Why is that? Xiao Hua asked curiously. You want to plant the seedlings yourself? Of course. Zhang Qingxiao nodded. Actually, when little junior brother gave little brother the rice, little brother had already thought about it. After little brother parted with you last time in Meng country, little brother occasionally met a secular person who was worshipping Daoist Shao. Because his surname was similar to yours, little brother was curious and asked someone to inquire about it. Only then did I know that your rice seedlings can actually grow in the spirit qi of heaven and earth. At that time, little brother thought that if I met this Daoist Shao, I would definitely give him the position of deputy sect leader of the heavenly demons sect and let him help me cultivate spirit herbs. Chapter 22-24. How many vice sect leaders do you have? Xiao Hua laughed. Xiao Xianrui also couldn't help laughing. You can have as many as you want, Zhang Qingxiao said with a flick of his sleeve. I don't care. To be honest, there's no need to talk about your rice. It's definitely grown in that secret area. The spiritual herbs there must have adapted to the changes in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. If you can take it outside and plant it, I'm sure it'll be the same as the rice and save all the spiritual herbs in the entire Dawn Rain continent. Of course. Hearing this, Xiao Hua suddenly realized that it was just as Zhang Qingxiao said. Since the rice could adapt to the changes in heaven and earth spiritual qi, how could the spiritual herbs higher than the rice not adapt? Xiao Hua was too concerned about the common people and forgot about the cultivators on Xiaoyu continent. Little junior brother, if you plant spiritual herbs in the secret land of Imperial Thunder sect, you must keep this cheap position. Zhang Qingxiao reminded him. Now that the heaven and earth spiritual qi has changed, all the sects are on guard. If your Imperial Thunder sect has this secret land, Shanghua sect and Xuanyan school must have the same place. This is the foundation of all the sects on Xiaoyu continent. Then Zhang Qingxiao looked at Xiao Xianrui and said, if you don't believe me, then take out the spiritual herbs in the secret land and give them to junior sister. 100 Herbs sect grows spiritual herbs, so there won't be any mistakes. Yes, I understand. Xiao Hua nodded. What's the difference between giving them to senior sister and giving them to you? 100 Herbs sect will be. No, it's absolutely different. Zhang Qingxiao flatly denied. I said that I can help 100 Herbs sect recruit disciples in the early stage, but I must give them to junior sister in the future. And 100 Herbs sect will definitely change its name to Shang Huaming's. Okay, Xiao Hua nodded and reached out. Give me the storage bag. I really do have some spiritual herb sprouts. I took them out of the secret land and was waiting to give them to Thunder Palace. Now it's time to exchange them. Don't. Zhang Qingxiao waved her hand and said, don't do it now. The two kinds of spiritual herbs will definitely have differences. If someone finds out, it will be bad. Xiao Hua naturally knew that this so-called secret plane was nothing more than a myth. Whether or not the Imperial Thunder sect, Splendid sect, and the other sects really had it, he also didn't know. If the spiritual plants of the 100 Herbs sect couldn't be replaced, it wouldn't be long before they would wither. How could his poor senior martial sister support it? Moreover, once he went to Han country, he didn't know when he would return. If he didn't give it to him now, when would he? Second senior brother, don't worry. We just need to hand over the spiritual herbs to them. No one will check. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Really? Zhang Qingxiao was a little puzzled, but he nodded again. Since you said so, I won't be polite. As he spoke, he took out a storage pouch. Xiao Hua took out a lot of spirit grass seedlings from his storage bag. He also took out 10 of them. As for the older ones, he also took out a few of them after giving the storage pouch to Zhang Qingxiao. Zhang Qingxiao unceremoniously handed him a blood-red messaging talisman and a jade slip. He said with a smile, Junior Martial Brother is so convenient. You can take a look at the things inside. After you have them, you can use the messaging talisman to send them to me. I will personally go and get them. Alas, I knew there wouldn't be any easy work. Xiao Hua took it with a smile. He didn't even look at it before putting it into the storage pouch. It was impossible for him to give the spiritual herbs to Zhang Qingxiao now. Seeing Xiao Hua accept it without any trace of politeness, Zhang Qingxiao's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. His heart felt warm. After all, he was his junior martial brother. Although he couldn't be compared to Xiao Xianrui, who grew up together, he was still very affectionate. There's something that I still need to ask. Although Xiao Hua took the messaging talisman, after thinking for a while, he looked at Zhang Qingxiao with a smile and said, Your heavenly demon sect is really dirty. Previously, many disciples offended me. I won't hide it from second senior martial brother. I didn't leave a single one alive. Of course, I didn't know that they were second senior martial brother's subordinates at that time. I was a little ruthless, but now? With second senior martial brother here, it really makes things difficult for me. Don't, Zhang Qingxiao waved his hand and said with a smile, You are you, and I am me. You and I are Shang Huaming's senior martial brother. But the Imperial Thunder sect is the Imperial Thunder sect, and the Heavenly Demon sect is the Heavenly Demon sect. There are Daoists and demons. This isn't something that can be replaced by our brotherhood. As long as the disciples of my Heavenly Demon sect offend you, you can attack as much as you want. I won't say a word. In addition, if the disciples of your Imperial Thunder sect offend me, I won't let them go. Okay, Xiao Hua's stone fell to the ground, but after thinking for a while, he clapped his hand, took out a jade slip, wrote something, and handed it to Zhang Qingxiao. These are my good friends, and my current master and senior martial brother. They are really good to me. If you meet them, please show some mercy. Got it. Zhang Qingxiao only cared about Xiao Hua and Xiao Xianrui, and didn't care about others at all. Since Xiao Hua said so, he casually looked at it and put it away. Then he looked away from Xiao Hua and looked at the place where the statue of the deity used to be. He was a little disappointed. Alas, the most important statue in my inheritance hall has been taken by the 100 Herbs Gate. I watched it grow up since I was young, and now it's gone. My heart is really empty. Xiao Xianrui's face was full of guilt when she heard this. She said carefully, It's all my fault. When I first gave them the yellow talisman, the statue was still there. After that, I rarely came here. By the time little sister came here, that thing was already gone. I'm afraid Jiang Jiantong sent it to the Medicine Farmer Peak. Second senior martial brother, you can go to the Medicine Farmer Peak and see if there are any traces of the statue. Okay. Zhang Qingxiao was about to turn around and send a message talisman when Xiao Hua said with a smile, No need. Oh. Xiao Xianrui asked curiously, What does junior martial brother mean? The heavens really don't want to destroy me, Shang Huaming. Xiao Hua explained, When I first escaped from Yellow Flower Ridge, I picked up the god statue on the way. With that, Xiao Hua waved his hand and took out the god statue from the space. He said as if he was presenting a treasure, Second senior martial brother, senior martial sister, look. Seeing the god statue flash in Xiao Hua's hand, Xiao Xianrui and Zhang Qingxiao were happy. They knew that although they didn't know the origin of this thing, it was Shang Huoming's inheritance. Who knew what secrets it held? If Shang Huoming wanted to establish a sect, this thing must not be missing. However, before Xiao Hua could put the god statue on the ground, an unusual green light flew out of Xiao Hua's storage bag. It was the Jade Rui that the 10,000 Demon Realm Empress had given to Xiao Hua. The Jade Rui flew into the air and emitted a strange fluctuation from the handle. One by one, it shot onto the god statue. As the fluctuation reached the body, the god statue actually shook and made a buzzing sound. Then, a fluctuation flashed from the god statue, echoing the Jade Rui. This. Xiao Hua and the others were stunned. Buzz 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 buzz, the rhythm of the sound was like a kind of music, but also like a kind of cry. It was quite like the cry of the sea beasts Xiao Hua heard on the Guihe Sea. After a short while, the Jade Rui emitted a green brilliance that enveloped the entire statue. The statue began to turn illusory, turning into particles, which then rushed into the Jade Rui at an extremely fast speed. Xiao Hua seemed to have realized something when he saw the granular form. A faint lightning bolt flashed through his mind. What is this? Zhang Qingxiao was shocked and hurriedly reached out to grab it. However, when his hand touched the god statue, it was as if he was grabbing a handful of emptiness. The countless particles flowed out from the gaps of his hand and entered the Jade Rui. Xiao Hua, what's going on? Seeing that Xiao Hua was still stunned at this critical moment, Zhang Qingxiao scolded, quickly take out the god statue. At this moment, the Jade Rui's brilliance flashed again. It actually soared into the sky and flew out of the inheritance palace. However, it only flew a few feet before the brilliance stopped again. It circled a few times before flying back to Xiao Hua's head and stopped moving. Xiao Hua faintly grasped something, but it seemed like nothing. At this moment, he couldn't think about it in detail. He stretched out his hand and took down the Jade Rui. Xiao Hua and the others' divine sense swept over, but the Jade Rui blocked their divine sense and couldn't penetrate it. AI. Second senior brother, do you still remember the empress you met in the Guihe Sea? Xiao Hua sighed and asked. Zhang Qingxiao's expression changed slightly. She nodded and said, this thing is hers? What kind of empress is she? Xiao Hua signaled to not blaspheme and explained, according to her, she is the empress of the 10,000 demon realm. 10,000 demon realm. Zhang Qingxiao's face was even more shocked. How can a demon from the 10,000 demon realm come to our Dawn Rain continent? It's really strange. What? Shouldn't she appear in the Dawn Rain continent? Xiao Hua's expression changed even more. He was already certain that he was from the 10,000 demon realm. Now that he heard it, he couldn't help but be confused. Zhang Qingxiao told him about the spatial crack according to her memory and said, under normal circumstances, demons from the 10,000 demon realm can't use their true bodies to come to our Dawn Rain continent. They can only use their primordial spirit projection. When I saw the Empress that day, it didn't seem to be a primordial spirit projection. Oh, Xiao Hua nodded. The Empress had also said this before. Thus, he smiled and said, according to the Empress, she came through a strange spatial crack. She shouldn't be in this category. Then what about this Jade Rui? Zhang Qingxiao pointed at the Jade Rui in Xiao Hua's hand and asked. This matter involves the Empress's private affairs. I received her grace and was ordered by her to find a person. Xiao Hua couldn't understand and said, this Jade Rui was given to me by her. As long as there is a trace of that person, this thing will automatically appear. I will send a message to the Empress. Zhang Qingxiao nodded. So, this god statue is related to the 10,000 demon realm? Or I, Shang Huoming, am also related to the 10,000 demon realm? Instantly, Xiao Hua thought of the words Qing Fengmin said when he was devouring his flesh at the 100 Zhang Peak. Io, how do you have the demon realm's cultivation method? Chapter 22-25. So, Xiao Hua nodded, that should be the case. I think, my cultivation method is related to the demon race. Zhang Qingxiao naturally knew, but he couldn't say it out loud. Hearing Xiao Hua's words, he also nodded. If it's as little junior brother said, then I'm definitely related to the person the 10,000 Demon Realm Empress is looking for. Dark Flower, Shanghua Ming. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and smiled. If I'm not wrong, our Shanghua Ming was created by the person the 10,000 Demon Realm Empress is looking for. This god statue, damn, that's not right. The Empress is looking for a man, but this god statue is clearly a woman. Zhang Qingxiao shrugged and smiled mysteriously. Little junior brother is wrong. A demon is a demon. In my Dawn Rain continent, it's just a bag of skin. It doesn't matter if it's a man or a woman. Although it's a woman on the surface, it's actually a man. This. Xiao Hua was silent. He couldn't believe that a man could turn into a delicate female cultivator. He shook his head. I don't think so. It's all up to the Empress. If she says it's true, then it's true. But your message talisman, it hasn't been sent out. Zhang Qingxiao reminded. He suffered in the hands of the Empress and was somewhat afraid of her. He couldn't help but feel lucky. Xiao Hua looked at the jade rui in his hand and was also puzzled. He said helplessly, this isn't something I can control. Anyway, I already know that Shanghua Ming is related to the person the Empress is looking for. It's not my problem if the message talisman can't be sent out. Could it be that the Empress encountered some danger? Was she killed? Or imprisoned? Zhang Qingxiao guessed. Xiao Hua thought for a moment. The Empress's cultivation is higher than the spirit clone. There are too few cultivators in the Dawn Rain continent who can imprison her. Moreover, if she reveals her identity, with her identity as the 10,000 Demon Realm Empress, which human cultivator would imprison her? Who knows? Zhang Qingxiao shrugged. I'm still confused. Why would a demonic cultivator find me to be the target of possession? Or perhaps, the Empress has already returned to the 10,000 Demon Realm? Xiao Hua whispered with a trace of disappointment in his heart. Is it possible? Zhang Qingxiao nodded. Or she has already found someone. He went back with her. What about this statue? Xiao Xianrui asked. It's all with little junior brother. Let him have it. The corner of Zhang Qingxiao's mouth revealed a trace of a smile as she said, if we were to climb the thighs of the myriad demon realms Empress, I'm afraid that we would be able to do whatever we wanted in the Daybreak continent. Senior apprentice sister, don't worry. This thing is in little brother's storage pouch. Others won't be able to take it away. Xiao Hua consoled. In fact, Xiao Xianrui didn't have any special thoughts. She was just relieved to hear her senior and junior brothers comforting her. Actually, hearing her two relatives comforting her, Xiao Xianrui hesitated for a moment before saying, not only does my Shang Huaming have some background, even 100 Herbs Gate has some history. Oh. What's the history of 100 Herbs Gate? Zhang Qingxiao disdained. Can it be compared with my Shang Huaming? Xiao Xianrui smiled bitterly, looked at them and said, I heard from Lu Er's father that their medicine farmer Peak and the medicine king tripod seem to be related to some legends. But he didn't say anything more about it. I don't know either. Oh, I see. If I had known earlier, I would have asked them first. Zhang Qingxiao scratched her head, thought for a moment, and asked, by the way, where are Jiang Jintong's storage pouch and the medicine king tripod? It doesn't seem like I took them. My subordinates. Hee, of course they're with little brother. Xiao Hua smiled apologetically, but he didn't feel embarrassed at all. He clapped his hands and took out Jiang Jintong's medicine king tripod. I killed him. How did it go to you? Zhang Qingxiao curled her lips and said. You're the leader of the heavenly demon sect. How can you value these things? It's not as good as little brother taking them. Xiao Hua retorted. If I didn't mention it, you wouldn't have said it? Zhang Qingxiao didn't let it go. Of course. Why should I say it? Xiao Hua said confidently, this guy has taken up so much of my time. It's only right for him to compensate me. Fine, fine. You're so polite. Zhang Qingxiao said impatiently, What kind of background can the 100 Herbs sect have? I'm too lazy to look at it. Hee, since little brother has taken it, then just take it for the time being. Xiao Xianrui pursed her lips and smiled. Now I, Shang Huaming, have a lot of things to do, so I can't take these things to heart. Little brother, just take it as keeping it for Lu, Okay. Xiao Hua didn't stand on ceremony. He waved his hand and put it back into the space. However, he was the same as Zhang Qingxiao. He didn't take it seriously at all. However, after a while, Zhang Qingxiao frowned again and looked at Xiao Hua, saying, Xiao Hua, show me the Medicine King tripod. Yes. Xiao Hua was stunned. He obediently took out the Medicine King tripod and handed it to Zhang Qingxiao. Zhang Qingxiao took the Medicine King tripod, squinted her eyes and looked at it for a long time. She scratched her chin with her hand and returned the Medicine King tripod to Xiao Hua. She said thoughtfully, if little sister didn't mention the Medicine King peak, I really would have forgotten about it. In my memory, there is indeed a legend of the Medicine King peak, but it's not particularly detailed. Oh. Is there really such a thing? Xiao Hua said happily, second senior brother, tell me quickly. You look like a miser. Zhang Qingxiao scolded, no wonder you can't be the deputy lord of my heavenly demon sect. Then she laughed and said, actually, I don't remember it very clearly. I only know that there is a story about the Medicine King Peak. In the ancient times, when the celestial being declined, there was a powerful person who called himself a medicine farmer and lived in the Medicine King Peak. He personally tasted tens of thousands of kinds of spiritual herbs that grew after the ancient times, thought about the medicinal properties of various spiritual herbs, and then formulated different prescriptions. These prescriptions are the embryonic form of the prescriptions that cultivators of the Xiaoyu continent take now. Oh my god. No way. Xiao Hua didn't expect this legend to be so long. What's the origin of this Medicine King tripod? How would I know? Zhang Qingxiao rolled her eyes at him. I only know this legend, and I don't know anything else. TSK. Who wants to know? Xiao Hua also bared his teeth and said. Then Xiao Hua patted his storage bag again, took out a jade bottle and a bead, and handed them to Xiao Xianrui. I will break your magic tool. This is a water-based magic tool called the Aqua Blue Bead, which is used by Senior Sister. When I have a chance in the future, I will personally create a magic weapon for Senior Sister. TSK. It's just a Aqua Blue Bead. My heavenly demons sect has plenty of such things. Zhang Qingxiao disdained, if you have the ability, you'd better get a water-based magic weapon first. Chapter 22-26. With a smile on her face, Xiao Xianrui stretched out her hand and took it. She did not mind that it was a magic weapon. Jiang Luer seemed to like the color of the aqua blue pearl very much. She stretched out her small hand and snatched it, happily playing with it. In the other jade bottle, there is a face-preserving pill. Senior Sister, if you take it, you can stay young forever. Oh. Face-preserving pill? Even if Xiao Xianrui already felt that she was not surprised by favor or disgrace, hearing this item, her heart jumped slightly. Her face showed surprise as she looked at Xiao Hua and said, Thank you, junior brother. You're welcome, you're welcome. Xiao Hua quickly waved his hand and reached into his clothes again. Then, junior brother, can you give me one of the face-preserving pill? Zhang Qingxiao, who had always been a robber, was actually a bit embarrassed, and even his tone was evasive. Okay. Xiao Hua's reaction was very natural. Just as he was about to take it out, he suddenly felt that Zhang Qingxiao was not appropriate. He raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile that was not a smile, Second brother, you're already charming the world, why do you still need this face-preserving pill? Damn it, are you going to give it or not? Zhang Qingxiao said with a cold face. Of course, it's for you. Xiao Hua took out a jade bottle and said with a smile, however, you have to tell me, who should I give this to? Could it be? Zhang Qingxiao's figure swayed, and an afterimage appeared in front of Xiao Hua. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua's hand did not move at all, but the jade bottle in his hand strangely disappeared. When the jade bottle disappeared, Zhang Qingxiao's hand also appeared in Xiao Hua's hand. Damn it, what kind of magical power is this? Grabbing empty air, Zhang Qingxiao was a little shocked. She looked at Xiao Hua's empty palm in disbelief. He did not sense any magical power fluctuations at all. You don't need to know what magical power it is. Xiao Hua said with a smile, if you don't tell me who this person is, I'm afraid that the face-preserving pill, cough cough. Xiao Xianrui saw that Zhang Qingxiao's face was a little embarrassed, and there was a ripple in her heart. She coughed twice and said, Xiao Hua, don't make things difficult for your second brother, quickly give it to him. Yes, senior sister. Xiao Hua's palm slightly grabbed, and the jade bottle appeared again, but this time there were two. Oh. You really have a lot of face-preserving pills. Zhang Qingxiao casually took the jade bottle and put it in his storage bag. Then, his eyes lit up and he smiled. Little junior brother, do you want to cooperate with me? No need. Xiao Hua knew what Zhang Qingxiao was thinking. He shook his head and said, this matter has already been discussed with a good friend in the sect. What a pity. Zhang Qingxiao sighed. A lot of spirit stones fell into other people's storage bags. Xiao Hua unhappily rolled his eyes at him. Once again, he reached into his clothes and took out the peacock fantasy. When they saw the peacock illusion, a trace of joy appeared on both Zhang Qingxiao and Xiao Xianrui's faces, but that joy quickly disappeared and was replaced by melancholy. It was a kind of melancholy of youth that would never return. Even Xiao Hua couldn't help but think back to when the three of them, no, the four of them, saw the peacock illusion in front of Xiao Hongyue. This thing has already been given to little junior brother. Don't take it out again. Xiao Xianrui said sadly. She really didn't want to be sad anymore. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly and held the peacock fantasy. Senior sister, this thing is not an ordinary thing. This is the auspicious jade talisman. To be exact, it's the Phoenix Jade Talisman. Ah. There really is such a thing in the world? Even Zhang Qingxiao, who had received the inheritance, was shocked. He opened his eyes and carefully looked at it. Unfortunately, after looking at it for a long time, he still couldn't figure it out. Not to mention Xiao Xianrui. When Xiao Xianrui heard Zhang Qingxiao's explanation, she suddenly understood. But what replaced it was a kind of sadness. Yes, back then, Shang Huaming's Xiao Hongyue began to punish Xiao Xianrui and others for this thing. It was also this peacock fantasy that led to Jiang Fan's appearance. This thing could almost be said to be the beginning of Shang Huaming's tragedy. This thing is very precious. Little junior brother has worn it for so many years. This thing was bought by senior sister with spirit stones. I must return it to senior sister. Xiao Hua handed the peacock fantasy to Xiao Xianrui. Xiao Xianrui looked at the peacock fantasy in a daze. She didn't have the slightest intention to take it. Zhang Qingxiao naturally understood Xiao Xianrui's thoughts and scolded in a low voice. Xiao Hua, this thing is always with you. How can you give it to junior sister? You're a bit rash. Xiao Hua was extremely embarrassed. He scratched his head, looked at Jiang Luer and said with a smile. Then give it to Luer. Let him have a smooth journey and turn misfortune into blessing. Good. Zhang Qingxiao also nodded. However, when Xiao Hua handed the peacock fantasy to Jiang Luer actually slapped the peacock fantasy away. Even when Xiao Xianrui picked up the peacock fantasy and put it around his neck, he didn't want it and only looked at the aqua pearl in his hand. Forget it, I'll give it to Luer when he grows up. Xiao Hua laughed. No. Xiao Xianrui shook her head firmly. She handed the peacock fantasy back to Xiao Hua and said, Luer is very stubborn. What he likes and what he doesn't like is not easy to change. Since he doesn't like this thing, he has no fate with it. This peacock fantasy. Xiao Hua, you should take it. This. Xiao Hua was hesitant. Jiang Luer was only a 3-year-old child. Where did his stubbornness come from? It was probably Xiao Xianrui's not in her heart. And, junior brother, since this thing was given to you by junior sister a few decades ago, it's yours. No matter how precious it is, it's not as precious as your safety. It can protect your safety and let junior sister feel at ease in the future. You should take it with you. Zhang Qingxiao also didn't like this thing, so she advised. Fine. Xiao Hua was helpless. He still tied the peacock fantasy around his neck and wore it close to his body. What is that? Zhang Qingxiao's eyes were sharp. She immediately saw the witch puppet that had lost its effect. Xiao Hua didn't hide anything and took out the witch puppet. He smiled and said, "It's a witch puppet from Meng Mountain." What's a witch puppet? Zhang Qingxiao obviously didn't know. When Xiao Hua finished speaking, Zhang Qingxiao sighed with emotion. No, Xiao Hua, you must be my heavenly demon sect's deputy sect leader. If you don't come, I won't agree. Xiao Hua just smiled and didn't say anything. Then, the three of them discussed for a long time in the inheritance hall. They temporarily confirmed the embryonic development of Hundred Grass sect, which was Shang Huaming's predecessor. Then, Xiao Hua and Zhang Qingxiao waited for the disciples of Heavenly Demons sect who went to kill Hundred Grass sect at Yaonong Peak to return. Xiao Xianrui and Jiang Luer naturally had their own residence. Xiao Hua also came to Shihua Peak. At this time, Shihua Peak's herb garden had expanded many times compared to before. Seeing that the herb garden was full of spiritual herbs, Xiao Hua couldn't help but sigh slightly. After looking around the entire herb garden, Xiao Hua sat at the place where he had rested earlier and silently sent his primordial spirit into the space. It seemed that it was here that he discovered the secret of the space behind his head. The space back then was so dark and narrow. What about now? The space was steadily expanding, and now it was more than 200 miles wide. Not only were there all kinds of spiritual herbs luxuriant and green, but there was also a boundless field of mortal rice. Alas, people are things, but this is it. Xiao Hua sighed slightly, then raised his eyebrows and said, "Second senior brother, what do you want?" Zhang Qingxiao's figure slowly appeared in the air not far away and said with a frown, "As expected, I can't hide my tracks from you." Zhang Qingxiao actually chased him to Shihua Peak's herb garden. He probably had some things to hide from Xiao Xianrui. At this time, Zhang Qingxiao's appearance was still the same as before. She didn't recover her coquettish and handsome appearance. What? Second senior brother's movement technique is very secretive? Xiao Hua smiled with interest. Little brother has an invisibility talisman, but once I use my spiritual power, I will be exposed. TSK, how can a small invisibility talisman compare to my demon sect's magical power? Zhang Qingxiao said disdainfully. Xiao Hua's eyes turned, then he stretched out his hand and asked, "Could it be that second senior brother wants to teach this magical power to me?" Zhang Qingxiao rolled her eyes at him and said without paying attention to him, "Don't you think you are too greedy?" No, Xiao Hua touched his nose with his finger with an innocent face. There is no limit to this cultivation method, only more. Little brother just wants to help you see if there are any flaws in this magical power. Little brother actually always finds them. Quibble. Zhang Qingxiao wasn't stingy and gave a magic slip to him. "I want to see how you cultivate." But when Xiao Hua released his Buddhist awareness to check, Zhang Qingxiao came to a realization and said, "Enough. There is no need to look, I already understand. Your Buddhist cultivation seems to have reached a small success. Buddhism and demon cultivators are natural nemesis. They are very sensitive to each other. It is not strange for you to find my tracks." Immediately, Zhang Qingxiao frowned again and said, "What I find strange is, where did you get the Buddhist cultivation method? How is it possible for you to cultivate Buddhism so deeply at the same time when your Dao cultivation is so advanced?" Seeing that Zhang Qingxiao already understood, Xiao Hua also put away the magic slip without any intention of returning it to Zhang Qingxiao. "Second senior brother, can you tell me what kind of disciples your heavenly demon sect has?" Xiao Hua said with a smile, "Or, can you teach me this face-changing method? You are not my heavenly demon sect's deputy sect leader, why should I tell you about my heavenly demon sex matters? Hehe, I am afraid that even if I become the deputy sect leader, second senior brother may not tell me. You are right. Zhang Qingxiao didn't hide anything and nodded. Heavenly demon sex disciples are extremely diverse, I can't be more careful. There are many things that I have to master myself. Others, even if it is little junior brother, I don't dare to believe. Hehe, little brother is the same. Xiaohua replied without any trace of politeness. As for this face-changing technique, my heavenly demon sect does have it. However, without the cultivation of a demon general equivalent to nascent soul and above, I am afraid that it can't be practiced successfully. Moreover, my demon realm's cultivation methods are mostly body refinement. Face-changing cultivation methods are not very useful and even conflict with one's own cultivation method. Generally, no one would practice it. I am borrowing the power of your mother and child spirit fruit to restore my face to the way it was before I used it. Chapter 22-27. So it's like that. Xiaohua nodded and didn't ask any more. He smiled with interest. Second senior brother wouldn't come to ask me about Buddhism's sex cultivation technique, right? Hehe, don't overestimate Buddhism's sex cultivation technique. Zhang Qingxiao looked around and casually found a place to sit down cross-legged, facing Xiaohua. He said, just now, elder brother has already said that Buddhist sect and devil cultivators are mutually exclusive. Buddhist sect may have some advantages, but in the end, it will depend on whose cultivation is higher. If Buddhism's sect is powerful, why was it exterminated by Daoist sect? Hearing this, Xiaohua thought and smiled. Then second senior brother, do you know why Buddhism's sect was exterminated? What's inside Buddhism sect's ruins? Zhang Qingxiao shook his head and said, I don't care about these things, so I don't know. Buddhism's sect has been exterminated for a long time, and a lot of evidence has disappeared. I'm afraid that only ancient sects have some records of the reason. Right, I'm warning you. Buddhism's sect's ruins, it's best not to go. If you fall into the eyes of some people, they will discover your Buddhism sect cultivation, and your life will be difficult to protect. At that time, the entire Dao sect of Dawn Rain Continent will kill you. Even if I expand Heavenly Devil's sect 10 times, I still won't be able to save you. Xiaohua nodded and smiled, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Zhang Qingxiao nodded and stared at Xiaohua for a while, causing Xiaohua to feel a little scared. Actually, I came here to ask you a question. Zhang Qingxiao looked at Xiaohua's eyes again and said word by word, have you really not recovered your memory? Really not. Xiaohua stared at Zhang Qingxiao and said word by word without holding back. I'm actually very curious about you. Zhang Qingxiao said with a serious face, when you were with me, Shaming Huaming, your cultivation was slow, and you couldn't even advance to the 3rd level of qi refinement. But now? It's only been a few decades, and you actually have the strength of an early gold core. And, even the early foundation establishment realm that you showed is absolutely out of the ordinary cultivation speed. One had to know that junior sister was only at the early stage of foundation establishment. She was at the 10th level of qi refinement back then. Not to mention, you actually have a flying sword and Buddhism sex cultivation method. What about you? Xiaohua also asked. Aren't you also at the gold core stage now? You think you can compete with me? When Zhang Qingxiao saw that Xiaohua was always trying to change the topic and always trying to curry favor with her, she couldn't help but get angry. Your father, coincidentally obtained a devil cultivation method, and was also abandoned by the heavens. What's more, I got the Lingji treasure in Lingpei Mountain Villa. I was at the late stage of the gold core realm in my previous life. What's so strange about me reaching the gold core realm now? What about you? Did you also have such an opportunity? Lingpei Mountain Villa's condensed knowledge treasure is actually real? Xiaohua was surprised. Is there really such a divine item as the condensed knowledge treasure in this world? Don't change the topic. Zhang Qingxiao said coldly, I avoided junior sister today to ask for details. You, who the hell are you? Xiaohua wasn't afraid at all. He sneered and replied word by word, then this young master will also tell you that this young master still doesn't know who I am or where I came from. Then why is your cultivation advancing so fast? Zhang Qingxiao asked again, could it be that you also have the condensed knowledge treasure? This young master doesn't have such a good past life. Xiaohua shook his head and said, this young master's cultivation was painstakingly cultivated by myself. Do you think I, your father, will believe that? Zhang Qingxiao laughed sinisterly. Do you still remember what I said when I found out that you actually knew how to refine pills? Of course I remember. Xiaohua said without hesitation, this Shanghuaming and Yellow Flower Ridge are the places where you grew up. Master, senior brother and senior sister are also the people closest to you in this world. You will definitely not let them hurt you. No matter who, as long as they dare to hurt them, even if you go to the 9th heaven, the 9th underworld, even if you fall into the devil's path or the ghost's path, you will never forgive them. Did this young master say anything wrong? That's right, you remember it very clearly. Zhang Qingxiao replied, now that I have fallen into the devil's path, I have to find the murderer who killed master and senior brother. You are so mysterious, this young master always feels uneasy. If I don't figure out your background, this young master. Hee, Xiaohua laughed exceptionally brilliantly and cupped his hands, saying, Sect Master Zhang, if you can figure out my background, this young master will burn yellow paper and cut off a chicken's head to swear an oath of brotherhood with you. Bah! A strange expression appeared on Zhang Qingxiao's face. Then, he stretched out his hand, and a drop of black blood flowed out from his middle finger. That black blood was very strange, as if it had a life of its own. It bubbled in the air, and every time it boiled, a ghost's face would appear from the black blood. Xiaohua, this is the famous black blood curse of the devil realm. Do you dare to swear an oath with me? Swear that I won't hurt Shanghuaming? That I won't have disloyalty towards you and senior sister? Xiaohua said disdainfully. Why wouldn't this young master dare? Good, Zhang Qingxiao clapped and said, you don't have to have any disloyalty towards me, as long as you don't have any disloyalty towards senior sister. As long as you don't have any disloyalty towards me, Shanghuaming. With that, Zhang Qingxiao was about to cast another spell. Wait, Xiaohua stopped him and said, this young master dares. But this young master disdains to swear a blood oath like yours from the devil realm. If this young master wants to swear an oath, it will be a blood oath from the Dao sect. Zhang Qingxiao's eyes flickered as he looked at Xiaohua's calm expression thoughtfully. Then, he said softly, swear an oath in front of me. Good, Xiaohua didn't hesitate and swore an oath. However, just as Zhang Qingxiao said, this oath didn't include Zhang Qingxiao. Fine. Zhang Qingxiao opened his mouth, and the infinitely changing black blood entered his mouth. He sighed and said, don't blame senior brother for making things difficult for you again and again. It's just that Shanghuaming is where I grew up. I must ensure the safety of this place. And, this young master understands. Xiaohua nodded. Although I didn't grow up, I was still picked up by master. My feelings for Shanghuaming may not be as shallow as second senior brothers. Like second senior brother, I will do my best to support Shanghuaming and pass on master's legacy. Yes. Zhang Qingxiao looked up at the herb garden not far away and said, this herb garden is really pitiful in my hands. In junior brother's hands, it's flourishing, but now? It's even more expanded. As time passes, we are no longer in the same place. While our cultivation increases, each of us has more secrets. Although these secrets won't be completely revealed to each other. I hope that there won't be any estrangement because of this, and we won't endanger each other's trust. Are you kidding me? Second senior brother, this should be what I ask you. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Hasn't second senior brother been forcing me all this time? Who told you to have too many secrets? If I don't suspect you, who do I suspect? Could it be that I suspect Jianghu? Zhang Qingxiao rolled his eyes at him. Second senior brother left and right has hurt my heart. You have to compensate me. Xiaohua said with a grin. Zhang Qingxiao immediately covered his storage bag and said, "What are you planning?" I need cultivation methods of the 5 elements, preferably complete foundation establishment, golden core, and nascent soul. Without waiting for Xiaohua to finish speaking, Zhang Qingxiao got up and said, "I didn't hear anything, just take it that I didn't come today." "Damn it, you're a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, what cultivation methods don't you have? Yet you come to my Heavenly Demons sect to take advantage of me. What nascent soul cultivation method? Why don't you have a spirit-severing cultivation method?" "Don't." Xiaohua's face was bashful as he hurriedly pulled Zhang Qingxiao's Daoist robe and said with a smile, "Actually, I didn't think too much just now." "Who told you not to trust me so much? Since you did it, you should compensate me. If you don't have nascent soul cultivation methods, give me foundation establishment and golden core cultivation methods." I'm really scared of you." Zhang Qingxiao slapped his storage bag and threw out a few jade slips and said, "At most, I have golden core cultivation methods, nascent soul cultivation methods. In the future, let's see if there's a chance." With that, Zhang Qingxiao covered his face and left. This time, not only did he not find Xiaohua's origin, but he also broke a few cultivation methods. Xiaohua stayed in Yellow Flower Ridge for a few more days, looking at every corner of Yellow Flower Ridge. However, every time he went to a place, Xiaohua would think of someone, but he didn't feel refreshed. Therefore, when the Heavenly Demon sect disciples brought the spirit herbs and seeds of 100 Herbs Gate, and even the jade slips, Xiaohua bid farewell to Xiao Xianrui and Zhang Qingxiao. Yellow Flower Ridge had Zhang Qingxiao, so Xiaohua couldn't do much. The new 100 Herbs Gate needed Zhang Qingxiao's support, so Xiaohua was useless. Since that night, after forcing Xiaohua to reveal his origin, Zhang Qingxiao didn't look for Xiaohua alone again, as if he was completely relieved. Even when Xiaohua said goodbye, Zhang Qingxiao didn't ask a word. In fact, it was just like what they said that day, everyone has their own opportunities, as long as their feelings for Shang Huaming didn't change. Xiao Xianrui's injuries had been completely healed in the past few days. Although her cultivation hadn't fully recovered, there were all kinds of spirit pills given by Xiaohua in her storage bag, and with Zhang Qingxiao's care, her cultivation would probably advance rapidly in the future. Xiao Xianrui knew that Xiaohua was a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect at this time, so he had no choice but to leave. She didn't ask any more questions, and only gave a few reminders, reluctantly watching Xiaohua fly away. As for Jiang Luer, she had become very familiar with Zhang Qingxiao these days, and treated Xiaohua as nothing. Alas, with the appearance of second senior brother, I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. But after leaving Yellow Flower Ridge, Xiaohua seemed to have unloaded a heavy burden. However, now that he thought about it, he felt that the burden was much heavier. Previously, he had always regarded the destruction of 100 Herbs Gate as his goal of revenge, but now that 100 Herbs Gate was destroyed and Yellow Flower Ridge returned to Shang Huaming's hands, Xiaohua's previous goal was achieved. However, after knowing the truth of Shang Huaming's destruction, Xiaohua couldn't relax. After all, the enemy was a nascent soul cultivator. It was even possible that he was a nascent soul cultivator from the 3 major sects of the state of Shi. How could Xiaohua relax? Forget it, even if the sky falls, there are still tall people to hold it up. With second senior brother as the sect leader of the Heavenly Devil sect, I can only slack off. Xiaohua smiled for no reason. Although Zhang Qingxiao forced him to do so, he didn't have any resentment in his heart. After all, he really couldn't explain his origin and cultivation. It would be strange if she didn't suspect him. Chapter 22-28. It seems that I have to hurry up and cultivate so that I can conceive a nascent soul as soon as possible. Xiaohua threw the various techniques he plundered from Zhang Qingxiao into the space and handed them to the primordial spirit that was comprehending the jade slip. Only in this way can I help second senior brother when he finds the culprit. 3 nascent soul cultivators. Without late-stage nascent soul, or even spirit-severing stage, don't even think about it. Rumble. A faint sound of thunder came from Xiaohua's body as he used the Imperial Thunder travel technique. However, his direction was not the Imperial Thunder Sect, but the Tianmen Mountain. Of course, Xiaohua was not going to the Tianmen Mountain. Dozens of days later, in a place full of flowers, Xiaohua's figure flashed mysteriously as if he was born from the void. Although his figure was a little shaky and lacked some elegance compared to Zhang Qingxiao, his proficiency in using the technique was not inferior to Zhang Qingxiao's. Strange. The demon realm's concealing technique, how can I use it so easily? According to what second senior brother said, I shouldn't be able to learn this technique. Xiaohua's face showed a trace of astonishment as he whispered, I'm not a demon. Forget it, isn't it good to be able to use it? Xiaohua was very envious of Zhang Qingxiao's concealing technique. In a moment of curiosity, he used his Buddhist sense to look at it and used it according to the technique. How could he not be surprised that he could succeed within dozens of days? Immediately, Xiaohua raised his eyes and looked at the flowers under his feet. His eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness. Buried Flower Manor, Lord Chen Yi, I'm coming. Even if I can't kill that person, I'll destroy your Buried Flower Manor. Huh? How come it's gone? Could it be that I'm lost again? Xiaohua released his divine sense and looked at the range of dozens of miles. As a result, the confusion in his eyes increased. That's right, this was the place where he came to find Xie Zhiqian last time. It was also the location of Buried Flower Manor. The flowers didn't change and the scenery didn't change. It was just that the formation was gone and Buried Flower Manor was gone. Xiaohua thought for a moment and formed a technique with his hands. When the technique landed on the ground, there was no reaction. There was no magic power fluctuation that Xiaohua expected. Clearly, there was no concealment array at all. After that, Xiaohua, who refused to give up, not only used his Buddhist awareness to search again, he even used his Dharma eyes, but he didn't see any clues. Could it be that the flower burial manor can be moved? Xiaohua's heart suddenly moved as he thought of a possibility. If that's the case, then it'll be difficult. Where can this young master go to find Chen Yi? Forget it, let's not waste any more time. There's still some time before the half-year deadline. Let's hurry up and get down to business. After he finished thinking, Xiaohua formed seals with his hand and once again urged his magic power to fly, and he swiftly flew away amidst a wave of faint sounds of wind and thunder. In the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared into the horizon. Half a year later, on the Sky Thunder Peak of the Imperial Thunder Sect, dozens of lightning boats of all kinds were hovering in the air. They were like dark clouds that covered the sky. On the Sky Thunder Peak below the lightning boats, several thousand people were roughly divided into 8 areas and scattered on the peak of the Sky Thunder Peak. Every cultivator's face was slightly excited, and there were also traces of uneasiness. Beside them, there were more or less masters who were sending them off. Different from the previous experiential training, all the cultivators here wore the same style of Daoist robes. These Daoist robes were navy blue, and within the blue, there was a hint of scarlet red, which was actually somewhat similar to the color of heavenly lightning. On the sleeves of every cultivator, there was a lightning symbol. It should be the symbol of the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples. In a place near the edge of the Sky Thunder Peak, several hundred disciples of the Thunderous Palace were similarly dressed. They each checked their storage pouches, and the voices of men and women were incessant. Which one is helplessness? At this moment, a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator flew over. It was senior brother Qian, who Xiaohua met half a year ago when he flew out of the Sky Thunder Peak. Disciple is here. In an inconspicuous corner, Helplessness flew into the air and respectfully saluted. Senior brother Qian sized him up with a glance, clapped his hand, and took out a token. He asked, "Is this your keepsake?" Helplessness glanced over and nodded, "Correct, it is indeed Disciple's keepsake." "That disciple of yours named Xiaohua still hasn't returned, right?" "That's right." Helplessness's expression was very calm. "Good." Senior brother Qian nodded. "Since he hasn't returned, I presume you also know that when the time is up, my Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples will activate the Thunder Boat and take your life." Disciple understands. Helplessness still nodded. Humph. I don't even know what you're thinking. Aren't you courting death? Senior brother Qian coldly looked at Helplessness and turned to leave. Another voice said, Senior brother Qian Jing, what are you doing here instead of guarding the mountain gate? Junior brother Qian Diheng? Qian Jing was also slightly startled. He raised his head and a trace of astonishment flashed through his eyes. What are you doing here instead of staying at the Heavenly Thunder Palace and seeing off the disciples of the Heavenly Thunder Palace? Little brother is here to see off a good friend. Qian Diheng's divine sense swept over, but he was slightly startled. He didn't see Xiao Hua's figure. Martial Uncle Helplessness, where's Xiao Hua? Qian Diheng still called him Martial Uncle Helplessness because of Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua went out half a year ago. Helplessness said indifferently, he hasn't returned yet. You know Xiao Hua? Qian Jing glanced at Qian Diheng and said, you're here to see him off. That's right. Where did this guy run off to? He's about to leave, why hasn't he returned yet? Qian Diheng curled his lips and said, this guy won't run away at the last moment, right? Let's see what kind of friend you've made. Qian Jing said, he's the first one to go out with a master's token. He hasn't returned yet, so he must have run away. Senior brother Qian. Spiritual herbs can be eaten carelessly, but words can't be said carelessly. Qian Diheng was unhappy and said coldly, Xiao Hua is little brother's good brother. How could little brother not know his character? Do I need you to chirp here? Looking at Qian Diheng's appearance, if Qian Jing wasn't a disciple of Qian Diheng's palace and also his senior brother, he might have already used lousy instead of little brother. Qian Jing's face was embarrassed, and his face turned red. He could only mutter, if he could return, he would have returned long ago. Now that he hasn't returned, do you still need to say anything? Can you speak a bit louder? Qian Diheng was even more unhappy and said coldly. Forget it, I still have to go to the mountain gate to guard. Qian Jing responded and said to Helplessness, Junior brother Helplessness, when the thunder boat leaves, don't blame me for being merciless. Saying that, Qian Jing turned around to fly away. Don't worry, little brother will also go with you. Qian Diheng saw that Xiao Hua wasn't here, so he was disinclined to stay. He soared up and said, little brother will go to the mountain gate to welcome Xiao Hua. Looking at the two people flying away, Helplessness's figure landed and saw Cui Hongshan's anger. Master. What do you want disciple to say to you? You see for yourself, what disciple said that day, isn't it all coming true now? You are the one who is caught in the trap, you don't have us as an outsider who can see it clearly. Xiao Hua, that bastard, has clearly escaped. In another hour, the thunder boat will depart. Where is Xiao Hua's figure? Chapter 22-29. Junior brother Cui, isn't it not time yet? Perhaps junior brother Xiao was delayed by some matters. Although Xiang Yang's face was filled with anxiety and his eyes were looking at the sky from time to time, he still spoke for Xiao Hua. Humph, you were all fooled by Xiao Hua. Cui Hongshan said angrily, what does a loose cultivator know about benevolence, righteousness, and morality? Master's life is. Haha. Master, look, isn't that Xiao Hua? Yan Qinglian's eyes were sharp. She held Xiang Zhili's hand and shouted. Ha ha ha, it really is foster father. Foster father, foster father. Xiang Zhili also jumped up in joy. If not for Yan Qinglian holding him, he would have already rushed out. Sure enough, in the sky, Xiao Hua was whispering something to Qian Diheng as he slowly flew over. When he was about to reach them, Qian Diheng clapped his hand and took out a storage pouch and handed it to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua also took out another storage pouch and handed it to Qian Diheng. Qian Diheng didn't say anything else. He cupped his hands and turned around to fly away. When Xiao Hua landed, Xiang Zhili quickly went forward and bowed, greetings, foster father. Xiao Hua smiled and helped Xiang Zhili up. Foster father left in a hurry and came back too late. I'm afraid I can't fulfill my promise to you now. Come closer. Yes. Xianxili's face was filled with surprise. Xiaohua didn't say anything else. He set up a silent restriction and briefly explained the part of the dragon transformation art to Xianxili. Finally, he said with a smile, "This art can't be passed on to others. Your father and mother can't be told either." "Yes, boy understands." Xianxili nodded and hurriedly closed his eyes, carefully remembering what Xiaohua said just now. "Master." Xiaohua removed the restriction at this time. He clapped his hand and took out the token. He helplessly said, "Disciple was delayed by some matters. Please forgive me." Xianxili nodded helplessly and took the token. His face was still indifferent as he said, "It's fine as long as you're back. Xiangyang, bring the reward from the Thunder Palace and let him quickly change into a Daoist robe. The Thunder Boat is about to leave." "Yes." Xiangyang took out a storage bag and handed it over to Xiaohua. "Junior brother Xiao, this is the reward for this expedition. There are pills and spirit stones inside, as well as a magic tool." "Yes." Xiaohua took the storage bag, took out the magic tool and handed it to Xiangyang. "Give this thing to Li. I don't need it." Then, he looked around and took out a new Daoist robe from his storage pouch to change into. He whispered to Xiangyang, "I've taught Li something. It's not too profound. Let him figure it out himself. It'll be beneficial for him in the future." "Okay." Xiangyang glanced at Xianxili, who was seriously memorizing the manual, and nodded in agreement. "Xiaohua." Zhuo Minghui stepped forward and said, "Before you came back, your master had already told Hongshen that he would take care of you. You don't have to get angry again." She had to listen to him. "After all, you are fellow disciples of the same sect. He won't harm you." Xiaohua glanced at Cui Hongshen. Although Cui Hongshen's eyes softened, there was still some disdain. Normally, Xiaohua would have already refuted, but seeing Zhuo Minghui's eager gaze, Xiaohua could only nod and say, "Disciple understands." Zhuo Minghui turned to Cui Hongshen and said, "Hongshen, your master has already said it. Master's wife will repeat it again. You must protect your junior brother's life with all your strength. Remember, remember. Disciple understands." Cui Hongshen respectfully agreed. Xiangyang was different. He pulled Xiaohua's hand and said, "Junior brother Xiao, you also heard master's wife's words. This is also what I want to tell you. Your cultivation is outstanding, far surpassing mine. You are also smart and alert. Junior brother Chui's life is in your hands. You must protect him. Remember, remember. We'll talk about it later." Xiaohua did not agree like Cui Hongshen, "Everything depends on that guy's luck." Wu, a loud and clear sound of a bugle horn rang out, shaking the entire sky thunder peak. Then, dozens of thunder boats began to emit faint lightning. "Disciples, take your positions." An old voice sounded, causing everyone's heart to tremble. "All right, master, master's wife, eldest senior brother and senior sister, don't worry. With disciple here, I will definitely bring junior brother Xiao back safely." Cui Hongshen looked at the surrounding shocking Thunder Palace disciples flying to the thunder boats above his head and also cupped his hands and said, "Hongshen, everything depends on you. Watch Xiaohua, he is too willful." Finally, a trace of worry appeared on his helpless face. However, he immediately forced a smile and said, "After you leave, Master will also go into seclusion. I hope that when Master steps into Gold Core, I will be able to see your figures." "Oh. Master, you are going to take that thing?" Xiaohua reminded, "Before taking it, you have to ask eldest senior brother." "I know." Helplessly sneered, "You just have to look after yourself." "Yes." Xiaohua nodded, cupped his hands towards everyone, and flew to the thunder boat before Cui Hongshen. Alas! This child. Seeing this, how could Zhuo Minghui be at ease? "Master, master's wife, disciple is leaving." Cui Hongshen said a few more words before flying to the thunderboat. Crackle, bursts of lightning flashed, and dozens of thunder boats flew out of the sky, thunder peak one after another, rushing into the sky. Alas! Grape wine in a luminous cup, if you want to drink, the people will urge you to drink. If you lie drunk on the battlefield, don't laugh. Since ancient times, how many people have returned from battle? Helplessly and inexplicably, he said a few words, and then sadly said, this time. I don't know how many of my shocking thunder sect disciples will return. Let's go. Looking up at the sky, there were many cultivators who felt sad in their hearts, but gradually, they dispersed, and the sky thunder peak regained its tranquility. After all, people had to walk, and the path of cultivation still existed. When Xiao Hua flew to the thunder boat, he saw everyone standing on the side of the boat and waving goodbye to their masters. He casually found a place to sit cross-legged, and thought about the events of the past 6 months. After leaving the Yellow Flower Ridge, Xiao Hua couldn't find the Burial Flower Manor, so he went to the secret land of the Black Cloud Forest. The rice in his space was watered by the water of the Yinyang Pond in the secret land. If he wanted to cultivate spiritual herbs that could adapt to the changes in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, maybe the pond water was the key. But contrary to Xiao Hua's expectations, the innate restriction in the secret plane didn't open at a fixed time. He was trapped inside for a few months before he was able to escape. If it wasn't for his lightning speed, he might not have been able to rush back to the Imperial Thunder sect within half a year. However, during the several months of being trapped in the secret land, Xiao Hua didn't lack in taking the pond water from the deep pond. Now, there was a huge lake in his space, and all the water was taken from the deep pond. And the water in the deep pond seemed to be endless. As long as Xiao Hua took all the water from the deep pond, there would immediately be extremely cold and extremely hot spring water gushing out. Xiao Hua sat on the thunder boat, but his mind was immersed in the space. Looking at the rippling lake water, he felt a sense of accomplishment. If this young master goes to the QC again, I will definitely bring in some sea beasts. Xiao Hua thought greedily. Disciples. At this time, the rumbling thunder boat had already left the shocking thunder sect. A late-stage Foundation establishment disciple stood in the middle of the thunder boat and shouted, "Disciples, enter the quiet room, 5 disciples per room." Hee, 5 disciples per room. Xiao Hua raised his eyes and looked at the cabin door not far away. Just as he was about to leave, Cui Hongshan transmitted his voice, "Xiao Hua, don't be anxious, follow I." Xiao Hua was slightly stunned, and glanced at him unhappily. But his feet didn't stop, and he went in first. Inside the thunder boat, there were many separate quiet rooms. Xiao Hua only glanced at them a little, and casually found a room to enter. That quiet room was empty, and there were no furnishings at all. Xiao Hua walked to a corner and sat down cross-legged. He took out an azure spirit pill from his storage pouch, opened his mouth, and swallowed it, using his heart to refine the medicinal efficacy. Before Xiao Hua went to Inkcloud Black Forest, he went to Bright City and asked Yu Chen to help him bid for the Yi Lian pill and azure spirit pill. When he returned from Inkcloud Black Forest, Yu Chen had already found a lot of medicinal pills. When he returned to the shocking thunder sect, Qian Diheng also gave him a storage pouch with a lot of azure spirit pills. These medicinal pills should be enough for Xiao Hua to use for a while, and he didn't need to worry for a short period of time. Of course, when Qian Diheng saw that Xiao Hua asked him to bid for so many azure spirit pills, he already understood. However, he tactfully didn't ask anything, which was completely different from Xiao Hua's unruly attitude when he was alone. I still came back late. I couldn't send a message to Xue Xue. Xiao Hua was somewhat regretful. Xue Xue is probably still in seclusion. If that wasn't the case, I would have already come to see you off. While Xiao Hua was meditating with his eyes closed, several disciples came in one after another. However, these disciples didn't come in alone, but in groups of 2s and 3s, as if they had already discussed this beforehand. Some disciples saw that there was someone in the quiet room and immediately shrank back. Finally, 4 disciples walked in while muttering. These 4 disciples were all at the 12th layer of the Qi refining realm. When they saw that there was an early-stage foundation establishment senior in the quiet room, they were slightly stunned. Soon after, their brows relaxed, and they exchanged glances with each other. They respectfully walked in front of Xiao Hua and bowed. Junior greets martial uncle. When Xiao Hua heard this, he didn't raise his eyes, and there was no joy or sorrow on his face. When the 4 disciples saw this, their faces were slightly embarrassed. They knew that Xiao Hua didn't want to be disturbed, so they all shut up and found an empty space to sit down cross-legged. As for Cui Hongshan, when he saw that Xiao Hua actually ignored him, he was very angry in his heart. However, he slightly clenched his teeth, coldly snorted, and stood still, no longer greeting Xiao Hua. When almost all the disciples of the thunderous Thunder Palace had entered the quiet room, Cui Hongshan finally stepped forward. However, he didn't go to the quiet room, but instead turned around and walked towards the late-stage foundation establishment Cultivator. Junior martial brother, why haven't you hurried into the quiet room yet? Seeing Cui Hongshan sit down, the late-stage foundation establishment old man didn't act too fierce and asked in a low voice, "Do you have something to ask?" When Cui Hongshan saw that old man's amiable expression, he had some confidence in his heart. He cupped his hands and said, "Disciple is Cui Hongshan from the myriad Thunder Valley. May I ask for senior martial brother's name? If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for it." Chapter 22:30. Oh, so it's the helpless disciple. The old man returned the greeting. I'm Jinyun. What's the matter, junior brother Cui? Cui Hongshan looked around and transmitted his voice. I want to ask, after we arrive at Huan Country, how will the disciples of Shocking Thunder Palace be distributed? Will we be organized according to the sect or randomly? Naturally, we'll be organized according to the sect and the Shocking Thunder Palace's usual division. Jinyun didn't hide it and said with a smile, however, as for how we'll be organized, this old man doesn't know. This was already decided half a year ago when the disciples were selected. Senior brother Zhen. Cui Hongshan came forward and said with a smile, how could a teacher from half a year ago predict today's situation? It's impossible that there aren't any changes. Jinyun frowned and said, what do you mean, junior brother Cui? Cui Hongshan took out a small storage pouch and stuffed it into Jinyun's hands. He said with a smile, I'm from Quan Yu's Cui family. This is my Quan Yu's blood red stone. It's not that rare, but it has some use in refining. If senior brother Zhen likes it, you can pick it up and play with it. Jinyun's frown deepened. He pushed the storage pouch back with his hand and shook his head. Junior brother Cui, you'd better make it clear. You and I are both disciples of Shocking Thunder Palace. If it's not too difficult, I can naturally agree. If it's too difficult, I'm afraid that even if I accept this blood red stone, I won't be able to. Cui Hongshan's face reddened. He couldn't keep the storage pouch in his hands for long, so he hurriedly put it away and said with an apologetic smile, it's nothing. My myriad Thunder Valley only has 3 disciples. Besides eldest senior brother Xiangyang, junior brother Cui and I were all sent out. Junior brother Cui's cultivation has just reached the foundation establishment realm. I'm afraid that something will happen to him and I won't be able to face master. Strange. There's a problem. Jinyun was puzzled. Generally speaking, your myriad Thunder Valley has 3 disciples, so sending out 1 is enough. Moreover, your junior brother Cui has just reached the foundation establishment realm, so he shouldn't be sent out. However, Jinyun immediately smiled and said, of course, this is the decision of the Thunderous Palace's elders. We can't casually speak of it. If junior brother Cui wants to protect your little junior brother, you don't have to say anything to me. You are all fellow disciples of the same sect, so it's convenient for you to send someone out. I won't force you to separate. It's not that important. Cui Hongshan transmitted his voice again. If it weren't for this war, I wouldn't have come here. He had already prepared the betrothal gifts for dual cultivation half a year ago. Is it because of this that this Cui and that person were selected to go to Huan Country together? Junior brother Cui, you mean? Hearing that Cui Hongshan's dual cultivation had been disrupted by the war, Jinyun felt great sympathy for him and asked tentatively, Cui Hongshan's face turned even redder, and he said with a smile, "This Cui indeed thinks so. I want to separate my wife from this Cui so that we can take care of each other. Even if something happens, we don't have to worry about each other too much." Alas, this is difficult. Seeing that Cui Hongshan had indeed made such a request, Jinyun was a little troubled. Our Thunderous Palace has sent out disciples from all the Thunder Palaces this time, and there are many female disciples. From what I know, these female disciples will definitely form a team with the male disciples in the future, but this team can't be led by the Thunder Palaces. So, this Cui wants to ask senior brother Zhen to make an exception. Cui Hongshan put his hands into his chest again. "Don't rush." Jinyun made a prompt decision to stop him, and asked again, "Which Thunder Palace is your dual cultivation partner from?" "What's her name?" "Senior brother Zhen, my dual cultivation partner is Dui Qiming from Thunderous Palace." Cui Hongshan was delighted and hurriedly said, "Oh, so she's a disciple from Thunderous Palace." Jinyun's face showed a trace of relief, and he said with a smile, "The leader of Thunderous Palace is an old acquaintance of mine. Moreover, the disciples of Thunderous Palace must be evenly distributed to all the Thunder Palaces. Your request seems like I can still help you ask." Thank you, senior brother Zhen." Cui Hongshan was overjoyed and bowed. Then, he took out his storage pouch and stuffed it into Jinyun's hands. Hee. Unexpectedly, Jinyun didn't even take it. He waved his hand and said, "Junior brother Cui, if this old man guessed correctly, your storage pouch isn't filled with blood-red stones, right?" Cui Hongshan laughed and said, "It's just a small token of my appreciation. Since senior brother has to speak up for me, these favors are nothing." "You're wrong." Jinyun shook his head and said, "If it was any other day, this old man would accept junior brother Cui's gift. But not today." "Why?" Cui Hongshan was slightly taken aback and couldn't help but ask. "You are representing my thunder-controlling sect in this battle, and you are risking your lives to fight. Your request is for the sake of your relationship as a senior brother. The other is for the sake of your dual cultivation partner's love. Whether it's for public or private reasons, this old man will satisfy your request. If this old man accepts your gift because of such a small request, do you think this old man will still have any face left?" This. Cui Hongshan looked at each other in dismay. From the Cui family to the thunder-controlling sect, he had used spirit stones and spirit herbs to pave the way for many things. This small storage pouch had been given out countless times, but it was actually rejected today. This was truly beyond his expectations. Actually, many things are simple, but there are people who think too much about it. Jinyun smiled and said to Cui Hongshan, "You can go back now. This old man has already agreed, but this old man doesn't dare to promise you anything. If it's not done, junior brother Cui, don't blame this old man." "Yes." Cui Hongshan felt a trace of warmth in his heart. However, an extremely awkward feeling arose again. What does Jinyun mean by this? Is he complaining that there aren't enough things in the storage pouch? But he didn't even look at the storage pouch. If he had agreed, there was no reason for him to not accept the storage pouch. If he didn't accept the storage pouch, did that mean he had agreed or not? Even if he had agreed now, if he didn't give it his all, what should I do? He had already said that he knew the leader of the Thunder Converting Palace, which clearly said that he could do it. But in the end, he said that if it's not done. I still took too few spirit stones. Not only was Cui Hongshan's thoughts turning rapidly, but Jinyun waved his hand and said, "Junior brother Cui, quickly enter the quiet room. There are still a few months before we reach Han country, so junior brother Cui can use this time to nourish your true essence. Perhaps you can have a breakthrough. It's also a good thing for your junior brother and your lover." After saying that, Jinyun ignored Cui Hongshan and turned to leave, instructing the disciple controlling the thunder ship to speed up. Cui Hongshan entered the quiet room in a daze, his heart feeling extremely uneasy. Not giving away the spirit stones was actually more painful than giving away the spirit stones and not receiving any response. Chapter 22:31. However, when he found Xiao Hua and saw that there were already 4 disciples inside, the fire in his heart couldn't help but burst out. I, your father, am shamelessly colluding with people outside, and you, on the other hand, are hiding in a place to cultivate. If it weren't for Master's orders, I wouldn't care about your life or death. Immediately after, Cui Hongshan glared at Xiao Hua, turned around and found the furthest quiet room. Without greeting the 3 aura refining disciples inside, he sat down. Greetings, martial uncle. When the 3 aura refining disciples saw a foundation establishment disciple enter, they didn't dare to be negligent and hastily stood up to salute him. Cui Hongshan waved his sleeves and didn't return the salute. He also closed his eyes and meditated. The 3 aura refining disciples looked at each other with strange expressions on their faces. The northwest of the country of Xi was already very cold. Although it wasn't as cold as the country of Huan, it was a world of ice and snow. However, the mountains and forests were often covered in snow. Even the peaks of some high mountains and precipitous ridges were covered in white snow all year round. There were very few people from the secular world who could live here. Only at the edge of the mountains and forests, some mortals would gather in slightly warmer places. Naturally, they couldn't live by growing rice. Most of them hunted and dug out the spiritual herbs in the mountains and forests to make a living. Naturally, these spiritual herbs couldn't be compared to the spiritual herbs cultivators consumed. They were just some slightly older spiritual herbs that were extremely common in the eyes of cultivators. This vile environment was fatal to the people of the secular world, but to cultivators, it was extremely tempting. That was because the northwest of the country of Xi had dense spiritual energy and abundant natural resources. There were many spiritual herbs that could withstand the cold, and there were even more than 10 large and small spirit stone veins. Under these circumstances, not only were there many cultivation families, but there were also several cultivation sects. Among these cultivation families, the most famous ones were Skyscraper Ridges Bai Clan, Glacier Valleys Mei Clan, and Cool Breeze Mountains Niu Clan. Their clan heads were all in the late stage of foundation establishment and were only a step away from entering the Gold Core realm. There were also many other small cultivation families, but they were all below the middle stage of foundation establishment and couldn't enter the eyes of the cultivation sects. As for the cultivation sects, there were the Ice Soul sect, the Snow Crow sect, the Pine Wave Ridge, and the Cold Mountain Enlightenment sect. The sect leaders of these sects were basically at the early or middle stage of the Gold Core realm. The strongest one was almost at the late stage of the Gold Core realm. Of course, including these cultivation families and sects, Sky Patrol City was the most powerful one. Sky Patrol City was one of the 7 major cities in the country of Xi. Its city lord, Perfected Shuiyu, was already an early nascent soul stage cultivator. Sky Patrol City was different from Jinghua City and Chiua City. It was built on the snowy highlands, at the peak of the snowy highlands. The entire city was like a fortress in the snow. Standing on the city walls, one could see the snowy highlands within a few thousand miles. From this point of view, Sky Patrol City was somewhat similar to Haoming City. However, there were both cultivators and people from the secular world in Haoming City. Since the Sky Patrol City was high up in the sky, it was impossible to come up without the help of the teleportation formation without flying techniques. Therefore, all the people in the city were cultivators. There was not a single person from the secular world. Usually, there were not many cultivators flying out of Sky Patrol City. Only the city guards of Sky Patrol City would go out at fixed intervals to patrol the area within a few hundred miles of Sky Patrol City. Most of the ordinary cultivators would use the teleportation formation. After all, this was the snowy highlands. Although the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was abundant, the weather was harsh. The cultivators who lived like princes would not waste their magic power to fight against the cold wind and snowstorms. However, in the past few years, the situation had changed greatly. Not only were there more cultivators flying in from the wind and snow, but there were also more cultivators who came in groups on flying artifacts. The streets of Sky Patrol City, which used to be slightly deserted, were now crowded. Needless to say, this was caused by the invasion of the Xi country by the sword cultivators of the Huan country. Of course, Sky Patrol City was still far from the border between the Huan country and the Shi country. The sword cultivators of the Huan country had not reached here yet. However, this was the largest city in the Shi country near the Huan country. It had always been the stronghold where the sword cultivators rested when they fought against the Daoist sect. Regardless of whether it was the Shi country, the Meng country, or the Lian country, most of the cultivators gathered here. The leaders of the sects of the three countries were elected to command the battle against the sword cultivators. It was because of this that the number of cultivators increased. Some rogue cultivators, cultivation families, and even cultivators who were not selected by the sects gathered here. Some small auction gatherings and trading gatherings gradually became prosperous. Even the shops in Sky Patrol City became lively. It was as if the tension of the war had not reached here yet. However, this was normal. For tens of thousands of years, or even 100,000 years, the sword cultivators had invaded the Shi country, but they had never attacked Sky Patrol City. According to the records of Sky Patrol City, it was only 200,000 years ago that the sword cultivators occasionally attacked Sky Patrol City. However, only 3 years later, Sky Patrol City was seized by the Daoist sect again. They chased the sword cultivators out of the Shi country. In addition, the governor of Sky Patrol City had always been a nascent soul cultivator. That was equivalent to the sect leader of the sword transformation realm. If the governor of Sky Patrol City wanted to participate in the war, then the sect leaders of the three major sects in the Shi country would definitely come. The sect leaders of Meng country and Lian country would also come. With these nascent soul cultivators, what danger would Sky Patrol City have? Therefore, the cultivators who did not participate in the war were not afraid of anything. If the sword cultivators came, they could just run away. However, what about the cultivators who participated in the war? On this day, it was snowing heavily like goose feathers, covering the entire sky. Sky Patrol City stood at the peak of the snowy region, and the entire city was covered in snow. It was not that Sky Patrol City did not have a defensive array, but this array was divided into several levels. The highest level could certainly block the snowflakes, but this would consume a lot of spirit stones. The Sky Patrol City had no reason to waste them. Even in such a snowy day, the cultivators did not stop their footsteps. Many of them flashed with brilliance, blocking the snowflakes outside their bodies. From time to time, they entered and exited the city gate of Sky Patrol City. "Make way, make way." A loud voice sounded from afar. "There's a battle report from the Western Front." "Western Front? What's wrong with the Western Front?" When the cultivators heard this, they all dodged and made way for the sky leading to the gate of the Sky Patrol City. A few older cultivators stopped in mid-air and looked at an early-stage Foundation establishment cultivator who was wearing the Sky Patrol City's guard uniform and holding a snow-white flag in his hand. They frowned and asked loudly. "The battle report has to be sent to the Yanxi mansion before the seniors in the mansion can send it out. I dare not make the decision without permission." The city guard unceremoniously cupped his hands and his figure did not stop in mid-air. He swept past these cultivators and rushed into Sky Patrol City. "Sigh, it's been nearly a year. This confrontation with the Huan country, there's never been any good news. This time, looking at your city guard's anxious expression, I'm afraid it's not good news." A middle-stage Foundation establishment cultivator sighed and said to a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator next to him. The old man was flying towards Sky Patrol City. He glanced at the cultivator who spoke to him and nodded. "The sword cultivators of the Huan country have always been more powerful than us. Moreover, this time, they struck first to gain the initiative and came prepared. It would be strange if we could drive them out at the beginning of the battle. In this old man's opinion, this time will be the same as before. There won't be anything special. The cultivators of the three countries are gradually gathering. When the disciples of the various sects and clans arrive, our strength will also increase. The disadvantage of this battle will gradually be reversed. In the end, the sword cultivators will still be driven away." "That's right, I think so too." The middle-stage Foundation establishment cultivator said with a smile, the sword cultivators and our Dao sect cultivators have not crossed swords once or twice. For so many years, they have been holed up in the Huan country. It's unlikely that they will rush out this time. Actually, the sword cultivators and our Dao sect don't have much of a grudge. Other than this battle, the disciples of the various countries usually cross swords with each other, and there hasn't been any foul play. The old man was very disapproving. I heard that the sword cultivators attacked our Shi country with the excuse that their swordsmen went missing in Meng country. And the senior who went to look for them was also killed. Don't you think this is nonsense? If any cultivator from the 3 kingdoms of cultivation were to die, why would the sects attack and kill them? Our 3 countries have suffered many losses in Huan country, but we haven't attacked Huan country on a large scale. That's right. The Middle Stage Foundation Establishment Cultivator agreed. If it's possible, why don't our 3 countries attack Huan country and kill all the sword cultivators? Ignorant. The old man scolded. If we kill the sword cultivators, who will resist the millions of soul cultivators in Meng Mountain? Don't forget that soul cultivators are extremely difficult to deal with. The flying swords of the sword cultivators are the nemesis of soul spells. Our Dao sect spells won't work. Yes, I have indeed forgotten the pros and cons of this layer. The Foundation Establishment Cultivator smiled apologetically. Thinking about the unpredictable soul spells of the soul cultivators, I almost feel my hair stand on end. Let's go after entering the city gate. Yanxi Mansion is just ahead. Let's go and see what happened. As the two spoke, they had already arrived at the city gate. In front of the city gate, which was dozens of feet high, stood dozens of guards of the Sky Patrol City. Most of them were in the Qi Refinement realm, and only a few were in the Foundation Establishment realm. The highest cultivation level was actually close to the middle stage Foundation Establishment realm. Seniors, do you have an identity token issued by the 3 countries? 2 Qi Refinement disciples respectfully stepped forward to salute and stop the 2. I am a cultivator of the Rock Border sect. This time, I happen to be in Shi country to gain experience. This is my token. The middle stage Foundation Establishment old man clapped his hand and took out a token and handed it to the disciple. Oh senior, please wait a moment. The disciple reached out and took it. With a clap of his hand, he took out a mirror-like magical item from his storage bag and placed it on the token. When he activated his magic power, the mirror flashed with white light. Within the white light, there were 3 halos of different colors. One of the halos actually revealed the image of the old man. Senior, please. After the disciple finished checking, he returned it to the old man and smiled apologetically. Senior's token was issued jointly by the 3 countries. The magic power fluctuations in it are the same. Chapter 2232. Yes, it's just a coincidence. The old man nodded. My senior brother is the leader of the Rock Border sect, so he gave this token to me. It's quite convenient for me these days. Senior, are you also from the Rock Border sect? The other disciple saw that the dark and thin mid-stage Foundation Establishment Cultivator did not take out the token, so he asked with an apologetic smile. Oh, he's not. I just met him. The Rock Border sect elder hurriedly said. Senior, please take out the token and examine it. The Qi Refinement disciple said respectfully. The dark and thin Foundation Establishment Cultivator looked helpless. He clapped his hand and took out a token. He smiled bitterly and said, I'm a disciple of the Changbai sect. I'm also training in the northern part of the country of Shi. I heard that there was a battle here, so I came over. Unfortunately, I'm not as lucky as this senior and haven't met a disciple of my sect yet. It's fine, the city guard took the token and smiled. As long as you're a disciple of my sect, you can enter no matter which sect or family you're from. Yes, I know. The dark and thin cultivator smiled, but the sword cultivators of the country of Huan are still far away, so there's no need to be so cautious. As he spoke, the city guard took out a mirror. There was a white light on the mirror, but there was no halo. The city guard hesitated for a bit before handing the token to the Foundation Establishment Cultivator. He smiled and said, Senior, this token is correct. What are you saying? I'm not a sword cultivator, so of course the token is correct. The dark and thin Foundation establishment cultivator took the token and said with a smile. Senior, please. The two Chi refinement disciples made way and stopped the other cultivators who wanted to enter Sky Patrol City. Let's go, Senior. I still want to see what's going on. The dark and thin cultivator raised his hand and said to the late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator with a smile. The old man didn't stand on ceremony. He nodded and walked towards the city gate. Just as the two of them arrived a few feet below the city gate, a faint ripple enveloped the two of them. The token in the Foundation establishment old man's bag of holding released a strange ripple. It vibrated around the old man's body for a moment before heading toward the ripple. After the two of them fused together, they gradually disappeared. The dark and skinny cultivator didn't emit any energy fluctuations from his body. Thus, the energy fluctuations spread from his body into his body. The dark and skinny cultivator seemed to have sensed it and frowned slightly. Just as he was about to speak, a sharp cry came from somewhere in the city gate. A milky white halo descended from the sky like lightning and enveloped the dark and skinny cultivator. Ha ha ha, what kind of spell is this? Why haven't I heard of it before? The dark and skinny cultivator's body shook, and his entire appearance and figure changed greatly. His dark and skinny face protruded even more, and his body suddenly grew several feet taller. At the same time, the cultivator clapped his hands, and two huge flying swords appeared in his hands. He slashed through the air, and the flying swords, which were like door planks, shone with a sharp brilliance, and actually split the halo down below into two halves in an instant. This guy is a sword cultivator. The city guards guarding the city gates suddenly woke up and rushed over while shouting. Several Foundation establishment cultivators also rubbed their hands and cast their spells at the dark and skinny cultivator. As the dark and skinny cultivator slashed at the halo with his huge sword, he chanted an obscure incantation, and a strange fluctuation appeared behind him. Wang, a clear and bright sound rang out. Two wings that were about 3 meters thick, like that of an eagle's, grew out from his back. At the same time, a hurricane was created when he flapped his wings. This hurricane happened to hit the late-stage Foundation establishment old man beside him who was about to cast a spell. The old man's expression changed slightly, and his figure flashed quickly. He changed his spell and actually hit himself. Sure enough, the hurricane hit him, and the wind blades cut on the old man's defensive brilliance, but they were gradually annihilated in a moment. Fortunately, just when the old man was about to cast another spell, the dark and skinny cultivator's upper body was completely immortalized. As the cultivator flapped his wings, his body rushed straight into the air like a sharp arrow. After flying for hundreds of feet, he screamed again and flew toward the northwest of Sky Patrol City. The city guards of Sky Patrol City had just caught up to the sky at this time, and the spell in their hands could not catch up with his gradually fading figure. Beast Cultivator. This is a beast cultivator from Huan Country. At the gate of Sky Patrol City, not only the old man from Rock Border Sect and the beast cultivator, but more than a dozen other cultivators who suddenly saw this scene were a little stunned. After all, Huan Country's attack was still far away. They really did not expect that a beast cultivator would come to Sky Patrol City to inquire about information, and actually want to enter Sky Patrol City so blatantly. One of the more knowledgeable cultivators suddenly realized. Beast cultivator? The old man from Rock Border Sect was also shocked. He understood that the dark and skinny beast cultivator must have cultivated with a flying feather-type spiritual bird. That was why he could have wings on his back and his upper body turned into a beast, just like the cultivators of Daoist sect who used spiritual talismans. This flying speed is too fast. The old man from Rock Border Sect boasted that he was also a cultivator in the late stage of Foundation establishment. Just now, he wanted to capture him, but before he could do so, the other party had already gone far away. He estimated that even if he used all his strength, he would not be able to catch up with him. At the gate of Sky Patrol City, more than a dozen people were discussing. Obviously, they were very surprised by the appearance of the beast cultivator. There were even cultivators who spoke to the city guards of Sky Patrol City and asked, "The beast cultivator dares to come to Sky Patrol City, where is our city lord? He is a nascent soul cultivator, he can capture this arrogant guy with just a little finger." "Hee hee, fellow cultivator, don't add another round, let's quickly invite him into the city." The city guard in the middle stage of Foundation establishment smiled apologetically and said, "How can my city lord lower himself to the same level as this guy? He doesn't even go to the Xianxia mansion, and he doesn't even ask about this war. How can we let him take action? Isn't this embarrassing, my Sky Patrol City? I want to report this matter to the seniors in the Xianxia mansion and see how they decide." With that, the city guard ignored these cultivators who were discussing and went straight into the city gate, walking towards a tall building not far from the city gate. The buildings of Sky Patrol City were somewhat similar to Weeping Moon City. They were all huge stones. These stones were piled up and the style was very rough. It looked quite similar to the appearance of the cultivators in the northern part of the country of Xi. However, although it was rough, it was somewhat different. Most of the stones in Weeping Moon City were rocks, but among the stones in Sky Patrol City, there were many ice cubes mixed in. These ice cubes were either crystal clear or transparent, or there were strange crystals condensed in the transparency, emitting a strange brilliance. These ice cubes were the characteristics of the snowy plateau. The surface of the snowy plateau was much inferior to the glaciers of the Huan country, but the bottom layer was not inferior to the glaciers. In particular, these ice cubes had been here for many years. Under the heavy pressure and extreme cold, they had long solidified. They were really not inferior to the stones of Weeping Moon City. Even with some temperature and some ordinary fire, it might not melt a single drop. Chapter 2233. The Sky Patrol City used these ice blocks to build buildings. It was quite interesting. In this Sky Patrol City, many shops were completely built with transparent ice blocks. Looking from the outside, everything inside could be seen at a glance. Moreover, this ice block building, on a clear day, reflected the sunlight with a colorful halo, magnificent beyond compare. The huge building that the city guards hurried to was different from the ordinary buildings of the Sky Patrol City. The stones used in this building were dark blue in color, each stone was several feet in size, and there was a faint layer of brilliance, which seemed to be part of the bluestone itself, but also seemed to be a strange formation. The cultivators who often walked around the Sky Patrol City knew that there were only two residences built with bluestone in the Sky Patrol City. One was the residence of the city lord of the Sky Patrol City, Master Shuiyu, and the other was here, Xianxia residence, which was prepared by the Sky Patrol City for the three countries of cultivation. At this time, there were already a lot of cultivators in the Xianxia mansion. However, most of these cultivators were at the late Foundation establishment stage. Looking at their expressions, they didn't feel particularly nervous because they were involved in the battle of sword cultivators. There were even a few female cultivators standing under a tree unique to the snowy highlands. They were looking at a bunch of red flowers and chattering about something. These female cultivators also maintained their appearance and looked pleasing to the eye. Slightly different from the relaxed atmosphere in the courtyard, inside the Xianxia residence, in the depths of the layers, inside an inverted triangular pagoda-shaped building, more than 10 middle Jindan stage cultivators were frowning slightly, whispering from time to time, seemingly discussing something. A middle Jindan stage old man, dressed in a navy blue robe, whispered to a white-haired old woman beside him for a moment, then looked around, clapped his hands together and said in a loud voice, "Fellow cultivators, we have already received the message from the Sky Patrol City, and have been discussing it. Now that we have a plan, why don't we take it out and discuss it openly, and decide how we should deal with it? That's how it should be." A short old man with triangular eyes said with a sneer on his face. Today, the sword cultivators of the Huan country are really hateful. They actually destroyed the cultivation families of my Xi country. If we don't face them head-on and let them know the prowess of our Daoist sect, how will our Daoist sect have the face to stand tall in the Dawn Rain continent? That's right, that's right. Fellow Daoist Wang, please open the meeting hall so that we can make a decision. The group of cultivators said indignantly. All right. Wang Daoyu was the leader of the Seven Skills sect's battle against the Huan country's sword cultivators. His name was Wang Yi. When he heard everyone's agreement, he nodded his head and said, "Good." Then, he clapped his hands and took out a strange jade pendant from his storage pouch. This jade pendant was made up of 3 diamond-shaped pieces placed together. Wang Yi stretched out his hand and pointed at one of the dark green rhombus. That rhombus suddenly emitted an extremely dazzling light, illuminating the entire building in green. With a loud pang sound, a fist-sized circle of light flew out from the rhombus and rushed towards the top of everyone's heads. Wang, with a series of noises, 3 thin slits appeared in the snowy sky above everyone's heads. The slits grew bigger and bigger, finally forming 3 oval-shaped entrances. These 3 entrances filled the entire area above everyone's heads, forming the shape of the Chinese character. "This old man will go first," Wang Yi said and put away the jade pendant. He activated his magic power and flew into one of the entrances. Then, the other 10 or so cultivators did the same. However, they all flew in through different entrances. After everyone had entered, the 3 entrances rotated at the same time and gradually superimposed on each other. As they rotated, they gradually shrank and finally disappeared. After Wang Yi flew in, he was faced with a hemispherical space. The top of his head was transparent, allowing him to clearly see the scene in the sky above Sun Tian City. The palm-sized snowflakes seemed to be floating down from above. Inside the space, there were several layers of shining praying mats. The first layer had 9, the second layer had 18, the third layer had 30, and the fourth layer had more than 10. These praying mats quietly floated in the air, not moving at all. Wang Yi glanced around and clapped his hands. He took out the token given by the sect leader of 7 Skills sect. Under the activation of his magic power, the token flew out. One of the 9 praying mats on the first layer shone brightly and sucked the token over. Then, a beam of light flew out from the praying mat and covered Wang Yi. Wang Yi's body was sucked into the beam of light and landed on the praying mat. After Wang Yi sat down, the other 10 or so cultivators also entered. They each took out their tokens and landed on different praying mats. After the cultivators sat down, the dozens of praying mats started to rotate again. The trajectory was very mysterious. It seemed to be very fast, but in fact, it was extremely slow. Moreover, the other cultivators did not change at all. It was as if they were sitting on the praying mats without moving. Wang Yi glanced at them and nodded slightly. On the first layer of the 9 praying mats, there were 5 cultivators in the middle stage gold core realm. They were Gao Wei from Xuanyan School of Shi Country, De Sun from Taibai sect of Meng Country, Hang Li from Paradise sect of Lian Country, and Yuan Zhongjue from Kunlun School. On the second layer of the praying mats were either middle stage gold core realm or early stage gold core realm cultivators. There were a total of 8 of them. They were Xiangming from Huanhua sect of Shi Country, Yuan Iguang from Lanli sect of Shi Country, Qing Jiao from Mo Sang Mountain of Shi Country, Li Qingxiu from Xian Le sect of Meng Country, Peng Dai from Su Yen School of Meng Country, Zhou Qingping from Qinya Ridge of Meng Country, Su Jia from Wanjiang sect of Lian Country, and Ko Xiangling from Yongyi School of Meng Country. Fellow Daoists, it has been nearly 10 months since the battle between the 3 cultivation countries and the sword cultivators of Huan Country. We are the first batch to be sent out to fight. The second batch of disciples and even the third batch of disciples from the cultivation families have been sent out. I believe it won't be long before they arrive at Sky Patrol City. Wang Yi cleared his throat and said loudly. His voice was not loud and he did not deliberately use his magic power. However, his voice could be heard clearly in the entire space. In these 10 months, our Dao sect disciples have fought with sword cultivators more than 100 times. The scale of the battles varied and they covered a wide area. Some were in the west and north of Shi Country, and some were even in the north of Lian Country. The casualties of our Dao sect disciples are similar to before. I believe each sect has their own statistics. This old man won't talk about it here. Fellow Daoist Wang. When will the second batch of disciples arrive? A fat cultivator with a bald head rubbed his greasy head and said with a grin, although our 1,000-leaf ridge did not lose many disciples, we can't be compared to your big sections. If this continues, I won't be able to explain it to the sect master. Wang Yi glanced at Zhou Qingping from Thousand Leaf Ridge and said with a smile, this time, the sword cultivators of Huan country invaded. Our 13 sects were the first batch. Naturally, we have to bear the brunt and keep the sword cultivators of Huan country out of Shi and Lian country. What's the big deal about losing some disciples? Won't their lives be in danger when they go out for training? Besides, if fellow Daoist Zhou can't explain it, can we? Especially the actions of the sword cultivators of Huan country this time are quite different. Didn't fellow Daoist Zhou hear it just now? The sword cultivators actually killed the entire Zhao family of Clear Cave and took away their spirit stones, jade slips, and elixirs. This is not common in the past years. Also, you said something about losing disciples. Aren't you making things difficult for me? I just want the disciples of Changbai sect and Immortal Ascension sect to hurry over. Zhou Qingping was still grinning and was not angry. Fellow Daoist Zhou, don't worry. Wang Yi pointed with his finger. In less than a month, the seats in the conference hall will be full. The time for our Dao sect to attack the sword cultivators will come. Oh. The disciples of Changbai sect will arrive soon? Zhou Qingping still asked. Not only the cultivators of Meng country, but the Shanghua sect and Imperial Thunder sect of Shi, as well as the Black Heaven sect and Nanming sect of Lian country will also arrive in time. Wang Yi smiled and turned to a thin and tall elder wearing a light blue Daoist robe. Don't you think so, fellow Daoist Gao? That thin and tall elder was Xuanyan sect's Gao Wei. When he heard Wang Ye's question, he smiled and said, 7 Possibilities sect is the hall master on duty today. We will listen to fellow Daoist Wang's orders. Fellow Daoist Wang is right. According to what I know, fellow Daoist Lu Xinwu of 7 Possibilities sect is only 10 days away. Imperial Thunder sect's Thunder Boat is also 30 days away. As for Changbai sect and Immortal Ascension sect of Meng country, I don't know. Did fellow Daoist Zhou hear that? Wang Yi smiled and asked. Fellow Daoist Zhou is just worried that the sword cultivators will do something strange. An old woman shrieked. There is no need to explain anything to him. I am just curious. Why did the sword cultivators kill Clear Cave's Zhao family? The war has just begun. Are they going to ask for a nascent soul senior to come out? That's right, fellow Daoist Wang, this is very strange. A middle-aged looking cultivator frowned and said. It was Tai Ching sect's De Sun. De Sun sat on the first floor's praying mat. Wang Yi couldn't help but pay attention to him. He smiled and said, fellow Daoist De Sun is right. I also don't understand. This kind of killing of family clans usually only happens in the later stages of the war when there are nascent soul seniors and us golden core cultivators. There is no reason for the sword cultivators to come so early. The battle between the sword cultivators and our Dao sect is the one that doesn't have a reason. A female cultivator sitting on the second floor sighed and said, the sword cultivators can't beat our Cultivation 3 kingdoms. They are like grasshoppers after autumn, forcefully tormenting themselves. Every once in a while, they will cause trouble for us. Our Cultivation 3 kingdoms have to go to war and lose a lot of disciples. Their corpses are also scattered everywhere. Only then will they unwillingly retreat. What's the point of doing this every time? Su Yen sect's fellow Daoist Peng Dai is right. Tong Yi sect's female cultivator Ko Xiangling also nodded and said, the battle between the sword cultivators and the Dao sect is really laughable. Every time, the casualties are huge. Rather than calling it a battle, it is better to call it an experience for the disciples. Our Cultivation 3 Kingdoms famous Feather Immortal Gathering mostly trains Qi refinement disciples. This battle between the sword cultivators and the Dao sect should be training foundation establishment and golden core disciples. Even a nascent soul master might be able to comprehend it. Chapter 22-34. The two fairies are truly merciful. Wang Yi nods his head and says, that's what we think. We don't want to exterminate the sword cultivators. But the sword cultivators don't think so. They are bent on destroying my Dao sect, and their sword cultivators want to monopolize the entire sect. Dominate the Dawn Rain continent. If it's not like that, then why are sword cultivators always the ones who start the battles of the sword Dao? What kind of brains do they have? Huang Feng from Rock Border Sect sneers, how many sword cultivators do they have? How many people do our Dao sect have? Our Dao sect can drown them with a mouthful of spit from each person. Ha ha ha, Huang Feng's words are very amusing, causing everyone in the discussion hall to burst into laughter. Tomorrow, this old man will send out the Inspect Heavenly Command, telling the disciples of our Dao sect from the 3 cultivation countries to come to Han country and drown their sword cultivators with a mouthful of spit. Wang Yi convulses with laughter and can't help but say. Once these words are said, everyone laughs even more, not caring about the battle at all. The most ridiculous thing is that the sword cultivators actually pushed the blame of their missing sword cultivators to our Dao sect. They said that our Changbai sect disciple kidnapped Zhang Yutong and Zhang Yuhe. Our Changbai sect disciple is only at Qi refinement realm and has already disappeared. How could he kidnap their bright sword cultivators? Su Yan sect's Peng Dai is also grinning from ear to ear. She holds back and says, back then, Changbai sect was very careful. The other sects also didn't want to anger the sword cultivators. In the end, what's even more ridiculous is that their illusory sword cultivators died again. They are still blaming our Dao sect. This time it's not Changbai sect, it's our Su Yan sect. They even slandered my senior brother Zhu Qinghe, saying that he was the one who gave the orders. Does he have a brain? Senior brother Zhu is only at Golden Core middle stage. How could he kill 2 illusory sword cultivators? He even dares to drag out 2 nascent soul seniors. Isn't this even more ridiculous? Which nascent soul senior doesn't specialize in cultivation techniques and chases after 2 illusory sword cultivators? Fellow Daoist Peng is right. Yuan Zhongyu of the Kunlun sect said, those swordsmen called Duan Yuming and Wang Shuyao are really hateful. They actually dared to attack and kill cultivators in the 3 kingdoms of cultivation. If not for the sect leader's order, it would have killed them long ago. Hee, this Li also has the same idea. Xian Le sect's Li Qingshu laughed, isn't it just right now? Sword cultivator, wash your neck and obediently stretch it out so that we can vent our anger. Ha ha ha, the group of cultivators laughed again. After everyone finished laughing, Wang Yi said, since the sword cultivators are so generous, we don't have to not give them face. They dared to annihilate my Dao sect's family, so we must return the favor. Since my 7 skills sect is on duty today and I have disciples near Clear Cave, my 7 skills sect will make a trip there first. Good. Fellow Daoist Wang, since my Xian Le sect also has disciples near Clear Cave, how about we join hands and slap the sword cultivators? Xian Le sect's Li Qingshu also clapped his hands and shouted. Great! Wang Yi was clapping his hands and cheering when he saw something shaking in front of everyone. A mirror appeared in mid-air, emitting a milky white brilliance. Which teacher sent the message? Seeing this, Wang Yi was not surprised and hurriedly stood up. All the other cultivators also stood up from the praying mats. When Wang Yi picked up the jade and channeled his mana, the mirror showed a clean-looking old man with a bronze Dao crown on his head. So it's Xian Tian sect's Daoist Pin Xian. Everyone knew him and hurriedly bowed, greetings, Daoist Pin Xian. No need to be so polite. Daoist Pin Xian flicked his sleeves and said, my Xian Tian sect's disciples are divided into 2 groups. The earliest group should be arriving at Sun Tian City soon. The latest group was sent to the border between Huan Country and Lian Country, Fengmeng Mountain Range. They have already been dispatched. I'm informing you today because my Xian Tian sect's disciples in Huan Country sent a message. This time, not only the sword cultivators are dispatched, but also the weapon cultivators and beast cultivators. Especially the bird cultivators who haven't participated in battles for a long time, and the giant clan who claimed to have ancient bloodlines were also invited out from the bottom of the glacier by the sword cultivators. You have to be careful. Yes, thank you, Daoist Pin Xian. Everyone hurriedly bowed. Daoist Pin Xian flicked his sleeves, and the mirror dimmed and disappeared. Damn it, we're rich. Lonely Sex Yuan Guang, who had been silent all this while, blurted out, "The bird cultivators have always been aloof and are known as the sons of the sky. Their flying speed is extremely fast, far beyond our Dao sex cultivators. Even the sword cultivators who have become one with the sword may not be able to catch up with them." Before everyone could speak, there was some fluctuation in the air in front of Wang Yi. Wang Yi reached out and pointed at the fluctuation. A hazy brilliance flashed, and a foundation establishment city guard of Sun Tian City appeared from the brilliance. He bowed to everyone and said, "I'm a city guard of Sun Tian City. I have an urgent matter to report to all of you." Go ahead." Wang Yi nodded slightly, and everyone sat down. After the city guard told them about the beast cultivators who wanted to rush into Sun Tian City, he said, "The flying speed of this beast cultivator is too amazing. I'm afraid that the city guard and I won't be able to catch up. If possible, I'd like to ask Senior to send someone to protect Sun Tian City with us." You may leave." Wang Yi pondered for a moment, then flicked his sleeve and said, "Report this matter to the city lord first. The disciples of the three kingdoms of cultivation are not complete yet. Wait for the disciples of Changbai sect and Imperial Thunder sect to come. They have the flying sword technique and the thunder escape technique, so they should be able to use it." "Yes, I'll take my leave." The disciple bowed, and the brilliance around him revolved, then he slowly disappeared from the spot. Fellow Daoist Wang, spiritual master Pin Xian really hit the nail on the head. Xiang Ming of Huanhua sect shook his head and said, "According to the city guard of Sun Tian City, wasn't it the bird cultivator from Huan country who was probing just now? I'm afraid that this bird cultivator has fused with a spiritual beast like Zhangzhentian in his body. His flying speed and height are beyond the reach of ordinary cultivators like us. They're really bold." Yongyi Sect's Ko Xiangling pursed her lips and said, "They actually dared to enter Shi country? They came to Sun Tian City to probe? Where did they get the token from? And it's the same image as the one in the token. The bird cultivator's movement is extremely fast. When fighting with our Taoist sect cultivators, they have a lot of advantages. As long as they get close, most of our Taoist sect cultivators are helpless. If they don't have a tyrannical protective magic weapon, most of them will end up dead." Heng Zhao of Utopia faction frowned and said, "We have to inform the disciples of this matter immediately. Don't let them suffer a great loss due to their carelessness. As for why the bird cultivator rashly probed Sun Tian City, I'm afraid he wants to see the defense of Sun Tian City and the strength of the various sects. He dares to come just because he has the flying technique. It's a pity that Changbai sect and Imperial Thunder sect are the second batch to come. Otherwise, we can let the disciples of these two sects compete with the bird cultivator." Gao Wei of Xuanyan sect nodded and said, "If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for recommendation or monthly votes." Chapter 2235. Well, let's do this for now. Our Seven Skills sect and Xian Lu sect will send disciples to clear cave. As for the bird cultivators, let's inform the disciples first and wait for the disciples of Imperial Thunder sect and Changbai sect to come before we deal with it." Wang Yi stood up and said, "We'll inform our respective sects about this decision. However, I think we shouldn't put too much hope on the disciples of Changbai sect and Imperial Thunder sect. This time, all the disciples who came here are Foundation Establishment and Qi Refining disciples. There are too few disciples who can combine their bodies with the sword and master the thunder escape technique. Well, we'll report this to our respective sects and ask them to urge the two sects to send disciples who can fly faster." Xiang Ming of Huanhua sect nodded. Immediately after, everyone formed hand seals and took out the tokens of their respective sections. They pointed them in the air in front of them, and a small pitch-black hole appeared. Everyone engraved the matter on the jade slips and placed them in the small hole. When the small hole closed, all the jade slips disappeared. "Let's go and inform the disciples." Wang Yi flicked his sleeve and activated the jade slips. A huge black hole appeared in front of everyone. Wang Yi stepped into it without hesitation and disappeared. The other cultivators followed closely behind and walked out of the meeting hall. Unfortunately, they were still too late. The bird cultivators had come to Sky Patrol City to test the waters. Would they not attack the disciples of the Three Kingdoms? 1,000 miles north of Sky Patrol City was a boundless forest. Snow covered the crowns of the giant trees. Looking at it from afar, the dark brown trunks and the dazzling white snow were an exotic scenery. Above the forest, there were a dozen cultivators flying in a group. Judging from their Daoist robes, they were the disciples of Xianxia school. An early-stage Foundation establishment disciple in the lead chuckled and said, "We've been living in Gold Goose Ridge for a long time. Even when we're in Foundation establishment, we're in the southeast of Xi country. We rarely come to the extreme north of Xi country. I didn't expect that besides the spring and autumn, the winter snow would be so magnificent. If it weren't for the sword cultivators' attack, I'm afraid we wouldn't have thought of coming here." Senior Brother Gong is right. I won't hide it from you, Senior Martial Brothers. Before I came to the snow region, I was terrified. I heard that the battle between sword cultivators left many casualties. Not to mention Golden Core stage cultivators, even Foundation establishment stage cultivators would find it difficult to survive the battle. A middle-aged Foundation establishment cultivator chuckled as he replied. However, it has been nearly a year and the sword cultivators we have encountered are only a so-so. Their cultivation levels are similar to the Qi refinement and Foundation establishment disciples of our Dao sect. Although flying swords are fast, there is a limit to it. As long as one defends properly, there is no particular danger. Exactly. This time, it was quite easy for us to kill the sword cultivator disciples. More than 10 disciples of the nurturing sword and drawing sword were killed. If we report the results of this battle, we will definitely be seriously injured. Senior Brother Gong in the lead nodded and said, "Unfortunately, the quality of the flying swords of these sword cultivator disciples doesn't seem to be very good, and the medicinal pills in their storage pouches are just passable. Otherwise, we would have reaped a great harvest this time." Yes, that drawing sword grade 3 sword cultivator probably has the strength of a middle Foundation establishment stage cultivator. An injured disciple nodded and said, "If Senior Brother Xiao did not use his divine ability and use the universe bracelet to firmly imprison him, it would really be difficult for us to kill him." That's right, Xiao Mao. I didn't expect that your cultivation level was so weak previously. Now that you have reached the Foundation establishment stage, your strength has soared like a boat on the river. It seems that you are almost surpassing me. Senior Brother Gong turned his head and said to a young cultivator with delicate features who was flying with his head lowered in the middle of the crowd. This cultivator with a humble and amiable face was Xiao Mao from Xianxia school. At this moment, he was already at the early Foundation establishment stage. Hearing his senior brother mention him, Xiao Mao hurriedly smiled apologetically and said, "What does my cultivation level count for? I don't need to praise it. Killing these sword cultivators was all due to Senior Martial Brothers. I only relied on the power of my Dharma treasure. I really don't dare to take the credit. Ha ha ha, Junior Brother Xiao is too humble." Senior Brother Gong laughed loudly and said, "Clear Cold Mountain's Martial Uncle Yuan is a famous battle general of our Xianxia school. According to him, he once killed a Foundation establishment stage cultivator when he was just an aura refining stage cultivator. Junior Brother Xiao is from a famous school, how weak can you be? I wouldn't dare." Xiao Mao smiled bitterly. Just as he was about to be humble, a yellow figure suddenly flashed from the forest below Senior Brother Gong and charged straight at him. Although everyone was laughing, they were still on high alert. When they saw something strange, they released their divine senses. When they saw that the yellow figure was flying abnormally fast, they couldn't help but be alarmed. It was also at this moment that the yellow figure had already rushed to within a few dozen feet of them. "Fight!" Senior Brother Gong felt a sharp gust of wind rushing towards him. Without any hesitation, he waved his hand and struck out a thunder palm. His body flew horizontally in an attempt to dodge the yellow figure's sneak attack. Gua, a cry actually came from the yellow figure's mouth. A pair of meter-long wings suddenly spread out from the yellow figure's back. As the wings flapped, the yellow figure's body was extremely nimble. In mid-air, it slightly shrank its body and dodged Senior Brother Gong's palm thunder. Then, its body spread out again, and it chased after Senior Brother Gong faster than a flying sword. Evil creature. Senior Brother Gong took advantage of the moment the yellow figure spread out his wings to release his divine sense and clearly saw that it was a monster with the upper body of a giant owl and the lower body of a human. He couldn't help but be alarmed. His heart trembled as he cursed. He stretched out his hand and summoned a fan-shaped magic artifact. As the magic artifact was waved, a misty water ripple attacked the bird cultivator. At the same time, Xiao Mao and the other Xuanyan school disciples also moved. A few of them summoned their magic artifacts and urged their magic power to help Senior Brother Gong. The others released their divine senses and looked at the forest about 100 feet below them. Kill. Sure enough, just as their divine senses reached the forest, there was a loud shout. More than 20 colorful sword lights flew out from the forest and rushed toward the Xuanyan school disciples. We've been ambushed. Retreat. When everyone saw this scene, how could they not know the danger? Some people cleverly sent out message talismans while others preemptively activated their magic artifacts and smashed them toward the sword cultivator. Gua 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 gua. With a crisp sound, the bird cultivator opened his mouth and spat out a fist-sized jade pearl. It flashed with brilliance as it rushed toward Senior Brother Gong. When Senior Brother Gong's mist touched the jade pearl, it turned into specks of ice and condensed in midair. Gah! The beast cultivator let out a low cry and charged into the ice shards. His arms danced and shattered the ice shards as if he was breaking ice. He quickly rushed to within a few feet of Senior Brother Gong. Seeing that the bird cultivator was close to him, Senior Brother Gong turned pale with fright. He clapped his hands and waved them. Many yellow talismans shot out in an attempt to block the bird cultivator's attack. At the same time, he pointed at the air and once again released a misty brilliance to cover himself. Woo! The bird cultivator activated the jade pearl again. At this time, the jade pearl turned into a palm-sized flying sword and quickly streaked through the air. Many yellow talismans were pierced by the flying sword. It really was just a piece of yellow paper. At this time, the bird cultivator was already close to Senior Brother Gong. He stretched out his arms and his 10 fingers were unusually sharp like bird claws. With a pu sound, he stabbed them into the misty brilliance and tore it apart. Pooh! The jade pearl immediately shot into it. Kacha kacha, followed by a light crisp sound. The protective brilliance around Senior Brother Gong instantly froze. It wrapped around him like a suit of armor. From the moment the bird cultivator flew out of the forest to when Senior Brother Gong was hit by the jade pearl, only a few breaths of time had passed. This kind of fast fighting style was not something that the Xuanyan disciples were used to. It was also the weakness of the Daoist sect disciples. It was something that they couldn't compare to in a year of fighting with sword cultivators. The surrounding Xuanyan disciples who were prepared to help Senior Brother Gong were just about to rescue him when the sword cultivator's flying sword flew out from the forest. They were so frightened that they couldn't care less about Senior Brother Gong. They hurriedly formed hand seals and blocked the flying sword that was about to kill them. At the same time, they activated their Dharma artifacts to protect themselves. Puchi, there was a muffled sound, followed by an scream. The bird cultivator actually reached his hand into Senior Brother Gong's heart. Not only did he break through Senior Brother Gong's protective brilliance, he even dug out Senior Brother Gong's heart. There was a sound, as if he was overjoyed. A ray of bloody light shot out from the bird cultivator's mouth and engulfed the heart. Gradually, the bird cultivator's sharp nose receded, and the feathers on his face and neck receded. The fleshy wings on his back also gradually shrank. A tall and thin old man with sharp eyes like an eagle's appeared in the air. Seeing that the bird cultivator was actually eating people's hearts, the Xuanyan disciples were shocked. They desperately avoided the bird cultivator and didn't dare to fight with him. Of course, many flying swords were already attacking. They only had one thought in their minds now. Xiao Mao was also shocked. He also felt helpless. Luckily, he was just an inconspicuous member of the Xuanyan disciples. He usually kept a low profile. This time, he was hidden among the disciples and wasn't the main target of the sword cultivator's attack. When Xiao Mao saw a flying sword that was as thin as a willow swaying as it flew towards him, he immediately scanned his surroundings and observed the situation of the entire battlefield. Now, 20 sword cultivators flew out from the forest, each with their flying swords looking for a target to attack. The Xuanyan disciples all attacked with 2 flying swords. Xiao Mao's group only used 1 flying sword. What was special was that the Qi refinement disciples not far from Xiao Mao were all facing the flying swords of the sword-nurturing swordsmen. Xiao Mao's flying sword wasn't very bright. According to Xiao Mao's experience, this sword-nurturing swordsman's cultivation was only around the 2nd grade, which was the same as his own cultivation. Run! Xiao Mao only had one thought in his mind. With a wave of his hand, he took out an orange-red whip from his storage bag. Channeling his transcendence energy, it transformed into a mountainous whip wave that crashed towards the flying sword. At the same time, Xiao Mao's figure was like the other Xuanyan disciples. He found a deserted place and quickly fled. Where do you think you're going? The sword-nurturing swordsman attacking Xiao Mao was a middle-aged man. He had a strong physique and wore a strange bright armor. When he saw Xiao Mao's magic weapon flash with a divine ability, he sneered and formed a sword seal with his hand. The willow-like flying sword also waved. Like a willow brushing its face, it produced many thin branches. It was extremely precise, each one piercing towards the whip. Chapter 2236. Tisk, Xiaohua flicked his sleeves and said with disdain, "Why are you pulling me over for no reason? You can be my captain if you want, I'm not interested." Xiaohua, the vice-sect leader of the Heavenly Demon sect, was disdainful, so why would he care about this vice-captain? However, his words were not very sensible at this time. "Do you see? Senior brother Minghui, I have a headache." At this time, Cui Hongshan actually let go and pointed at Xiaohua and said, "He doesn't treat little brother as a senior brother at all. Do you think he can cooperate with little brother? For the sake of our team's 10 lives, senior brother Minghui should agree." "Okay." Zhen Minghui's eyes flashed with a smile and said with some difficulty, "Since that's the case, I can only reluctantly agree." "Good. Junior brothers, since senior brother Minghui has agreed to be my first team's vice-captain, then his words are my words. When I'm not here, we must follow senior brother Minghui's lead," Cui Hongshan said while clapping his hands. "We understand." Dui Qimeng and the others all agreed. Only Xiao Hua looked at the cave entrance covered by the light fog without any expression on his face. However, Xiao Hua's heart was a bit confused. What is Cui Hongshan doing? He made Zhen Minghui the vice-captain, isn't that a threat to him? If this guy suddenly attacked Cui Hongshan, then only Zhen Minghui can be the captain. Isn't this just looking for trouble? I really don't know what this cultivator family's pig head is thinking. Xiao Hua was still thinking too much. Perhaps he didn't know that the captain's token in Cui Hongshan's hand was like a magic tool that needed blood to recognize its master. Without Cui Hongshan's activation, even if he died, others wouldn't be able to open it. Cui Hongshan could casually record things inside without others knowing. After the battle, the Imperial Thunder sect could only use a secret technique to take back the token. If Zhen Minghui really did the evil thing that Xiaohua thought, how could the Imperial Thunder sect not know? After Zhen Minghui removed the formation flag and put away the formation plate, everyone flew out of the cave. Cui Hongshan instructed, "Senior Marshal Brother Minghui, let's do as we discussed just now. The range of your divine sense is large, so you'll lead the way. Later on, you'll follow Su Qing and Qiu Su in that order. The distance between the 3 of you will be maintained at least 1,000 feet. The 2 aura refining disciples and the female cultivator from converted Thunder Palace will be in the middle, and Xiao Hua will bring up the rear. This Cui has some matters to discuss with Xiao Hua, so I will accompany him for the time being." "Yes, Captain Cui." Everyone nodded. Without hesitation, Zhen Minghui took the lead and flew up, releasing his spiritual will. Su Qing and Qiu Su followed closely behind, following Cui Hongshan's instructions. Once Dui Qimeng and the rest were more than 300 meters away, Cui Hongshan looked up and said in a low voice, "Xiaohua, come with me. I have something to tell you." "Oh? What's there to say?" Xiaohua urged his magic power and slowly flew away. His speed was even slower than that of ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators. His tone was somewhat indifferent. Cui Hongshan's eyes flickered a few times, and he clenched his teeth, but he still endured it. After flying straight for an hour, he said, "Xiaohua, this Cui knows you have a problem with this Cui. You don't see this Cui as a senior martial brother. To tell you the truth, this Cui is the same as you. I don't see you as a junior martial brother. Since that's the case, what else is there to say?" Xiaohua rolled his eyes and said coldly, "This Cui doesn't see you as a junior martial brother, but eldest senior martial brother sees you as a treasure. Moreover, Master and Master's wife also told this Cui to protect you." Cui Hongshan said coldly, "If it weren't for them, this Cui would have definitely pretended not to know you. But since they said so, and this Cui also made a guarantee in front of them, this Cui can't not rely on my own strength to protect you." "You? What ability do you have to protect this Xiao?" Xiaohua almost laughed out loud. "This Cui doesn't have any ability, so ever since I boarded the Thunder Boat, I've been looking for an opportunity." Cui Hongshan suppressed his anger and said, "Do you think this position of captain of the Imperial Thunder Sect's first team was obtained by this Cui out of thin air? Do you think Zhenyun will give this opportunity to this Cui out of thin air? This Cui used spirit stones and medicinal pills to exchange for this." "Humph, that's because you're willing. It seems to have nothing to do with this Xiao." Xiaohua didn't accept his kindness. He looked into the distance and said, "Fellow Daoist Cui seems to want to protect the female cultivators of the converted Thunder Palace, right?" "Whatever you say." Cui Hongshan said indifferently, "This Cui doesn't care what you think. In any case, this Cui will make it clear to you now. This Cui can take the position of captain with this captain's token. Before we reach Chicken Crow Mountain, you should find a chance to fly away early. This Cui will tell the others that this Cui received a message from the Imperial Thunder Sect to send you somewhere else. You should find a safe place and hide well. After the battle is over, contact this Cui again. If this Cui still has a breath of life, you can return to my Imperial Thunder Sect's first team. If this Xiao leaves like this, the other disciples of the converted Thunder Palace won't know? In the Cultivation 3 Kingdoms, won't there be any punishment?" Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and asked curiously. "The punishment for escaping the battle in the Cultivation 3 Kingdoms is one word: kill. There are no other options." Cui Hongshan said coldly, "However, this Cui already said just now that this Cui is the captain of the first team. Sending you out on a mission is normal. As long as this Cui is alive, no one will investigate you. If this Cui unfortunately falls, then this Cui also won't be able to protect you. And if you feel that leaving now is too early and too hurried will arouse the suspicion of others, then you can leave at any time. When you leave, you only need to send a message to this Cui. This Cui can also give an explanation to others and pave the way for your return after the battle." "All right." Without waiting for Xiaohua to speak, Cui Hongshan urged his magic power and immediately flew forward. "This Cui has said everything that needs to be said. You decide what to do." "Hee hee," Xiaohua laughed softly and said, "Since fellow Daoist Cui is so benevolent and righteous, why shouldn't this Xiao be happy? Farewell." Xiaohua cupped his hands and turned around to fly towards a snow-covered foothill on his right. Huff, seeing that Xiaohua really did escape, Cui Hongshan let out a long sigh of relief. It seemed like he had unloaded a heavy burden, and his face relaxed. His figure didn't stop and was about to fly forward. Although Xiaohua flew away, he had already released his Buddhist sense and clearly saw Cui Hongshan's expression. This guy really wants to let this young master go? Xiaohua was astonished. Could it be that he didn't want to set a trap for this young master? At this time, if he called others back, this young master wouldn't be able to escape the crime of fleeing before the battle. Or maybe this guy will wait until this young master is far away and see Jin Yun to falsely accuse this young master. How can this young master let him have his way? Besides, this guy is nothing more than the nephew of a cultivator family. He can participate in the sword cultivator battle with a mere early-stage foundation establishment cultivation. This young master, a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, doesn't dare to participate in the battle? If this young master leaves now, not only will I lose face as a loose cultivator, I won't be able to raise my head in front of this guy in the future. Even if I'm a golden core or a nascent soul, if this guy mentions this matter, this young master will still owe him a favor. Maybe it will even become a heart demon. From the beginning, everything this young master has done against him will also turn into flowing water. Damn it, isn't it just this old thief Jingyan? Xiao Hua's eyes flashed with a trace of a sinister smile, and he thought proudly, I want to see how you'll kill this young master in front of the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples and the disciples of the Three Kingdoms' disciples. As long as you can't kill me in front of everyone, I have the confidence to escape from your hands. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua's figure paused and he immediately flew back. Oh. What? Do you still have something to say? Cui Hongshan was slightly stunned and asked curiously. Xiao Hua's tone was still cold. You let this young master leave now, and then you immediately say that this young master fled before the battle. Can this young master's evidence still be cleared? Can this young master still escape the pursuit of the Three Kingdoms' disciples? This young master won't fall for your trick. You. Am I that kind of person? Cui Hongshan angrily scolded, if you want to leave, then leave right now. If I want to kill you, would I still need to be so despicable? I'll just directly smash you to death with a lightning pearl. And, let's do it openly. Xiao Hua ignored him and said, using underhanded methods is what you're best at. Isn't this how you obtained the position of captain of the first squad? You. Cui Hongshan was so angry that he was trembling. He pointed his finger at Xiao Hua and said, you, a few times, but he was unable to say a single word. After waiting for a moment, Cui Hongshan seemed to have lost his vitality. His face was somewhat gloomy as he said, Xiao Hua, I don't know where you ran off to in this half a year, but this Cui obtained a lot of information about the war. To tell the truth, we foundation establishment cultivators have died more than aura refining cultivators. Moreover, aura refining cultivators can escape from the war as long as they're in the foundation establishment realm. We early foundation establishment disciples are far from that lucky. The cruelty of this war is far from what you can imagine. To tell the truth, it's already not bad if one or two of my first squad can return alive. Alas, whatever should be said, this Cui has already said. This Cui's words have always been valid in the war. You can leave at any time. Finished speaking, Cui Hongshan no longer paid attention to Xiao Hua and flew forward. This young master wants to ask you a question. Xiao Hua suddenly asked, my Imperial Thunder Sect Master Qian Lazy, or the 8 Great Thunder Palace's Palace Masters, when will they participate in the war? They? Cui Hongshan sneered, you're still relying on the sect master to take care of you? Don't dream. If he wanted to, would you be sent out? Fellow Daoist Cui, you just have to answer this Xiao's question. Xiao Hua didn't answer him. They are nascent soul seniors. They will only appear in the second or even the third phase of the war. Cui Hongshan said coldly, when they come out, it will already be more than 10 years later. At that time, you will have already turned into flying ashes. Hee. Even if you turn into flying ashes, this daddy will absolutely not. When Xiao Hua heard that Daoist Jianghu would only come to the battlefield 10 years later, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. If he was given 10 years, he really wouldn't be afraid of nascent soul cultivators. Chapter 2237. You're really a loose cultivator. You don't know the gravity of the situation. If we don't escape now, sigh, when will we? Cui Hongshan sighed when he saw that Xiao Hua was still being impulsive. He then shook his head and flew forward. So what if I'm a loose cultivator? Xiao Hua curled his lips and replied, "Loose cultivators don't have the filthy thoughts of aristocratic family disciples. I've never thought of running away in the face of battle." Although Xiao Hua's words weren't particularly unyielding, it was absolutely impossible for him to lose face in front of Cui Hongshan. Why would Cui Hongshan pay attention to him? He flew to the front and said a few words to Dui Qimeng and the others, then sped up and flew forward. He was completely acting like a competent captain. Let them be. Xiao Hua, whose cultivation base was the highest among the 10 people, was actually very relaxed. He opened his mouth and put several azure spirit pills into his mouth, as if he was eating beans. All kinds of cultivation methods were operating at the same time. The medicinal efficacy of the azure spirit pill, which required a late foundation establishment cultivator to refine for several days, was being refined bit by bit from his meridians and body. At the same time, the earth crystal yam milk in his meridians was also being refined in an orderly manner. Xiao Hua wanted to take advantage of this relaxed moment to raise his cultivation base as soon as possible. 10,000 li northeast of where Xiao Mao was ambushed was the border between Lian and Huan countries. It was still covered in ice and snow, and an endless mountain range lay on the ground like a silver dragon. There was no wind or snow at this time, and a pale white round sun hung in the sky. On the quiet ground, 30 or so sword cultivators of both sexes slowly flew over from the south. Each of them wore strange armor and stepped on flying swords. Some of these swordsmen had injuries on their bodies, and some had bloodstains that hadn't been removed. However, they all had smiles on their faces, and more than one storage pouch hung on their waists. It was obvious that this was the side that won the battle with the Dao sect cultivators. They were returning to the Fengmeng mountain range with a full load of rewards. "Senior Marshal Brother Xiang, this move of yours is really good," a petite female swordsman with an admiring smile said to a 4th-grade swordsman. "The other swordsmen are fighting with the Dao sect on the west side of the Fengmeng mountain range. We ambushed them on the east side and killed so many cultivators in an instant. Our harvest is quite bountiful. This kind of method. I have plenty." The tall senior brother Xiang's face was filled with glory as he smiled and said, "This diversion tactic is nothing much. We just need to act quickly and leave before the Dao sect can react." Dozens of qi refining cultivators and several early foundation establishment cultivators were all killed by our flying swords. We didn't even send out a messaging talisman, so how would they know? A cold-faced male swordsman was displeased with senior marshal brother Xiang's arrogance. "That's right. This is all thanks to junior brother Lu's amazing methods. He didn't even let a cultivator go." Senior brother Xiang did not seem to mind as he continued in a mysterious manner. "However, don't forget about the Dao sect cultivators on patrol in the Wind Dream mountain range." "A patrolling cultivator? Just kill them all." Junior brother Lu replied without hesitation. "But what about their messages?" Senior brother Xiang asked confidently with a smirk. "This." Junior brother Lu was at a loss for words, not knowing how to respond. At this moment, a divine telekinesis swept over from the side of the swordsman. Upon contact, the swordsman immediately locked onto them. "Damn it." Senior Marshal Brother Xiang sensed the divine telekinesis and his expression changed slightly. He waved his hand and said, "Quick, let's fly on our swords and see if we can escape from these cultivators." Junior Brother Lu, immediately send a message on your flying sword. See which senior brother is closer to this place and immediately come to our rescue. Yes, this little brother understands. Junior brother Lu did not dare to say anything else. He opened his mouth and spat out a small inch-long sword. It circled slightly in the air and flew straight ahead. This group of swordsmen had only flown for half a meal's time before they were surrounded by several patrolling cultivators. Just by looking at their numbers and power, they were similar to the swordsmen. "Don't even think about leaving." The first few mid-foundation establishment cultivators to arrive shouted angrily, "You sneak attacked our Dao sect disciples in our country of Lian and you think you can leave so peacefully? We'll leave your heads behind." As they spoke, the few foundation establishment cultivators clapped their hands. Their respective Dharma artifacts flew into the air, emitting different colors of light, and smashed towards the swordsman. The Qi refinement cultivators following behind the few foundation establishment cultivators also clapped their hands. All kinds of yellow talismans and Dharma artifacts flew out from their storage bags and attacked the swordsman from all directions. Ha ha ha. Such attack power is really too weak. I'll let you all see what a sword cultivator is. As they spoke, the many sword cultivators did not hesitate. The flying swords under their feet flew out like horses. Sword light flashed as they met the swordsman. Puchi, Puchi. All the yellow talismans were no match for the flying swords. They were all broken. A few low-level Dharma artifacts were also no match for the flying swords. They were either pierced or sent flying by the flying swords. Flying swords were indeed not something that Dharma artifacts could match. Humph. What sword cultivators? You're just using your primordial spirit to control your swords. What's the difference between you and us? The mid-foundation establishment cultivator in the lead had already taken out his pagoda-shaped Dharma artifact. After preparing a spell, he pointed his finger. The pagoda pressed down like a huge boulder while the cultivator spoke coldly. Then I'll let you know what a sword cultivator is. A trace of disdain appeared on Senior Marshal Brother Xiang's face. He formed a spell with his hand and the flying sword changed. It turned into a shooting star and shot towards the pagoda with a long tail. The pagoda was clearly an extremely powerful Dharma artifact. It trembled rapidly in midair. The surrounding heaven and earth spiritual qi madly rushed into it. Rays of light that looked like little xiaohua's buds condensed around the pagoda. Waves of Dharma energy surged out and waves of power slammed towards the swordsman from the pagoda. Although the swordsman saw that his flying sword had broken through the range of the pagoda's Dharma energy and was rushing towards the bottom of the pagoda, there was no joy on his face. He knew very well that although sword cultivators were known for their attack power, they only had an advantage against cultivators of the same level. If they were to fight against cultivators of the same level who had powerful Dharma artifacts, or cultivators of a higher level, they really had no advantage. That shooting star was also abnormally powerful. Not only was the tail of the sword flashing with brilliance, but the tip of the sword was also vibrating as if it wanted to pierce through the void. This vibration was also disturbed by the fluctuations of the pagoda. A series of rumbling sounds faintly sounded in the space between the shooting star and the pagoda. The flying sword and the Dharma artifact had yet to come into contact, but they were already fighting. The foundation establishment cultivator's eyes narrowed. He shook his hand and the shadow of a pagoda appeared from the bottom and rapidly fell. Break, the swordsman sneered. His fingertips moved slightly. Following his fingertips, the tip of the shooting star also moved. A ray of sword light flew out from the tip of the sword and pierced into the shadow of the pagoda. Chapter 2238. Let's go. The sword cultivator glanced over and spat a mouthful of sword energy into his flying sword. The sword cultivator's spirit followed the sword and he wanted to escape. Don't you think it's too late to leave now? The white-haired cultivator said coldly. He raised his hand and a long 9-section bamboo whip appeared out of thin air. The 9-section whip was pale gold in color. Starting from the handle, each section was shorter than the previous one. Between each section of the bamboo, there were complicated talismans flashing. Even the bamboo sections were faintly flowing with mysterious talismans. Break. After the white-haired cultivator finished speaking, he dragged the bamboo whip without hesitation. A whip shadow was born from the bamboo whip. It was like a coquettish golden dragon, flashing with intense light. A sharp hurricane seemed to tear the void apart as it slashed towards the sword cultivator. The sword cultivator's flying speed was extremely fast. In a moment, he had already flown a few feet. However, the whip shadow was even faster and struck the sword cultivator like lightning. Ka-cha-cha. The sword cultivator's body flashed a few times before it was annihilated. The flying sword under the sword cultivator's feet was smashed into pieces, and the sword cultivator's body was also smashed into several pieces. Senior Li Zongbao. The foundation establishment cultivator, who had closed his eyes and waited for death, did not see it coming. When he heard the sound of weapons colliding, he opened his eyes and saw the white-haired cultivator. He was extremely surprised and said, "You? Why are you here?" This white-haired cultivator was actually Li Zongbao, a disciple of the Utmost Happiness faction who practiced the leeching treasure mirror. Li Zongbao's gaze swept over the cultivator who was about to cry from joy. He only responded and dragged the bamboo whip again. He activated his mana and waved it. Like waves, the whip's shadow smashed towards the weapon cultivator who was also fleeing in panic. Rumble. The whip's shadow fell, and there was the sound of wind and thunder. The weapon cultivator's expression changed greatly. As he spat out golden gas, he tried his best to block the whip's shadow. At the same time, his body glowed. Not only did his speed suddenly increase, but the magic weapon form of his long spear also rapidly appeared. Bang, 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 bang. In the blink of an eye, the overwhelming number of whip shadows smashed onto the artifact cultivator's body. Every whip shadow would make a loud sound, and after every loud sound, the artifact cultivator's body would fall a few feet. In the end, the weapon cultivator was actually smashed into the ground by the whip shadow. Boom! The deep pit that the equipment cultivator had fallen into seemed to explode as countless golden lights rushed out. Furthermore, the golden lights were mixed with some bloody lights. After the sound was heard, he looked at the deep pit again. There was only a long spear lying at the bottom of the pit, and there were traces of blood and minced meat around it. The tool cultivator had actually been smashed to pieces by Li Zongbao's bamboo whip. The Foundation establishment cultivator from the Utopia faction sucked in a breath of cold air. Of course, he had heard of Li Zongbao's reputation, but Li Zongbao had never made a move in a fight between fellow faction members. He had never imagined that Li Zongbao would be so powerful now. Although his cultivation level was only at the peak of the middle Foundation establishment stage, his strength was close to the peak of the late Foundation establishment stage. Isn't this immortal piercing whip a little too powerful? The Foundation establishment cultivator was secretly jealous. What are you waiting for? Li Zongbao glared at the Foundation establishment cultivator, but his figure did not stop. He flew up and pounced towards the equipment cultivator on the other side. His pure white hair fluttered in the air and scattered mercilessly. Yes, I understand. The Foundation establishment cultivator's heart trembled. He moved his body and hurriedly went to help the other disciples. Li Zongbao was as ferocious as a tiger in a flock of sheep. Although the equipment cultivator's defense was incomparably powerful, and the sword cultivator's attack was also unparalleled, under his merciless immortal piercing whip, there was almost no one who could withstand more than 3 moves. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, not only did he reverse the previous decline of the Daoist faction, but he also killed more than 10 equipment cultivators and sword cultivators. The remaining equipment cultivators saw that things were not going well. With a whistle, they fled in all directions under the lead of the sword cultivator. Humph. Seeing the sword cultivators flee, Li Zongbao narrowed his eyes and a faint red light flashed across his face. Immediately after, the sleeves of his Taoist robe suddenly swelled up. The immortal piercing whip in his hand swung in mid-air and drew a semicircle. More than 10 whip shadows flew out and chased after the sword cultivators in all directions. Li Zongbao actually wanted to kill all these sword cultivators. Bang, bang, bang. A series of sounds could be heard. The immortal piercing whip had caught up with the sword cultivators, but after all, they were too far away. Except for one sword cultivator who was killed by the whip shadows in mid-air, the rest of the sword cultivators and equipment cultivators all used their flying swords to block the whip shadows. They staggered in the air for a while, and with a faint glow on their bodies, they continued to flee. You guys got lucky. At this time, the red light on Li Zongbao's face receded and was replaced by a slightly pale face. With a wave of his hand, he put the immortal piercing whip in his storage bag. Then, with a clap of his hand, he took out a pill and popped it into his mouth. This immortal piercing whip was a powerful magic weapon. After killing so many sword cultivators and equipment cultivators with it, Li Zongbao's Dharma power actually showed signs of drying up. Thank you, Senior Brother Li. Many cultivators of the Utopia faction who had escaped with their lives were overjoyed. They stepped forward and bowed to pay their respects. Li Zongbao looked at the disciples indifferently and ordered, I was just passing by and rushed over after receiving your message talismans. All of you, tidy up this place and quickly gather at the nearest stronghold. Yes, we understand. When the disciples heard that Li Zongbao wanted them to clean up the mess, they were overjoyed and smiled apologetically. Senior Brother Li, where are you going? Why are there so many storage bags of sword cultivators and equipment cultivators left behind? Do you want to take a look at them? I am under orders to go to the Sky Patrol City. Li Zongbao's tone was still indifferent. What's the use of the items of sword cultivators and equipment cultivators in our Taoist sect? You guys can take them all. After saying that, he flew up into the sky and headed in the direction of the Sky Patrol City. TSK, Tisk. Seeing that Li Zongbao flew away without stopping, the Foundation establishment cultivator who had previously held the pagoda said enviously, Senior Brother Li Zongbao is indeed a famous cultivator in the three kingdoms of cultivation. How long has it been since you built your foundation? Now, you have already cultivated to the peak of the middle stage of foundation establishment? I'm afraid you can break through to the late stage of foundation establishment at any time. Even the golden core stage is in sight. Alas, we can't compare with Senior Brother Li Zongbao. Another cultivator who was also in the middle stage of foundation establishment sighed. Senior Brother Li is a young talent. He has been famous since he was young. His talent is rare in the entire Xiaoyu continent. He is Martial Uncle Hang Ming's favorite disciple. Now, with the famous magic weapon of our Utopia faction, his strength is close to the peak of the late stage of foundation establishment. Exactly. Martial Uncle Li Zongbao is probably the strongest person below the golden core stage. And Qi refining disciple whispered with admiration. It should be about the same. The foundation establishment cultivator who held the pagoda nodded. These equipment cultivators and sword cultivators are extremely powerful in both defense and attack. However, they are no match for Senior Brother Li. This is basically the strength of a golden core stage cultivator. If Senior Brother Li Zongbao is the strongest person below the golden core stage, he definitely deserves it. No one in the three kingdoms of cultivation can compare with him. Chapter 2239. Let's go. The sword cultivator glanced over and spat a mouthful of sword energy into his flying sword. The sword cultivator's spirit followed the sword and he wanted to escape. Don't you think it's too late to leave now? The white-haired cultivator said coldly. He waved his hand and a long 9-section bamboo whip appeared out of thin air. The 9-section whip was pale gold in color. Starting from the handle, each section was shorter than the previous one. Between each section of the bamboo, there were complicated talismans flashing. Even the bamboo sections were faintly flowing with mysterious talismans. Break. With that said, the white-haired cultivator whipped his bamboo whip without hesitation. A whip shadow appeared from the bamboo whip, resembling a demonic little golden dragon. It shone with a bright light and a sharp hurricane that seemed like it could tear the void apart as it streaked towards the sword cultivator. The sword cultivator's flying speed was extremely fast. In a moment, he had already flown a few feet. However, the whip shadow was even faster and struck the sword cultivator like lightning. Ka-cha-cha. The sword cultivator's body flashed a few times before it was annihilated. The flying sword under the sword cultivator's feet was smashed into pieces, and the sword cultivator's body was also smashed into several pieces. Senior Li Zongbao. The foundation establishment stage cultivator, who had closed his eyes and waited for death, did not see it coming. When he heard the sound of weapons colliding, he opened his eyes. Seeing the white-haired cultivator, he was extremely surprised and said, "You. Why are you here?" This white-haired cultivator was actually Li Zongbao, a disciple of the Utmost Happiness faction who practiced the Liqing treasured mirror. Li Zongbao's gaze swept over the cultivator who was about to cry from joy. He only responded and dragged the bamboo whip again. With a wave of his magic power, the whip shadow smashed towards the weapon cultivator, who was also fleeing in panic like a wave. Rumble. The whip shadow fell, and there was the sound of wind and thunder. The weapon cultivator's expression changed greatly. As he spat out golden chi, he tried his best to block the whip shadow. His body also glowed. Not only did his speed suddenly increase, but the magic weapon form of his long spear also rapidly appeared. Bang, 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 bang. In the blink of an eye, the overwhelming number of whip shadows smashed onto the artifact cultivator's body. Every whip shadow would make a loud sound, and after every loud sound, the artifact cultivator's body would fall a few feet. In the end, the weapon cultivator was actually smashed into the ground by the whip shadow. Boom! The deep pit that the equipment cultivator had fallen into seemed to explode as countless golden lights rushed out. Furthermore, the golden lights were mixed with some bloody lights. After the sound was heard, he looked at the deep pit again. There was only a long spear lying at the bottom of the pit, and there were traces of blood and minced meat around it. The tool cultivator had actually been smashed to pieces by Li Zongbao's bamboo whip. The Foundation establishment cultivator from the Utopia faction sucked in a breath of cold air. Of course, he had heard of Li Zongbao's reputation, but Li Zongbao had never made a move in a fight between fellow faction members. He had never imagined that Li Zongbao would be so powerful now. Although his cultivation level was only at the peak of the middle Foundation establishment stage, his strength was close to the peak of the late Foundation establishment stage. Isn't this immortal piercing whip a little too powerful? The Foundation establishment cultivator was secretly jealous. What are you waiting for? Li Zongbao glared at the Foundation establishment cultivator, but his figure did not stop. He flew up and pounced towards the equipment cultivator on the other side. His pure white hair fluttered in the air and scattered mercilessly. Yes, I understand. The Foundation establishment cultivator's heart trembled. He moved his body and hurriedly went to help the other disciples. Li Zongbao was as ferocious as a tiger in a flock of sheep. Although the equipment cultivator's defense was incomparably powerful, and the sword cultivator's attack was also unparalleled, under his merciless immortal piercing whip, there was almost no one who could withstand more than 3 moves. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, not only did he reverse the previous decline of the Daoist faction, but he also killed more than 10 equipment cultivators and sword cultivators. The remaining equipment cultivators saw that things were not going well. With a whistle, they fled in all directions under the lead of the sword cultivator. Humph. Seeing the sword cultivators flee, Li Zongbao narrowed his eyes and a faint red light flashed across his face. Immediately after, the sleeves of his Taoist robe suddenly swelled up. The immortal piercing whip in his hand swung in mid-air and drew a semicircle. More than 10 whip shadows flew out and chased after the sword cultivators in all directions. Li Zongbao actually wanted to kill all these sword cultivators. Bang, bang, bang. A series of sounds could be heard. The immortal piercing whip had caught up with the sword cultivators, but after all, they were too far away. Except for one sword cultivator who was killed by the whip shadows in mid-air, the rest of the sword cultivators and equipment cultivators all took out their flying swords to block the whip shadows. They staggered in mid-air, and with a faint glow on their bodies, they continued to flee. You guys are lucky. At this time, the red light on Li Zongbao's face receded and was replaced by a slightly pale face. With a wave of his hand, he put the immortal piercing whip in his storage bag. Then, with a clap of his hand, he took out a pill and popped it into his mouth. The immortal piercing whip was a powerful magic weapon. Li Zongbao had used it to kill so many sword cultivators and equipment cultivators, but the magic power in his body was showing signs of drying up. Thank you, Senior Brother Li. Many cultivators of the Utopia faction who had escaped with their lives were overjoyed. They stepped forward and bowed to pay their respects. Li Zongbao looked at the disciples indifferently and ordered, I was just passing by and rushed over after receiving your message talismans. All of you, tidy up this place and quickly gather at the nearest stronghold. Yes, we understand. When the disciples heard that Li Zongbao wanted them to clean up the mess, they were overjoyed and smiled apologetically. Senior Brotherly, where are you going? Why are there so many storage bags of sword cultivators and equipment cultivators left behind? Do you want to take a look at them? I am under orders to go to Sky Patrol City. Li Zongbao's tone was still indifferent. What use do we have for sword cultivators and equipment cultivators? You guys can take them all. After that, he flew up into the sky and headed in the direction of Sky Patrol City. TSK. Looking at Li Zongbao flying away without stopping, the Foundation establishment cultivator who had previously held the pagoda said enviously, Senior Brother Li Zongbao is indeed a famous cultivator in the 3 kingdoms of cultivation. How long has it been since you built your foundation? Now, you have already cultivated to the peak of the middle stage of foundation establishment? I'm afraid you can break through to the late stage of foundation establishment at any time. Even the golden core is in sight. Alas, we can't compare with Senior Brother Li Zongbao. Another cultivator who was also in the middle stage of foundation establishment sighed and said, Senior Brother Li is a young talent. He has been famous since he was young. His talent is rare in the entire Xiaoyu continent. He is Martial Uncle Hang Ming's favorite disciple. Now, with the Utopia faction's famous magic weapon, his strength is close to the peak of the late stage of foundation establishment. Exactly. Martial Uncle Li Zongbao is probably the strongest cultivator below the golden core. And Qi refining disciple whispered with admiration. Yes, it should be about the same. The foundation establishment cultivator who held the pagoda nodded and said, these weapon cultivators and sword cultivators are extremely powerful in both defense and attack. However, they are no match for Senior Brother Li. This is basically the strength of a golden core cultivator. If Senior Brother Li Zongbao is the strongest cultivator below the golden core, he definitely deserves it. In the entire 3 kingdoms of cultivation, I'm afraid no other foundation establishment cultivator can match him. But another Qi refining disciple whispered, isn't Martial Uncle Li very young? Why does he have a head full of white hair? This. A foundation establishment cultivator hesitated and said, I've heard from my teacher that Senior Brother Li once led a team to the Taiqing sect to participate in the feather deity meet. I don't know what happened, but his hair turned white overnight. Since that day, his cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds, far surpassing his previous cultivation speed. No one in the Utopia faction can match him. Martial Uncle Li seems disdainful to be with us. The Qi refining disciple asked again. The foundation establishment cultivator glared at him and said coldly, what do you know? I've heard that Senior Brother Li Zongbao seems to be practicing the famous parting mirror of the Utopia faction. It has a heart like iron, emotions like steel, and Tao like the heavens. My goodness, it's so powerful. Tao like the heavens? The Qi refining disciple was speechless again. Of course, the Tao of heaven is emotionless. If you want to have a profound cultivation, you naturally have to cut off your emotions in order to be close to the Tao of heaven. The parting mirror of the Utopia faction is said to be the cultivation method closest to the Tao of heaven. Then in the end, won't he lose his emotions? Then, is he still human? Of course not. He's a celestial. A celestial who can destroy the heavens and the earth with a wave of his hand. The foundation establishment cultivator replied snappily, do you think the parting mirror of the Utopia faction is a cultivation method that mortals can practice? Even if that cultivation method is placed in front of you, you may not be able to understand or comprehend it at all. Let's go, several people said as they collected the storage bags, flying swords, and broken magic weapons scattered around them. Then they flew toward the nearest stronghold of the Utopia faction. On the Xiaoyu continent, the Huan Kingdom, the Shi Kingdom, and the Lian Kingdom bordered each other for tens of thousands of miles. In such a vast territory, there were fierce battles every day. Sword cultivators and equipment cultivators suffered many casualties, but there were even more Taoist faction disciples. Especially the Qi refining disciples, when they encountered the strange attacks of the sword cultivators and equipment cultivators, they were not suitable for them and died one after another. Of course, after nearly a year of fighting, there were also some disciples at the peak of the Qi refining stage who broke through the bottleneck and stepped into the foundation establishment stage. These new Foundation establishment cultivators were naturally sent back to their respective sects. However, it was said that people's opportunities were not the same. Among these new Foundation establishment cultivators, there were many who entered the Foundation establishment stage while fighting. They directly faced the fierce sword cultivators and equipment cultivators. Before they could really enter the Foundation establishment stage, the flying swords and magic weapons would reach them. Before they could feel joy in their hearts, they were killed. Even if their senior brothers or uncle masters wanted to save them, it was too late. Under such circumstances, the disciples in charge of many sects in the meeting hall of the Sky Patrol City naturally had to send more manpower. The second batch of disciples, including the Imperial Thunder sect, and the third batch of disciples from the Cultivation families were also urged to send to the battlefront. Meanwhile, Xiaohua and the others had been flying forward for another 10 days. They only saw the boundless snowy wilderness and mountain forests. They didn't see anything out of the ordinary, nor did they see any sword cultivators attacking them. Xiaohua, whose cultivation had been steadily increasing, unconsciously came to a realization. Damn it, actually this relaxed isn't much different from going into seclusion. Now it's only the first stage of the war. The nascent soul cultivators and high-level sword cultivators have not come out. Isn't this war my world? Why should I be afraid of them? I can deal with them at will. Should I also make a name for myself? Chapter 2240. Puff puff. After a series of sounds, the brilliance receded and Xiao Mao's lone whip was revealed in midair. Kill! Xiao Mao's voice was stern and he seemed to be terrified. His body swayed slightly as if his magic power was running out. A hint of redness flashed across his face. He waved his hand again and the magic whip landed in his hand. He let out a soft cry and a suction force appeared on the whip, sucking in the surrounding spiritual energy. Many small vortexes appeared on the tip of the whip and lashed out at the swordsman. You're just an early-stage Foundation establishment brat. How can you be my match? The swordsman laughed and was very disdainful. He pointed his finger and his flying sword suddenly enlarged. It was like a huge tree and blocked the whip. Pop pop pop, the sound was like tiny firecrackers. Xiao Mao's whip struck the flying sword but it was useless. At this time, senior brother Gong was killed by the yellow-clothed bird cultivator. The group of Xunyan school disciples fled in panic like birds startled by the twang of a bow. Xiao Mao was naturally no exception. He held the whip in his hand and fled. You want to leave? Aren't we letting you off too easily? Many sword cultivators were delighted when they saw the situation. They traveled swiftly on their flying swords and were not afraid of the Xunyan school disciples fleeing. Each of them roared and stepped onto their flying swords to give chase. Luckily. Xiao Mao wiped the sweat off his forehead. Seeing that the middle-aged swordsman was the only one chasing after him, he felt lucky. He waved his whip and maintained the same distance from the swordsman. In fact, the distance between him and the swordsman was gradually shortening. The bird cultivator's sharp gaze swept across and paused on Xiao Mao for a moment before turning to the other Xunyan school disciples. It seemed that he was searching for a cultivator who could escape the swordsman's pursuit. Seeing the distance between him and the bird cultivator shrinking, Xiao Mao's eyes turned slightly as he thought about how to escape. At this time, there was a caw. The bird cultivator seemed to have realized something was wrong. Without transforming, he flew in the direction opposite of Xiao Mao like an arrow. A heaven-sent opportunity. Right now. Xiao Mao was overjoyed. He waited a little longer before putting the whip back into his storage bag. He opened his mouth and spat out a golden ring the size of a fist. The golden ring grew with the wind and in an instant, it was several feet long. Go! Xiao Mao used his dermic powers and the universe ring smashed towards the swordsman. Oh! The swordsman was slightly surprised, but immediately his face showed great joy. So there is a magic treasure. This sword is really lucky. As he spoke, he pointed his finger, and the flying sword under his feet charged towards the universe ring. This swordsman didn't believe that an early Foundation building cultivator's magic weapon could have any power. However, just as the flying sword was about to pierce the heaven and earth ring, Xiao Mao suddenly activated the true essence within his meridians. Like a raging sea, his mana surged into the heaven and earth ring. What? Middle stage foundation establishment? Seeing Xiao Mao's dermic powers surge and the magic treasure's power increase like water, the swordsman suddenly realized that the early foundation establishment cultivator he had estimated had suddenly become a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. He couldn't help but be shocked. However, the swordsman was only shocked. He was a second-grade drawing sword swordsman, similar to the peak of early foundation establishment. In terms of attack power, he wasn't much weaker than a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. However, Xiao Mao still exceeded his expectations. Just as the swordsman activated his sword technique again, the willow-like flying sword flashed with brilliance, as if it was about to entangle the universe ring. Suddenly, the universe ring produced a strong suction force and spun towards the swordsman. A strong confinement force was produced from the universe ring, firmly confining the swordsman's sword origin. This is bad. Just as the swordsman had this thought, the universe ring flew faster than the swordsman and quickly wrapped around the swordsman. 81 tiny blades of yin and yang were produced from the universe ring, cutting the swordsman's body into tiny pieces. Run! With a wave of his hand, Xiao Mao put away the swordsman's storage bag, flying sword, and universe ring. Once again, he activated his dermic powers and flew at the speed of a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator, perhaps even faster than that. He quickly fled into the distance. The bird cultivator obviously didn't have the time to care about Xiao Mao. By the time the other sword cultivators noticed the abnormality, Xiao Mao had already escaped without a trace. The bird cultivator was incomparably furious. He raised his head to the sky and cried out several times. He knew that even if he chased after Xiao Mao now, he probably wouldn't be able to find any trace of Xiao Mao. Xiao Mao was so cunning, how could he fly in a straight line? Just as the bird cultivator had thought, Xiao Mao changed his direction several times before finally stopping at the edge of a frozen river. His body paused in midair for a moment before he abruptly charged into the frozen river. His cultivation level rapidly dropping to the peak of the early stage of foundation establishment. Xiao Mao rushed into the glacier. His body flashed with brilliance. The glacier was bone-chilling. Although it was separated by brilliance, Xiao Mao could still feel the coldness within. However, to him, this was a piece of cake. He sighed in his heart and thought to himself, if not for Big Brother Zhao's secret technique that allowed me to activate my meridians and raise my dermic powers by a small realm, I really would have died in the hands of a sword cultivator today. Unfortunately, after activating my dermic powers, my meridians are very uncomfortable. If not for several hours of cultivation, it would be difficult to eliminate the after effects. However, this technique is really too miraculous. It actually allowed me to advance by leaps and bounds all the way to the peak of early foundation establishment. It's only a matter of time before I reach the mid-stage of foundation establishment. I wonder what Big Brother Zhao's cultivation level is now. Will he return for this sword cultivator battle? Xiao Mao thought for a moment and closed his eyes again. He activated a simple dragonization art to eliminate the discomfort in his meridians. And what about Xiao Hua? Although he wasn't on the battlefield of sword cultivators, he was still on his way there. On the Thunder ship, Xiao Hua was still quite carefree. Right now, he was lacking time. If there wasn't this battle between sword cultivators and Daoist sects, he would rather go into seclusion. He was clear in his heart that his primordial spirit was now very strong. If he went into seclusion for 100 years, he should definitely be able to lower himself compared to others who went into seclusion for 1,000 years. Daoist sects, Buddhist sects, soul cultivation, and other techniques could all improve one by one. His future was definitely limitless. Unfortunately, he didn't have a life of leisure to cultivate. Apart from the time when he was in the early Qi refinement realm at Songhua Ming, he could still be considered to have cultivated in peace. The rest of his time was spent roaming around, gaining experience everywhere. He simply didn't have a chance to take a breather. After this battle, I must go into seclusion. Xiaohua sat cross-legged. He was comprehending the techniques one by one. All kinds of comprehensions were unceasing, causing him to scratch his ears and cheeks in joy. When he reached the peak of his cultivation, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Why don't I use corpse escape? Immediately play dead when I reach the front? Hide in a place to cultivate in seclusion? Wait until after the battle to appear? Xiaohua immediately felt that something was wrong. He raised his eyes and looked at the 4 qi refinement disciples in the quiet room. Although they were barely cultivating with their eyes closed, Xiaohua could tell with a slight sweep of his divine sense that these 4 people's thoughts were fluctuating. The flow of their true qi was sometimes fast and sometimes slow. It was far from its usual smoothness. Naturally, he also knew that there were many distracting thoughts in their minds. They were very worried about their own prospects. You're tuning into the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.